Hello everyone and welcome to the first episode of Sound Effects Challenge. I'm Toby, I'll be your host, and I'm joined by three amazing players in Crossberg, T-Bone, and PewDD. We have had a mystery person contribute their version of in-game sounds, be it weapons or vehicles, and it is now up to our three players to try and see if they can guess what these sounds are. So players, are you ready for this challenge?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm seeing nuts, I'm hearing yeses. Yes, you know what, let's go for it. Sound number 1.
150 times.
Crossberg, what was your answer?
M294.
M249. T-Bone, what about you?
M249 as well, yeah.
And PewDD, what about you?
Same as everyone.
Everyone got it. The 150 times at the end there might have helped a little bit, but we got there in the end. Everyone starting off strongly here in round number 1, getting it correct because it was, in fact, the M249. Now let's go in and hear round number 2. T-Bone, let me know what you go with.
I just went with VSS. It's impossible.
Maybe GS9. M16.
From everyone being correct round 1, none of you got it right in round 2, because it was, in fact, the UMP. Let's go into round number 3.
I believe it was M16 this time.
M6, okay, you know, I like this play. Just go for M16 every time, and eventually you will get it right.
I'm going with M16 as well. I think it's a good,
M16,
good choice.
okay. 2 people on the M16. Crossberg, what's your guess?
Me to M60.
Everyone went M16. Now, would it not have been amazing if it was, in fact, the M16? Well, it wasn't. It was the AUG. So, unlucky, no one got it right. So let's go straight into round number 4.
Donk, 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 donk. That's got to be the SLR. That's all I'm saying. If it's not...
The SLR, okay.
I'm
Quick
done.
guess from T-Bone. Respectful.
Same as C1.
SLR as well. Crossberg, what about you?
Maybe
What's your guess? You also said SLR. Once again, a case where it would be phenomenal if it was, in fact, the SLR. And this time around, it also isn't. It's the Dragunov. It's still completely even, so let's hear what round number 5 has to offer. I love how the last bullet is a ta.
Barrel.
Barrel? Okay.
Yeah.
Crossberg, what about you?
M4.
M4 and T-Bone?
I'm just going to go opposite and just say ace.
Ace, barrel, and M4, the correct answer. It's a Groza.
Okay.
Well, you know what? That does it for episode number 1. We got off to a really strong start with the M249, but none of the guns could be recognized afterwards. So we'll have to see who managed to step away from the group as we go into episode number 2.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong. I think I changed. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
a new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Look at us, seeing you here on the battlefields for PEC4, the PUBG EMEA Championship. Grand Finals weekend is here, and it is day number 2. Kylaris and Avengers starting us off for the first 3 games to break down everything you've been watching, the best teams, the worst teams, and who could potentially be named the champion at the end of today. That's where we're sitting at. Not the end of today, the end of tomorrow, actually. Look at me, I just got rid of 6 games. I was like, never mind, we've decided. Here we are. Okay, gents, let's recap yesterday. If there was like one takeaway that I had, it was Avenger walking through the sort of idea of what teams have to do between the games finishing yesterday and today, the reset, the studying all that information. So I'm curious, if you were an IGL or a manager or a coach of a team, Kylaris, what is the one sort of takeaway from yesterday that you are bringing into today?
Thank you. I do look like a manager. But as your HR department, I am going to tell you that obviously you need to do better with how everything went. Yes, no. I think that it was a little bit of an anomaly yesterday. We had wins coming from teams that I wasn't quite expecting, but if you go back and look at a lot of the circles from yesterday, after circle 3 and 4, an extreme amount of hard shifts, just non-stop. And for some of the teams that were angling towards those center positions, they were trying in circle 1 and 2, but then it was completely going against them. So you need to be more reactive, faster on the rotates, and try and kind of figure things out, because it has been dicey to deal with these circles.
How about you, Avenger? What's the thing that you're bringing in if you're a coach of a team?
I mean, there's so many things to kind of take away from yesterday. Obviously, the hard shifts are one thing. The difficulty of the circles was pretty severe yesterday. There, I would say maybe 4 or 5 teams are going to be like, all right, guys, that's 6 out of 6 games where half of the circles we needed did not come to us. So we just had to sit here and drive or run all day. And that's just how PUBG is sometimes. And first of all, shake that off. other circles are going to come your way. Remember, we had I think it was a 12 or 13 point day for Geeky, and they turned it around for spring and won the whole thing. And we had some, spread out wins, but pretty top heavy stack in terms of we have 3 teams, obviously in the 60s already, looking good, which is scary for some of the other teams in the chase. But then again, there will be some sort of targets on their back coming today, because you have 13 other teams that realize, like, if these guys continue to run away with it, we're not going to stand a chance. We're not going to be able to catch them. So that's really the big thing for it. But yeah, obviously, as we talked about, like the turnaround from looking at the 6 games that happened and applying whatever kind of updated strategy or change. Because if you're like one of the teams that are going really early on, trying to take some of these super center locations in phase 1, the tendency so far on this patch has just been like we're seeing so many hard shift in circle 2 and 3 that center of phase 1 usually is not, or have not been historically in the 6 games here, not been too close to where we've been ending on our last game. So maybe it's time for a shake-up, play a little bit more slow in phase 1, and then start getting into what's compounds here once you see the center of phase 2 and 3.
Okay, let's talk about what is up for grabs, right? $50,000 US dollars is the prize pool. All of these teams get an opportunity to take home a little bit of cash. But the closer you finish to the top, the more money you get in your back pocket. And it's not just money that's up for grabs. The elusive PGC points, Avenger, that's what some of these teams really want.
I mean, you obviously top 3. If you're not a GPT team, you're going to the PGSs, where you also have a chance here. But this is the last chance in regionals that we're going to be sending some teams through to PGC here. So there's going to be some teams that are extremely happy and excited to both go to PGS and go to PGC. Then there's going to be some teams that's going to be a little bit sad that they're not going to PGS, but they're going to be qualifying to PGC, which is still awesome. So if we ask, our 4th or 5th place team that might be going to PGC, they're like, oh yeah, we wish we went to PGS, but you know what? In 2 months we're going to PGC anyway, and that's usually the highlight of the year for most of these guys.
Kalaris, we're going to take a look now at our current PGC point standings. What do you think about the teams that are currently sitting on this list?
Very good position for them, obviously, and there's a lot of names that I expected to be there and how they're going to play things out. Obviously, for a team like Geeky, they should be through anyway, considering that they got a win.
Yep.
But, obviously, they're having a bit of a hard time yesterday. We can talk about that a little later on. I said it yesterday, at the end of yesterday, I would love to see Win or Die continue this on. Whether or not they do there's definitely a question mark around that for me, because I think that we will see a fight back today from some of the big names for sure.
So we're going to take a look at the overall leaderboard, which is what the points look like after day 1 of the competition. 2 more days to go. And I think before we talk about who's sitting at the top there, let's talk about Geeky, Kalaris, because this was a team that won PEC Spring. A little bit of a slow start for them in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think it was very important to highlight them at the start of today after what we saw from their first day of this grand finals, right? Considering they are the defending champions of the region. They had an amazing spring. It is undoubtable. I'm concerned, though, whether or not that was a bit of a honeymoon period. Obviously, internationally didn't quite have the oomph that we wanted them to have, especially since they did not have DiffX over in China for those PGSs. If you look back at yesterday's games, 4 out of the 6 games in circles 2 and 3, they were dead center. However, then again, as we mentioned before, so many hard shifts away from them. I think they were angling for a strong central play yesterday to start things off, but then every single game, circle 3 or 4, hard shifts away from them. Suddenly they're having to play edge. Suddenly they're constantly having to chase circles. And this team can play edge pretty well, I would say. However, I do think that they were angling for a different play style compared to what was presented to them yesterday.
Avenger, do you think that there is maybe an adaptability issue that needs to happen with Geeky so that when those hard shifts happen, they can adapt a little bit faster? Would that assist them?
I think it just comes down to when you realize that you're not able to win a game, and you realize that, the sooner you realize that, and you're able to kind of focus on, let's get the points that's actually available to us in some sort of kind of killing spree or killing frenzy or whatever you want to call it, and just hunt for the kills. There are going to be teams, that's still trying to get into the circle that you're just going to be able to pick up quite easily. And the fact is just that they had a 13-point day in spring, still won it on day 1. in day 2 of spring, they had an 87-point day. So obviously they had 3 more points yesterday here than their spring, but I doubt that they're going to be able to kind of springboard and get 80 plus points today. That'll be insane if they did that.
Do you think if they got a Killtacular or a Kilimanjaro, they'd have done better yesterday, Avenger?
Maybe a pentakill or a quadkill as well.
Oh, sure, yeah, whatever you like,
They go Predator. No, I think there's some chances here where, even if the circles go away from you, you're still able to get, 6, 7, 8 kills and maybe a placement point here and there. And it's the bad games you need to salvage, because they are, over the course of 18 games, we are going to see good games from them. We are going to see circles where, like, okay, they're just yumming all the circles. They're coming, like, instantly towards them, hard shifting on them. Like, their compounds are going to be completely fine. And that's just where they need to come, like, really step in, take control of the circle, and just start fragging out. They're another team that's really hesitant normally, but yesterday it was a little bit hesitance, it felt like.
A little bit of nerves, maybe. You know who wasn't nervous because they came in swinging, Kylars, was Win or Die, sitting on top of the leaderboard after day number 1. And they put up such a good performance, a lot of aggressive play. So I suppose the question is, do you think they can continue that into day number 2?
Again, I'd love to see it. I think that one thing that really happened for them that was a strong move for Win or Die at the beginning of the year was when Presenti and Levante kind of switched places between Hive and Win or Die. And I think that Levante fit in better here, and I actually think Presenti fit in better at Hive. But as you can see from the numbers coming in, that he has definitely been able to secure this roster a strong position with what they've been able to do here for Grand Finals day number 1. And if you think about how you compare that to spring, I think they've always been on the up and up. Like, if you look back at their day number 1 in the Grand Finals there as well, it was a bit of a disaster of a day relative to what they were able to garner compared to yesterday. But I think that this team has really strong fortitude mentally to be able to continue keep pushing. They're on the grind, and it's really showing at the moment here in this tournament.
Avenger Virtus Pro as well for me was one that I was quite excited to watch. A lot of aggression, a lot of kills, making sure that the kill points kind of kept them up in the contention for those top spots. Do you think other teams will have seen that and gone, okay, maybe we need to be a bit aggressive in our plays today?
I mean, yesterday, Virtus Pro they only had 1 placement in top 4. They only had 1 4th place. The rest was just based off kills, right? And again, that's also due to the fact that they were chasing circles quite a lot, but they had a lot of really good fights. They were winning their fights, then also winning some of the third parties and kind of cleaning up. And the Virtus Pro that survives and gets 44 points when they have bad games, that's a scary Virtus Pro, because they're, again, statistically, over the course of 80 games, they are going to have good games. That's where we see the 20-plus point bangers, and they're just sending it out. Win or Die had great circles yesterday. They had 5 out of 6 games in the top 4. 2 second places, a third, a win, a 4th. They had 1 bad game, a 14th, where it was 0 kills as well. And sure, you can have that bad one, and it doesn't matter, but they had really good position, had tons of kills mostly throughout, but they did not have to chase as many circles as the majority of the other teams had yesterday.
I want to flip the script though a bit, Sam, here. I want to ask you a question. Do you think anybody can solve the Twisted Minds problem? Because Twisted Minds dominates this region, and they're in 2nd place right now with 62 points. Yes, they didn't win spring, but after EWC, we were saying it there, they're back. Like, I don't know if anybody can solve their problem.
I think that they can, just purely from the fact of the matter of that we've seen Twisted Minds sometimes in these lobbies, I feel, not deliver the last final 2 days. And yes, while they're still sitting towards the top, they're not necessarily winning. And I know that Petulance has said this before, which is they don't practice for European lobbies. They are constantly practicing for global lobbies, which I think means that they play a much slower pace. They're a lot more calculated. They're thinking a lot more, whereas we do have a lot of teams in Europe that are a little bit more, I don't want to use the word, but chaotic. They're kind of running in with a little bit of crazy. So I do think that there are teams that could rock the apple cart, if you like, for the most part. But at the same time, I think they'll be sitting towards the top regardless. If they're not winning, you know that they're going to be in the top 4. That is just something that comes with the territory, right?
I mean, the win that they got on Rondo was like, basically, it should have always been theirs. The way they were playing it, the way they were playing from it was kind of a home circle yesterday. And 62 points is really nothing to sniff at. I think these teams, I'm in 2 minds. I would like to see someone solve the Twisted Minds problem, Sam, but I think it might end up being difficult across a broad 3-day tournament here.
So there you go. On your screens right now is most kills from day number 1. I mean, Avenger, these are all just names that we got to hear yesterday. No real surprises, right?
For me, again, coming in, there's a 3-way tie, by the way, for 13th. So it's obviously Levant and Hagator doing more damage being up here. But yeah, this is just familiar names. I'm really happy to see Booster up here. Obviously a young guy. He's been, one of the prodigies in the scene that were kind of expected to be picked up by some of the big organizations. There were some
commodity.
Yeah. So definitely a good showing for him up here. But Mogo also at 15 just really talks the story of how well SlamG played yesterday, right? It's for me though, it's one of the teams where I could be a little bit worried that they're, the success could kind of rise to their worries and kind of get to them a little bit. I hope that they're chilled out and they just, turn all this into confidence, because that's what it should be. Yesterday, they were destroying so much. Whoa.
I like how Kylaris was like, who can solve the Twisted Minds problem? And I was like, I think there's still an opportunity. And then all of these stats come up and it's just Twisted Minds players at the top. And I'm like, I should never be allowed to speak again with an opinion, because look at them. They're just going, sit down and shut up, Sam.
I mean, it's a fair opinion to take. Obviously, we've seen them slip a little bit, especially at the start of 2025, right? We saw them slip when it came to spring. We saw them slip in some of the other tournaments that were kind of going on, be it PGS, etc., and things like that. But it does remain a constant that not only is Example almost always up here, it doesn't matter if he's getting the kills, he will be doing the damage. But then
was the tie,
kind of just been on one.
He was 13 kills on the tie, so he was
mental.
Mentally to also be here and on the 13th kill here.
I tell you what, let's quickly check in with Toby and Mark to find out if maybe they have an answer to the question that Kylaris posed. So, Mark, I'll ask you, do you think that the Twisted Minds threat can be neutralized?
I think it can. As you guys alluded, they are playing a lot more international, so they are gearing for that international lobby. You can see that a little bit in their game style. They can adapt quickly, and I think they can break down the EMEA region. But there's hungry teams. Win or die. I would have loved to see BB up there, because I thought BB might be a big contender for them early part of this year, but they've not really formed the second half of the year. So I think there are teams out there. Which one, Sam? Not quite sure yet.
Toby, who do you have an eye on today as we move into the second day of games in the grand finals?
For once, I want to follow the thought of Kylaris here and say, you know what? I would actually like to see Win or Die be able to continue. I know, you complimented me last week, James, and didn't know what to do with it, so I have to give you one back today.
It did happen, yeah.
I want to see Win or Die get something going here today. Do I expect to be hold it all the way through? No, but it has to start today if they want to maintain it.
Thanks so much, guys. We're actually getting ready to go into game, so we'll hear from you sooner rather than later, but we're going to say goodbye because I know you have some weird pre-match rituals that you like to get into place. Your schedule is on your screen right now. 6 games, obviously. At the third game, we'll be hitting the halfway mark. If you want to win some G coins, we don't have time to go through those now because we want to get into the action, but make sure you're following all the PUBG accounts online. You'll know how to win and entertain us. Let's talk about this first matchup. What are you expecting from this one, Kylaris?
Erangel yesterday, well, again, it wasn't exactly the winners that I thought it was going to be. Win or Die and SlamG were able to come up. That said, not exactly the easiest of circles. I think if you get a more kind of plain vanilla circle, it will be some of those big names that rise up to the occasion because, quite honestly, some of those big names need to catch up with a SlamG and a Win or Die, aside from Twisted Minds, of course, which is always a problem.
Do you think that any of the big names will actually change their game plan coming into today, Avenger, or do you think they understand the level of consistency that's required? You just keep doing what you know has worked for you in the past and wait for some of the other teams to maybe crumble under the pressure?
For me, the funny thing yesterday on Erangel was like the teams, obviously BB team, they landed opposite of the circle, but when SlamG had a home turf circle close to Quarry, it was a decent game. But when they had the Narnia circle in Stalba, they had really good rotations and ended up winning the game. Obviously coming in from like Primor's side and all the way up towards kind of Stalba and Yasnaya. So there are just some teams that yesterday, even though they had to chase circles, if you're in a decent spot and you kind of get circle 2 and 3 after moving the first kind of initial move, you're just coming through and doing extremely well. And again, because it was so late, they already had really good placement points and amount of points. So the confidence is kind of flowing through them.
So, Avenger, do me a favor, for someone that's just sort of tuned in today and maybe that they had work yesterday or they had an important date and they missed it, explain to us that dynamic white line that we're seeing on the leaderboard.
The dynamic white line that we're seeing on the leaderboard.
Or the PGC points.
The top 3. Yes, okay, yeah. I didn't see it was dynamic at all, so I thought it was just a static line. So I'm just here like, are we talking about the plane paths? Because that's pretty dynamic, red and white all the time. But yeah, obviously top 3 going to PGS here. The 3 teams. If you're not a GPT team, so it could be Twisted Minds that's in the top, then it'll be from 2nd to through to 4th. You're going to PGS. It's in Kuala Lumpur. It is 2 back-to-back tournaments, 2 times $300,000. But also, you're going there against some of the best teams in the world, and it's the best possible practice because if you go to PGS, that means you're also going to PGC. Obviously, the global championship is the end of the year. Just after that.
So the line will move depending on which teams fall into that. We haven't had a chance to see that yet.
That's why
so
it's dynamic, Sam. I just figured that out.
Exactly.
You're so smart.
I try, but obviously you haven't seen it move yet, so how is anyone to know?
That's it.
You know what? It is the first game of day 2 here, the PUBG EMEA Championships for fall. Toby and Mark are ready to get you into game.
Sure. Thank you so much, Sam, as we do get on the ground, or at least for the most part we do. Kraf barely there, though, before they start taking shots. Headshot. We saw yesterday that Win or Die took out Kraf instantly in the container area, and still, despite that, they dared to fly further west with a lot of bullets hitting on. But luckily for them, Mark, not enough to get a knockthrough.
Yeah, that was a long jump, But yeah, Will or Die first down. The Dockside does go to that north side as well. So I said yesterday, these guys do tend to bully. So it comes quite late on the flight path though. So we are in the northwest corner. And good to see from VP. Nixie already making a move to a compound pretty close to Everest.
Nixie had a really good day yesterday. I mean, while his kills didn't exactly match his damage, he was up there in the top amongst the top 5 total damage dealers. We saw it in the pre-game graphic as well. And of course, a lot of it comes from him being the, or not the, like as in no one else can do it, but oftentimes the first to engage. In fights, oftentimes the first to move up, to take space, to set up rotation paths for his teammates. And you see him, as you're mentioning, right on the southeastern side there of Everest. But Hive have already opted to go up, Mark, early on. So maybe an early skirmish here between Hive and VP.
Yeah, we wouldn't be too surprised to see maybe Krexy continue that movement onto that top side. We can see multiple teams go that way, but look at that. Eternal Fire again moving quickly from Pachinki. Not as quick as VP. Nixie, without the helmet, swaps to the... but did they pull up? Do they have an idea? They got a wind, but they just turn away last minute.
Where's the other vehicle parked? That's got to be the giveaway, right? Because they don't see any open doors on their side of the building. Good hunch. I mean, great read by Eternal Fire that there was something wrong there. Because that could have easily been both of them gone down. But you see the man is still in the area. He's like, wait, let me just go back and double check that one real quick. Maybe it's a bait. Maybe this is exactly the plan, because now the entire team is pulling up at this. There's no good reason why there should be 4 players of any team in this building already. So Matt waited, and now the entirety of Eternal Fire is coming in, and they're pulling up.
And the fire is in the belly of the beast now. Nixie have to take safety underground. Luxo swinging his way around. Does have Krexy here as well. Now shots come across though. Nixie still waiting for the footsteps to come through, but he peeks into a face for the 7.62 from Sheila, and he's the first to fall.
Praising Nixie instantly dies.
Because I cast away.
Just how it goes sometimes. Now it's up to Krexy to try and fend off. He has local rooks, and you can see Beamy joining them now as well. So a 3v4 with the numbers advantage being in favor for Eternal Fire. But I like what Beamy is doing. He's trying to flank around the southwestern side of this one, trying to see if he can get a backside angle. Issue is, Eternal Fire are all already inside the building, so unless if you have a ton of blue zones, trying to isolate, and then maybe a molly to boot, I don't see how they come out victorious in this. I think if you're a VP and you have a chance to back off to the east, now wouldn't be the worst time.
There's also an argument to say, like, they try and hold their ground. Like, Eternal Fire need the big game. They are in desperate need to not go down early, whereas VP
definitely
can suffer out a period of backwards and forwards. The only downside to all of this, Toby, Hive. They're getting complete access to now Everest. They're going to go all the way towards the east, and eventually they will have eyes on these guys if they go around the north. So again, yes, it's difficult for VP. Yes, it's difficult for Eternal Fire. It's great to see some early action, but is there really a winner from this one?
No, I highly doubt it, especially given that, I mean, these two teams are both playing a position where normally you'd be split. Now there's 8 guys in 2 plank houses. I mean, it's it's not exactly a lot of info gathering in the early game, and especially, as you say, with the team up on Everest proper, denying them the opportunity to really roam around in the open, you're really not given a whole lot. So this fight has to come to a close swiftly if any of these teams want to get a lot of more info. But you can see right now it's Virtus Pro on the aggressive. They are down in numbers, and it seems like Eternal Fire sat here waiting, just going, well, if you want to push us, by all means, come on through.
They got to the building like, what do we do next? Now the third party action does come in. I've get involved in that north side. Big Rux holding this north angle as well. Both these teams limited when it comes down to ammo and utility. That's why we're not seeing these blue zone nades, because of the zone. Both moved pretty quickly. Krexy looking around the window. Gets a connection as well, but it's not enough to get the knock.
Navi is coming in on this one now as well. Coming in on the southwestern side, it's Hakatori in the lead of that rotation. I don't think they're necessarily going to pull up proper on this, but sit at the distance, try and see if you can, find a flush here, do a little bit of damage there, maybe peek over this tree line and see if you can get some early, somewhat risk-free points for yourself.
Risk-free.
Flash.
The chase! He's chasing, he's got one! He's run out, but he's had to swap over! Man puts him down with a wiggle and a jiggle. Krexy straight involved as well, but he will fall. Final player now for VP, looking to go for the breach. Does go for the breach, gets caught in the door, though, takes a shot, swings to the left, but the Mad will put him down. VP go down. Bushido coming on the third party action, as does Eternal Fire. Have time to get a player back up into this fight.
It's about to call them the janitor, but they really ain't a whole lot to fix. All they need to do is come in with the broom and sweep up a couple of free points here. If they do it quickly enough, they can get something of it, because Hakatori is here as well. This is a magnet for sharks. They're smelling the blood, and they want a piece of these points available. Hakatori now falling. That's Bushido clearing him from a distance, getting the double flush onto 2 Eternal Fire players as well. So to make matters even worse, with VP out already, they have yet to get a single flush off of the 3 knocks that they got.
Well, the dragons have fallen down towards the cave in which they come from. Hakatori has been knocked as well at distance, so Na'Vi going to have to send reinforcements here just to get him back up and into the fight. It's Bushido, as you call them, the janitors. So I'm with you. It doesn't feel like much of it, though. You just
Clean up
need
crew
to get involved and deal the damage. Ferris, though, does get the knock. And Bushido looking for that flush. They now need to reposition, also get the bodies back up.
Navi got a knock on Sunilcorp in return. I like this. You know what? You come over and pick up your fallen guy. We'll pick up our fallen guy. We'll call it a day, and then we'll both just leave here. That's the fair way to do it. I appreciate that. So we've seen people running around with gas cans inside the building. It's a little terrifying. It's Crossberg, again, trying to isolate some of these angles outside. He is alone right now, and well aware that there's players, or at least one, downstairs. And for good reason, this just ain't an easy push, and I don't see Bushido wanting to do this.
Burn him out. Burn him out. Not the cross up, though. So one's holding one of the stairs, the other
do you go as
near
far?
Jason's side. But do you 4 go down and stack? Like, for me, the entry point out the window, this one is easier to get down than kind of negating the stairs on the other side. But
no, we need in hand.
Tippy toes, and Nell gets a pedicure as he gets put down.
Good thing it was a flash. But you can see the crossfire they're holding downstairs. It's
great.
So incredibly difficult to push this. I think either you sit upstairs and just kind of allow them to be down below, because they're probably not going to push up and try to take a fight against you if they know you're 4 up, or you wait next circle. Like, literally just hold these ankles for the next 30 seconds and kind of hope that the circle shifts away so you can just leave here. I don't think you push this.
I don't know.
It's so risky, because if you get knocked on those stairs, Molly, flop forward, like, it's so easy to get flushed there.
Oh,
seems like it's Eternal Fire pushing, though.
He's playing whack-a-mole. He comes up, takes a couple of shots, reminds him that he's got a shotgun, goes back down. I don't know. Can you leave him there? Like, yes, the
I think
argument
you
is
do.
You want the zone to shift away, but the position they've got, surely they can't.
I mean, they're mulling them downstairs now just to isolate. They're not even trying to take the fight. I think they're running off. You know what? Again, I mean, there's so much to lose. Circle is shifting towards the north potentially now as well. It could still go back down south, and this position could be in for a few more circles should we get some hard shifts towards Everest. But even then, you know what? Let them come upstairs. Honestly, you would rather take the 4v2 against this duo upstairs than you would take it into the basement. I think this is a very, very mature decision made by Bushido. Good on them, because how many times have we seen, and no offense intended, but like some of these Turkish teams that like to maybe push a bit too hard on the speeder, run in and die for seemingly no reason. This was a very good call, in my opinion, by Bushido.
I'm with you. When you say mature, I think immature. I think they've got the chips in their car, and I think they're going for a full send. So Eternal Fire might not be able to get back those bodies.
Well, yeah.
Once again, they've negated most of the rotation on the teams that were trying to hold angles, and they find themselves now pretty much in the centre. They find themselves in the centre of a fight that's already engaged. Will Die and Joko Benito are in the containers as well, but they have found a home. I'd be so intrigued. I reckon one of those cars might have some blue chips sitting in them.
From a really good decision disengaging to a somewhat questionable pull-up on the southern tip of containers. I'm not sure exactly why this... I mean, it is center, and given Bushido's preferred playstyle, it does kind of play into that, but they're gonna not have any chance to spread out at all. They will have no chance to, really take control of an area at all. So we'll see what they're up to do with it as the circle does start closing on in. It's still very much with the river in the middle, so it could go either north or south. And based on how many teams we have on each side, they can't really figure out either where they're daring to go here.
Now, worth noting, Eternal Fire have got one on the back, so one of those blue ships obviously down the bottom. And he's flying overhead now, going back to the safety of their team. So Eternal Fire will be back to a 3. Hive still holding that high ground. Interesting, yeah, I'm with you in the zone. Like, which way is it going to go? Logic is going to play for the southeast here. We know Everest becomes a bit of a magnet when it comes down towards the zone. A northeast shift could be quite dangerous because we will hold on to an element of the water, and then it comes part of crossing. Now, some teams have made commitments. More teams are on the south, but we've got the likes of Vorpal Sword. We've got Ascends, we've got Slam G, and Twisted Minds going for a 50-50 at the moment, both holding north and south. So a shift either way is going to cause some rotation issues.
I love this. I mean, speaking of Twisted Minds, they talked about them a lot in the pre-show. Look at the split that they currently have. I mean, and this goes to show the variable that is we don't know whether it goes north or south. Having river control, and not only that, having a bridge under your control is incredible. And Twisted Minds right now not only has a bridge and cube towards the east, but they have the entire east side on lockdown, and they've been sat here for so long that they know full well that coming into the next circle, they will have no one backfilling them. Example is still dedicating himself to looking towards the east to make sure no one's there. But I mean, we can see it, and they will probably know it sooner rather than later, that pretty much every single team mark opted to rotate in from the south.
And part of the rotation plan, Doozy is airborne. EK is the same. PWD is taking more of a scenic route out in the bay of Georgopol. FaZe, just saw a second ago, are on an emergency pickup from the south. So that's a good play from them, and actually it's going to be well timed. So they're going to know exactly where the zone shifts before having to make the call. It should be going across. There we go. It does come down towards the south. Not as much southeast as maybe I would have expected. So again, teams like Hive, even Eternal Fire to a degree, now getting back to a 3-body, might have strengths on the higher ground.
And now the Bushido rotation made perfect sense. Because the game is going to end 5 meters from where they're currently at. Maybe. We'll see how it's going to pan out. As Win or Die, of course, opt to come collapse on the southern side. Twisted Minds do the same thing, opting to go down towards the south as well. Vorpal Swords, Ascend, and Circus Crew still up towards the north, having to make that south side rotation. And it ain't going to be easy, because as we can see here, some of those teams towards the south are already set up in their toll booths.
Right, see, this is a full send here. This is painful. A full commit from Vorpal Sword. That's where these teams coming from the north side. One King, unfortunately, should fall here. Zubila doing the same. It is a clean sweep. Too many teams with too many angles sitting on that centralized zone. So Vorpal Sword, next team to fall, out in 15th.
And actually kind of clutch to keep this position open for the teams that are on that southern side of containers. Because for Bushido in particular, they're the closest towards that ice cream store. or shop, whatever you want to call it. And should the next circle go anywhere further southeast, that's a pretty good next step for them. They still have their vehicles, unless if Hive have popped all their tires, which I don't think they have. So knowing full well that you have that spot available come next circle, very good that they were able to clean out Warblesort as fast as they were.
Yeah. Circus Green now coming in from that north side, one of the remaining teams. Slam G also the other one, so one of two. And then just about to make themselves over towards the bridge. Scoffed does find Toolings now. One of the final players for them on that north side. And you mentioned that Twisted Minds hold. That's going to play real dividends for them. They do collapse now in on that other side, but scrap that for a second. Ascend have to make a full commit here against Will Die. Lance will launch out the neighbour. Levante gets Gidekai, but Anico's there to exchange.
Yep, 2 down already. Killikai flush now as well. You see Chris roaming around with a Panzer in hand. Will he get a chance to make use of it? Yes, he will. Brax found one. Chris finds the other. Win or die, just like that. It's just Hello My Bat left alive. Trying to make a run for it. Trying to save his teammates. That nade, oh, so close. But Chris somehow not taking more than 15 damage there.
He's lucky. He's
Second
lucky.
one does it, though.
Yeah. There goes a confirmation.
One down.
Gonna make the charge, gets a confirmation there. Down to one now. Got Sawn off first. M249. And the Sawn off for Chris does more damage, but he's taking high ground damage from Hive as the elevation will keep Chris at bay.
Yep, no rest stations inside the containers proper either. It's up on the mountain towards the west, and I don't think Chris is planning on running over there anytime soon. So he's probably going to be playing the remainder of this game as a solo. As Navi now, we saw them flex around the southern side before they were up, looking towards the Turkish fight between Bushido and Eternal Fire earlier. Then they dipped, swung around the southern side, and now they're sat towards the east. And oh, wow, the fact that Everest still is in play. Of course, it's phase 4, so we knew it was going to shift off. But this is going to be very hard for anyone not inside the circle yet.
When it comes back to where we saw Vorpal Sword, that there's a key position to watch. But who makes the move and when will be the play.
Yep.
Circus Credo making the push now towards Eternal Fire, and Navi on the other side taking the pressure on towards FaZe. And FaZe opting not to take that full emergency pickup and actually holding this out will be the right play for them, but they need to deter Navi from the push.
Very important fight taking place here. Whoever comes out victorious will have the first step up on Everest. Proper Silas, able to do a lot of damage, finds one. Marco down. It's just the Matt now left alive, trying to fend off on his own, but he's in a 1v1. And again, if he gets Silas here, should be possible for him to get the rest up on his 2 fallen teammates.
Let's wait and see. Let's keep the pressure off, but there's another confirmation about to come in. He's 4, arguably not too far away from the recall, but we're going to need the med. Eternal Fire not having the opportunity to get all of that one. That's a clean sweep. Joker Benito will go down. Bushido holding their angle. The crazy rotation might be paying off, and the Mad, well, goes for the re-peek. He gets pushed back.
I like the flank around, trying to see if you can get a good off angle, get the high ground advantage. Peeks over, sticking time around, down to 1 HP. What? So many tags, but no knock just yet. Finally able to find him, and now, well, that should be Eternal Fire up to 2 as FaZe. Well, finally, therefore, fighting Na'Vi, and that's 2 players down to the Panzer from Vex, who currently is trying to fend off alone here.
Yeah, he's trying to get those flashes as well. He's going to try and ensure destruction from Na'Vi. Akatori, base of the mountain now. Hive extending out because they're doing the right thing now on the outside. Won't be too long. Schengen does get Vex. Gustav back into the fight now, James. We have to get the med back on. Well, obviously has been confirmed out, but they've got to keep so close to the base of the mountain because it's going to be Hive applying pressure back to them.
And this is where it gets problematic for a lot of teams. The fact that no one opted to try and pressure Hive earlier in the game. They just kind of let them sit up there and do their thing. And now, well, they have way too much space, and all the teams sat 1 tier further down this mountain. They are really getting peppered from both sides.
Gustav just playing peekaboo just to remind them that someone else is in here, so maybe not to push. And arguably no reason for Hive to push on the outside.
Oh, not at all.
To deter both. Keep an eye maybe on BB. Be a hard run for them because we've got likes of DK a little bit more towards that northwest that are going to expose anyone trying to climb the mountain. So no one really taking, I suppose, that prior position in the middle of zone just yet. And Hive, no kills. I'd argue to say they've got one of the key positions for this game. Yep,
Schenken alongside the remainder of Hive. All they really have to do here is try and, use FaZe as an extra protection layer, but that ain't gonna work when Hagatori lops nades over like that. Both them down. That's FaZe out in 11th place. Nothing to show for in this match, as now Hive can start flexing further towards the west. Issue is, it happened off screen, but Eternal Fire were actually able to get to the rest station they used earlier as well and get the 2 remaining players back on the team. So we'll see if they make something of it, as Chris dies to blue?
Legend. I think he was going for Rico as well.
That's like 1 meter outside circle.
No, maybe it starts taking shots though from the likes of Geek. I'm not quite sure.
Maybe.
Navi, Hive, they've got to get moving. BB team already ahead of it after the barrage of mortar fire coming down towards their position before. Again, looking to extend themselves out towards zone. Don't need to leave Everest too much. This now comes back to this kind of Navi and Hive fight. It's key for them to clear this out as quick as they can. 19 seconds left on the clock before we see this zone start moving. And Hive unhinged from their position so far.
This normally is a area of the map, a type of engagement that Na'Vi is really good at. These up-close fights, they have great communication amongst one another. Normally the ones come out victorious, but so far, playing at a deficit. Having said that, Akatori, we've seen him do crazy things before. This might be too much for him to handle in a 1v3 now.
No, it's Akatori. He can take these on. He's already got 4 kills under his belt. Just needs to isolate the 1 versus 1. Level 5 is going to help this as well. They're extending across Everest. You can see him in that mini map as well. Ref on the defenses, PWD, and the guys are leading the charge. Unfortunately for that vehicle, has gone the wrong side up. Belly up under the vehicle, and it's a long run for GK.
Impressive plays coming through from Hive here as they take down Na'Vi, maintaining high ground control. The issue, of course, now is that the high ground ain't really viable much more as the circle is closing in now. Kreft trying to get some extra points over this GK rotation. As you were saying, that vehicle won't long for this world. Landed upside down and took down PewDD with him. Having said that, they might be able to get the rest here, but it's a dangerous out in the open situation he finds himself in.
It's difficult for the guys at GK. I think PWD's made the call not to have him rezzed and just try and get yourself into zone. If the argument is he goes for the res, they're going to unfortunately dissipate, a bit like the Doritos from above. They dissipate Quizzy out of this game. I think he's going to be unrezzed, and GK will find himself now with Diffix and Spyro in the containers.
They both fall forward as well. You can see Marco was able to get rest, so they only got 1 back up. Able to try and make their way on through. There you see the aftermath. The splattered Chrissy just laying there, regretting ever throwing those up in the air. As Hive, well, they were chilling up at the mountain high. Now they're able to get off, and good positioning, good timing on them, even if Schenken runs over rocks. Because BB were set on the southwest side, and they're able to go further east, stay inside circle. But these narrow angles through the trees, just not able to get rocks back up.
It's not going to be enough. Komarko, eyes in the sky, as you can see him circling Pit of Doom. We are in phase number 5 here. I have limited amount of time. The trees do provide the cover. BB team hoping and praying for the teams to come down their avenue, but it's not going to be the case. They can't really extend out just at the moment. It's unfortunately for teams that have positioned themselves quite early on the low ground, they're able to fire a barrage of bullets their way.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Hive only lives in this game for as long as they have smokes to play behind, because right now you can see Schenken he's under a lot of pressure trying to make something happen. Half the server is looking at him, and that vehicle is probably going to pop some point soon as well. Twisted Minds, they're playing it quiet on the east, but they too have a pretty tough rotation to make themselves. Either you go north into containers, which could prove disastrous, or you actually push on the southern side here. I think what they're wanting to do is try and force Hive into BB team, and then third party that. You can see they're trying to push them further towards the west, but right now Hive ain't budging.
Not budging. At the moment, sun goes back down towards the southwest. So actually, that's Crest position, so good play from them. Twisted Minds, I think you're right. I think they are just trying to apply pressure here towards Hive, make them sort of take the fight on the adjacent side, but BB teams still have their vehicles, I believe, so they're close to the zone and have the ability to kind of get out of this fight if they need to, unless they want to try and hold. Big kill game for them. I think so far from BB team, they're in the right position.
Happened off screen, but Marco was actually able to land. I did not expect him to be able to hit the ground, but able to land is now up on the northern side of the circle. As Nate's thrown over, Perfectix perfectly timed on that first 100-0 damage come through. As now push to follow. Perfectix peeks over, will be traded. Dante able to get the first one. The Twisted Mind's a little confused in this engagement, fighting on multiple fronts at the same time. It looked good initially, but just like that, they're torn asunder.
You see their call, though, was to try and get example of smoke. Lou turned to go get him a smoke and went down straight after. Tunnel fire will fall straight after. Komarko has found by Diffix, the final player from GK. And they will soon ensue. Team's now down to 6, 18 left alive. BB team being able to find 2 kills. Find themselves in the top 5 position. Most of the teams now left on the north.
OP bushes. in the game for the longest of time, and everyone's always been like, oh, these bushes are so insane. Taller than anywhere else on the map. And right now, BB is making great use of them. As we look towards what is the north side of this current circle, Slam G trying to push their way further towards the west, and Bushido containing them, holding off strong inside the warehouses proper.
Yeah, I think Slam G don't have the read of actually Bushido have left this area and played out towards the west, taking the warehouses. So good play from them. They're kind of just using the util just to clear and then sort of push in. So it's the right situation for them. BB having to dance the dance. Dibitoes, if you take a bit of a tab there from Aduzi, they're having to run their way around. The danger for them is these guys are in zone now, and for BB team, there's a bit of a pause and just looking their way.
This is a circle prayer. Let's see who gets the blessing. It's not going to be BB, but everyone but them. Aduzi, well, you put in a great effort getting to where you are now, but you're only halfway there. Where in the world does BB team play this circle from? I have no clue.
Fifth.
Do you pull up on...
No. They're gone.
You play it from 5th place? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Come on.
You play it from 5th, you just go alt F4. Yep, you know what?
Let's
just
big
give it up.
sense. That is a...
Yeah, and as you can see, I mean, Kref has perfect lines of sight on literally anywhere they could be playing this from. I don't see BB surviving. But hey, I mean, if they're lucky enough that maybe Kref gets a player knocked, but right now, I mean, Kref should not be looking towards the north. They should not care at all about what's happening between Bushido and Slam G. All they need to do is make sure BB does not get inside the circle. They have to fully commit east.
If they clear that south, they can extend across if they want to and then get the angles. But you're right. They just do not need to focus on the knocks. Okay, yeah. Expect maybe, like, no one crashes in. If you starts seeing knocks, yes, look that way and try and get as many points as you can from this, right? But the danger for them is BB team, and you cannot allow them to come knocking.
It's just like you don't want to open up another angle. If you can contain all the players inside of warehouse, then you're pretty good. I mean, even if the circle goes away from you, you have a limited angle from where they can see you. But if BB gets to stay alive inside circle, whether it be with cars or trees or deployable cover, that makes it so much harder for you to play out of this compound once they will have to. And you can see now they're denying BB team. Good job on the Kreft, honestly. I mean, even if they don't get points for this at all, good job at containing. I know it doesn't take much in the grand scheme of things, but good on Kreft to commit to isolating the east. There could have been points, potential knocks and flushes inside the warehouse for them, but no, they commit east and they get it guaranteed. Well, they do.
You
lied, Mark. You lied.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to split people. That's not refusing to go down. He got himself another placement point. So, yeah, GK will fall down. Best will try and hold out. So that's 4th place for them. Then go to a top 3, all with a full house. So it's a 4 versus 4 versus 4. Slam G obviously cleared that area. Bushido already moved out, now holding the warehouses. They're going to send the barrage of util. Difficult for Slam G to get out of here, but if they can use the smokes effectively and they haven't burnt all of their util, there is a world that they can apply pressure towards Bushido and deny action on Kref.
And that's the main issue, right? Because there's so many smokes they deployed to just get to where they are now. Like, they are low on util. And, well, Bushido, for the most part, they've been fighting at a distance, at least here in the mid to late game. They're able to hold people off for a bit, so haven't used too much of the util. Still have helmets and vests in good condition. And this should be, again, a very doable hold. You'd imagine that Kref helps them out here, but I'm actually kind of curious to see what Kref is planning on doing once this fight does pop off, because right now, they're still inside circle, Kref that is. It's only Slam that has to make a move, and it's happening now. So does Kref stay and shoot from afar, or do they take the time now to try and reposition into the open?
Oh, it's a 50-50. Get caught on the run. Don't know which way Bushido. I think we wait for a knock, then make the push here, because I've got to try and maximize. That's a good nade that comes back from Slam G. He gets a knock boosting, puts him down. That's potential opening, but they are clutching at straws. There's not much left. Oh my god, Metabay puts himself down.
What?
That is a catastrophic disaster for Bushido.
Did he throw an 8 into the water and take himself out? Good thing that Celtic is there to help out 2 players down. And now, I mean, I'm looking at the map still. Kref has not moved. There's 2 players down on either side. I'm surprised they're opting to stay inside this building. I know it's hard to play in the open, but you have to have someone outside for the circles to come. That's a great nade. Crossberg finds the final one. All 4 down. And against odds, now they get a chance to reset. It's final circle, and it's going to be Kref to move first. Bushido allowed to reset here. I know they don't have many angles, but they can contain Kref inside this house. Kref had a 30-second window where no one was looking their way, and now it's too late to move.
And Bushido now get the opportunity to get restack of U2. You can see they've already got smokes in there. How much has Kref used? That'd be intriguing to see. Looks like they've got a handful of smokes as well. So one of the Doritos, they come out on the side of Bushido. Bushido, I suppose, with everything to gain. Kref having the circle. Now lose it. Now they're the ones that have to make the moves, and I'm still bamboozled as to why they did not get involved in the third-party action.
You can see they both have the Doritos and the trees and rocks up in front to make plays from, or possible plays from. But now again, this specific move from Super Rich should have happened when the fight against Slam G was taking place.
They just held. They held. Was it the discipline, the knowledge, the understanding?
They play scared. And I get it, because there's a hell of a lot on the line in the grand finals of a PC Fall tournament. But that's what separates the teams, honestly. They should have made that play earlier. Now they got to play the prize forward. Having said that, they can still win it. Good nades, more to follow. That should be Crossberg down with the second explosion. No, they're going too far.
Crossberg dancing on fire, though, but the longer nade does get Celtic down. Now what? He's down to a one-shot, so he's going to have to try and get something back here. U2 continues to fall and rain back towards Increst's position, though. Crossberg now has to hold 13 kills already for Bushido, though, as they've been jumping the leaderboard. Starting today in 7th place on 37 points. Now launching up that leaderboard. Can they get the confirmation? Can they get the confirm that they are here to stay, though? 3 versus 3, and outstanding shots. Now he's going to launch nade as he moves further and closer into the danger.
Incredible job by Crossberg to try and contain, to try and buy time for his team. Nail, do you go for the rest here? No, he gets more smokes from his teammate. Flashes 2 of them, make it 1 left to work with. There's smokes all over the place. Look at the ground and the smoke indicators. There's nothing but white on this one as Toyga on the edge of the smoke finds 1. Now it's a 3v1. Bundle up, Kref. Do not allow for Nailcup to make this happen on his own. You have 1 on the edge of the smoke. See him? Yes, just exactly. Through the edge of it. Goes to the flag as well. In the end, will be taken down. Kref out victorious. But you can see it on their faces, too. Oh, Bushido knows they had a chance there. Medibay realizing it, too. But what an incredible game for them, nonetheless. 14 kills for Bushido.
20-point game. Like, huge game for them. Huge game for them.
Definitely.
They started down in 7th place. Now they're in a top 4, pushing for a top 3 scenario as well. So Bushido, you can see it on their faces, really disappointed with that one. But they had everything to gain. From the early engagement, for that crazy rotation that we love from Bushido, they found themselves, though, in a top 2.
Really, really good game. Incredible game to start things off here. Had a good start to the day yesterday as well. And here we go back to see exactly how this whole day started. And it ended up having Bushido involved in the end. You see them coming in there. Great game to start off day 2 of the Grand Finals.
Toby and Mark, let's unpack what we just got to see. First game of the second day, like Toby said. I mean, what did you think of that Kref victory, Avenger?
You know what? Unpacking is exactly what you got to do in containers. You got to unpack every single container to check if there's people in there. You know what? Very early on, so many teams went in there and they managed to grab some good spots in there. I will say this, though. Toby said it was, somewhat of bad scent, but them being able to hold to that spot and then obviously it ending so close, Bushido got so many kills in there. They were able to dislodge Slam G like never before.
I think for Bushido that'll look really good on the points, Kylaris, just because those kill points obviously add up. We see that happen. So even if you're not necessarily getting the win placement points-wise, they'll probably move themselves up that overall leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, from yesterday, obviously, they had a decent compound and were able to swing into the fields of Miramar and get themselves further on. For Bushido, once again, over here by these warehouses for such a long time and the crates. So just finding a central spot and making it work. Crossberg with an insane nade. Well, they should have had Slam G dead to rights in the position that they had them there. And then going up against Kref towards the end with how many smokes were down with the util as well. We were theorizing towards the end, okay, if Bushido really wanted to try and dislodge Kref from that building before the circle really collapses down, you'd need a vehicle and a C4 or something like that, because anything else was always going to be difficult coming out of those crates and warehouses.
For sure. And obviously, Kref, this is good for them, Avenger. They weren't very active yesterday, so a good start for day number 2 for them.
Let's be honest here. they got 150% more points in this game than they got yesterday, guys. So
I was trying to be
obviously
nice.
jumping up the leaderboard is great for Kraf here. But Bushido takes the icing on the cake here with the 20 points. I will say this though, if Bushido wanted to have won that last game here, they should have swung on the same side, sweeping that west side or left side for them, taking control as a 2-man or a 3-man, and also not losing Metabait, who I think it was some sort of a self-nade. There was a lot of smokes in there and something went wrong.
I love how they just basically farmed those kill points, though. Double ditches, 14, Kylaris. That Bushido's going to be smiling after that.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that they've had their ups, they've had their downs. I think when it came to PEC Spring, obviously, like a lot of people weren't really looking at them as a potential challenger. This time around, though, I think it's fair to say that the Turkish region as a whole, alongside Eternal Fire, these two are very strong teams. And Bushido can definitely try and contend some of those top spots. Again, though, for me, it will have to come off the back of taking a strong central spot and being able to work with it, because I think coming in from the edge, sometimes Bushido, we saw it on Tago yesterday, just got ripped apart by a single man. They've got to be able to try and cover themselves, and sometimes it slips on those edge spots.
Let's take a look at what the overall leaderboard looks like now, because yesterday what we saw is that the moment you got to win, the points changed and everyone was jumping backwards and forwards. And you can see that that's happened again, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. Bushido jumping into fourth here is obviously great. And that right now, that fourth, because Twisted Minds being in second place, that fourth is actually giving you a PGS and potentially a PGC spot too. So obviously looking good, but it is still close. If you look from even 9th place, Faceland 38, all the way up to 5th place, 47, like you're within striking distance at that point. So still with a few more games to go, obviously, for today and tomorrow, it's still possible for most of the teams here, and we need to see consistency for most of the teams. One team that's been extremely consistent though so far, both with the kills and everything, Slam G, man, it's been looking really good for them.
It surprised me because a lot of the time we see these some teams come in either through the group stages as a surprise or the last chance qualifiers, and then they don't really feature at all in the grand finals. I've been excited, Kylaris, that we've seen new names in the final four for a lot of the games yesterday, and then of course today as well. Like a Bushido, they finished at the top of the last chance qualifiers. To see them come in today and be finishing at the top and making sure that they can climb up the leaderboard, it's good to see the it's not necessarily new blood, but those sort of lesser known names making a stand.
Yeah, I mean, for Bushido, Last Chance was definitely a decent statement, right? You've got teams like Virtus Pro in that lobby who really only kind of came alive in the last kind of death throes of the Last Chance as a whole. But Kraf as well, as much as, they're only in 11th. Yes, they only have 25 points. It does show that the very last game of Last Chance, as well as games like this, they can do something with it, but it's still kind of small games here and there. Like, I'm not expecting a Kraf to be able to move even over to the left-hand side of this leaderboard, I would say, in the end. Technically, they could, but I think that the lobby as a whole might just be a little bit too out of reach for them in the long run.
Eventually, here's a question for you when we take a look at the overall leaderboard. At what point today should you, if you're a team and you're sitting on the sort of right-hand side, if you're looking at the screen, at what point today should you start going, damn, we have a problem now?
Not until tomorrow, I would say.
I mean, really? Okay.
Yeah. We've seen an 87-point day from Geeky, after being last. And 87 points in one day, I would say, even if you only have 19 points right now of Ascent, if they get like 75 now, they're in the top 4, they're in the top 5, like they're within striking distance for tomorrow. So by the end of today and like by first game tomorrow, you will have a pretty good idea who has a chance and who doesn't. The question is really how many is going to be in the run for a potential PGS slot.
So most important, don't wait till tomorrow to enter our history books competition, because we're actually going to be announcing the winners at a little bit later today. So if you have a favorite moment from PEC, we need the clip. You can submit it. You can use the QR code on your screen right now on social media. And if one of your clips are chosen, then you can win some G-Coins. So get on that right away, because you are running out of time. No opportunities tomorrow. There are opportunities for G-Coins, but not for the history books. So get on that. We're now getting ready, of course, for our second game of the day, match number 8 in the grand finals. Kylaris, what are you expecting? Much of the same, or is it going to be completely dependent on where the zone pops?
Well, you asked me that before match 7, and I said, don't worry, the big dogs are going to fight back, and then Kref wins. So screw everything I'm able to say so far. Apparently, I'm completely wrong. But I think eventually the fight back is going to happen. It just depends on when. I'm impressed by Hive, though, to be honest with you, because we weren't impressed by them in the group stage as well as last chance, but they've found themselves in 5th place right now with 47 points. This is definitely a fight back for them, considering the strength that we saw from them in PPT.
What do you think about that playing path, Avenger?
It's a rough one, right? We had a style branding already. We had no ideas of maybe getting a military game. This might be the one, though. But if this, I'm just saying, if this is a Stalber game, and again, BB isn't up there, I'm going to be devastated for those guys. I was hoping that you're going to ask me for which is my favorite clip ever. It's clear. And for me, like, I think honestly that that if we get a military game here, it's going to be kind of a showcasing of how many rough games we've had, because this time around we only have 2 teams down there.
I love that you've been sitting on that for the grand finals and you needed to bring it back. So it's a nice one for you. Hey,
are you allowed to pick PGC 2019? I'm not sure.
Okay, there we go. We got the zone. Avenger, what are your thoughts?
It's boring. Too vanilla. We're going to have hot chips here. It's going to go west, north. I'm calling it now.
Boring zone, Toby.
Yeah, I mean,
Mark,
this is
how are
so
you
central.
feeling?
Shut up, Avenger.
Central. I agree. As we get the desk out of the way, we mute their mics and get ready for the game.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. It's the chaos show. No, I'll leave that to you and Sam.
Well, I know.
That's exactly. That's you too, Mark. But I mean, it is a very vanilla circle. It is. I think Poro and I like coined these ones where it's not far enough north to go north of Rostock. It ain't far enough south to go Millie. It's like it's the plain, bagel without any spice, without anything added. It's just a plain white bagel, and that's really this circle. What I like about it, though, and we were talking about it yesterday too, Mark, is the more comfort you give teams in terms of the circle, I feel like the better PUBG we see. We get to see the really good IGLs outshine the mediocre ones. We get to see the really smart plays, because everyone knows where to play from theoretically. Everyone knows the best on paper path to take into the circle. But how do you do it against the lobby of 16 teams where everyone sits on that info together, I think that's really what I love about these, as Martin said, somewhat boring circles.
All right, Goldilocks, new lot. It's not too chaotic. It's not too passive. It's somewhere in the middle of the zone.
Very mid.
Look, we're in the middle. We're in the best region. You just alluded to it. How do you rotate into these? Now,
with a car?
Say it's a west-west. You could do a plane. You could fly. Either or.
Plane?
Yeah, just get back in the plane.
Hell,
fly your way back, or. I won't start that because I'll get it stuck in my head.
We're getting silly.
But there is a lot of potential endings here. So
we're
going to see different style of IGLing. We're going to see teams like Na'Vi, who've got a centralized position. They're going to try and lock themselves down. Who goes for the 2-2? We're seeing Twisted Minds also playing. But compared to the game we saw before, for game number 1 today, compared to game 2, different pacing. Everyone's getting their chance to loot. No one's making early dashes towards the zone. And hey, take a win. BB's not that far away from this zone.
Yeah, that's true. A rarity from them trying to send it early out from that east side, and they are going right into the open split of Bushido. They still have 2 players in shelter. They have players in Hall of Fame and down towards the south side of U-Hill as well. And, well, it doesn't look like they're stopping right now, but at least for Bushido, they are aware of this rotation taking place, and they are trying to tell these Ascent players to not come anywhere near, but that doesn't scare off Ascent.
Actually, one shot of the MK. Ascend will pick up on this pretty quickly. And they might want to try and reinforce. The guy, though, just dodging out there with a buggy. My favourite vehicles, but definitely one you're taking shots at. As he finds some reinforcements for Aniko. Now charging away. There is the call from the 1MK. Now it's going to force Crossberg into the belly of the beast. That is a wrangle. He has got reinforcements down there. Won't take long for Ascend to work the count out. For now, an aggressive stance. And one thing I will say, one thing I've noticed from Ascend change for me, and I know everyone doesn't agree with this, I feel like Ascend recently been playing a lot more aggressive. And what I've seen from them in the finals so far hasn't been that aggressive start. They've kind of gone back to that default play. And if they continue that default play, I can't see them climbing. If they actually turn up and then start dialing their level of aggression, I think we're going to see Ascend do a GK and climb this leaderboard.
Could very well do just that, but not the way that they did it then. Smart on them to disengage, hop 1 shelter entry over. and sit here instead. And as we can see in the circle center, a red zone have just plunked down in the middle of everything. And, well, really everyone is running around in the open. So as much as you say, nah, it doesn't hit me, trying to take a fight in the open, second day of Grand Finals, it's going to keep you slow to some extent. We saw in the kill feed just before that James went down. Good thing Vex is able to get over and get the rest of us looking into the sky. Yeah, we'll sit here for a little. There's a thunderstorm outside. Let's not hide under the trees.
Yeah, Vlad doesn't do thunderstorms. He is keeping safe. Yes, unfortunately for FaZe, they have lost James. Harvey further down the road. We have other teams obviously playing into this area, so likes of VP, Eternal Fire. We've got Bushido playing up here as well. Gustav is very down towards that south as well, so cautious they don't get caught there. But for now, it's dodging the red zone.
It's actually kind of surprising to me how many teams are opting to play in and around Potato. The issue is, and that's part of the reason why I think they are here, as you can see the stalemate taking place. Nixie heard Sheila, Sheila heard Nixie. No one thinks the other guy heard them, and therefore they're now chilling. But the fact is that since, I mean, obviously it's taking up the circle center, if it hard shifts in any direction, to some extent you will have to transition through Potato. So if it goes anywhere east, having all these teams have to find a way to get off this mountain together is going to be practically impossible. Mark, I don't see how it's gonna happen with there being already 6 teams in and around Potato in phase 1.
Yeah. Everyone's centralized up because I think they want to be in a central position to launch the next zone shift, because I think this phase 2 is going to be critical for these teams. Noddy goes for the crate. Circus Crew with the UAV finds Slam G going away from zone, because why not? Just roll the dice and just do something completely different as they go towards Severny as they speak. So again, a couple of ships pass in. Nothing too much as Marcy does, just to keep an eye on him, kind of keeps him at bay as he patrols the outside edge of the north zone.
As they alluded to in the desk before as well with that Bushido game and their 14 kills, they have now set themselves up in 4th place. And as we can see with the dynamic white line as brought up on the desk, it keeps them in because Twisted is sat in that top 4 as well. Mm-hmm. And should Na'Vi somehow make it in there, then that white line is going to hop down and include number 5 too. So right now Bushido is in with a 10-point gap down to Hive. As we once again hop back, I think the observers are just like, we have to keep one guy on these 2 teams, because we know that as soon as we leave this place, the entire kill feed lights up and we miss the fight. That's always how it is.
It's just not the PUBG. I can't see it happening just yet. Actually, I think Lou's going to be a problem. Now, Lou's obviously has been wrapping around as well, but he's been caught a little bit in the trenches with Jogger Benito, who's also playing in from that east side. Slam G obviously saw them going to north. They're rotating around to the northwest now. So again, keeping out of the chaos, the early engagement. We said yesterday, they're a team that sort of flies under the radar quite a bit. Mm-hmm. They've flown so far under the radar, they find themselves now up in first. And we were speaking as we was off air, but it's the level of consistency this team has is outstanding. They always get a good number of points out of every single game they seem to be in. Maybe it's just trying to keep away from this early engagement.
Yep, definitely been doing a good job making sure to get their players into the late game. Jogo Bonito proved that's pretty viable from their group stage to their last chance performance. As we still have a minute left to go until this new one's going to pop. Only James has fallen thus far, and he is probably going to get back in the game at some point too. We saw Vex earlier able to get the chip off of him. Everyone except for Slam G has made their way into the circle as well. Hive and Slam G are coming in from the far western side. So I actually kind of like this. The entire circle, outside of Millie, obviously, is been put to use. It's just that southwest and up towards Russak on the northwest that is not occupied right now. So pretty much regardless of where we set this next circle, whether it be centered up or out on one of the edges, there's going to be one or multiple teams that are really going to be blessed with it.
Teams getting a little bit twitchy now, getting ready in their cars. You can see them getting moving. I think they want to be transitioning, especially if they're on the outside edge. As 17 seconds now before we see that zone shift away. And eventually, I thought we was going to wait to phase number 2, but Eternal Fire taking the shots, only catching the fences. Nixie turns and gets the hit back on Sheila.
You wish you got that one.
He goes back as well. Wee!
Alone right now. There's a teammate, actually, who didn't opt to shoot. I'm surprised by that. Circle goes towards the north. Marty said it was going to go just southwest of Russak. Well, this circle could definitely send us there. Squadba finds Nixie. Nixie was one of the first players to fall in the previous game. And you know what? That was a game between Eternal Fire and Virtus Pro as well. And here It happens once again. New game, new playing house to fight over.
Yeah, but look at this. So many other teams on the transition getting involved, opting to pull up. Geek, a team that needs points, gets a knock now on Eternal Fire. So looking to kind of work their way in. Quizzy, so far away, he's in Narnia. He's down in actually South Pachinki Hill, trying to give some sort of overwatch. And look, Navi also playing in from the south that want to get involved. So let's get that confirmation. So a point for Geek now, as they will maybe look for a couple more before transitioning to the north.
It looked weird if you just look at the map that Quizzy is so far away, but I actually really like it. It's so...
He's got line of sight.
It's so inviting for a team to just backfill the third party and become a fourth party in inverted commas.
Yep.
So smarter on Quizzy to maintain the distance, to make sure that all his little chickens get into the chicken coop safely, you know? Well, it's not safe, though. It's the chicken coop itself, because VP is under pressure from all angles. Now as Navi peeks over, finds one, dips again.
Being unable to keep 4 alive. Unfortunately, you can't all get in that vehicle, so Nixie rolls the dice, and he's the one that gets the lucky seat. He'll now be driven by Krexy towards the north. Now, I don't know if they saw the complete transition. Gustav, though, worked his way around. I know Vard and Fex were applying pressure to it, but they cut the engine and roll down, maybe to take the hill just south. Yeah. Just the mines disengaged completely here, and then went back to the home ground.
Chasing. They're actually running after them down this hillside, and here comes flying over the hill.
Taxi.
Should be shot at some point soon. There you go. Quetpa able to take down Corexi. And if you're VP, we're reaching a point now where this has to feel kind of personal. Eternal Fire is on a hunt for Virtus Pro players today.
They're on a hunt for points, and unfortunately, it's the Polar Bears that get in position again. As Nixie comes out, launches a nade out, but gets unfortunately put back in towards the box because of our guys from Perfectix from school. Just reminds has a good level of hold onto them. Go Marco still without a helmet, still chasing down, still trying to get as many points off VP as possible, but they're now in a wide split. Luke Rux trying to hold off Geek. Unfortunately for Nixie, he's trying to hold off though Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's not easy if you're a Virtus Pro. To start off day 2 here, they came in with such a strong finish yesterday, and not been able to do anything today. And to make matters even worse, it's the teams that are in and around them, or were in and around them on the leaderboard come the start of the day, that have come off to strong starts here. So let's see if maybe Nixie can do something. Impossible. Yep, it really was. Sheila gets the knock. Marco with the flush. And just like that, Eternal Fire stays afloat.
Got to get as many points out. They really missed day number 1 Eternal Fire, so I'm with you. I feel like it feels personal against VP at the moment. So 2 out of 2 games, Eternal Fire take the pressure on towards Virtus Pro.
And to make matters even worse, now there is a red zone coming in, and I think many other teams would have probably eyed at least the east side apartments for rotation opportunity, but right now obviously that ain't happening, so we're slowing everyone in their tracks, not wanting to go towards the very circle center, because it's currently being blown to pieces.
PUBG gods, their anger. Eternal Fire. Yeah, now getting up that centralized zone. Nice hold though from Dr. Benito.
Wow.
We do go north. I'm going to give that a little northwest, so maybe Martin's back on track. It's just the wrong way around. It was a northwest-west maybe. As the rest of these teams now need to transition in phase. Early move. Looks like Ascend doing the same. Bushido soon to follow. And this south side, Jocko Benito, they have to thread the needle. So not Jocko Benito, it's Vel Vorpal Sword. Have to thread the needle in between Geek here. They're already on the shots, and they do get the connection, but no knock.
The red zones was the opening fireworks for all the rotations to come. FaZe pulls up. Ascent does the same thing. Twisted Minds still has Perfectix over in school, and now it's for the remaining 3 players to figure, do we actually take the fights to the guys up front, or do we try and back out of this? Seems to me like Twisted Minds wants to try and regain control over the southeast apartment block.
We've got them here as well. FaZe also arrived. It's Chris gets put down with a Panzer. It seems like every breach, Chris has a Panzer in hand, so be careful. Luke opposite pop the smoke now, trying to try and back away slightly, as he knows the ankles though from the adjacent apartment will cause some problems to deny those lines of sight. Eternal Fire still here, still looking to get as many kills as they can. Also have pulled up short just on the outside edge, and lucky enough for Eternal Fire, they've already left the position as Sheila gets the opening knock. One Eye King goes down.
And it's perfect timing for Eternal Fire that there's fights taking place inside of apartments proper, because that allows for Sheila to wrap around and get these open angles as fights take place everywhere on the map over towards the J compound. Jocko Benito tried to pull up on Circus Crew, but they have forced them off, taking 2 casualties and trying to execute that play. Rossock still somewhat open, only Slam G sits up there, and then you have, as we were alluding to earlier in the game, Mark, so many teams still down on Potato Mountain that need to figure, what do we do now? How do we get out of here if this game goes north?
Shido. Yeah, DM.
Bye-bye.
Trying to look on towards Circus Cruise. They have taken away J compounds. Taking some damage. Gaining information. They need to get in. But all these back to your point on the south side here, Toby. Surely they're just going to now play off the edge. They want to be the final team on the high ground. They're going to want to sweep their way down. Another shift towards the north. That'd be painful. But there's water store remains. So expectation is a south shift, maybe towards the southeast.
School looks very, very circle likely right now. Of course, there's multiple avenues we can go down with. There's still been plenty of land. We do know that it's not going to go full north unless if we're really getting trolled by the circles today, because phase 4 is coming up. But having said that, I mean, and again, for all the teams that are down here, they have pretty much all taken casualties. VP down to 1. Vorpal Swords actually able to stay afloat with 3. I thought they were down to just 2. And then you have the trio of Eternal Fire as well. But they are down to no or bruised vehicles. Probably not have any vests. They've burnt through almost all their utils. So whatever fight's coming next for them, they're going to be coming into that at such a disadvantage, pretty much regardless of who they go up against as a circle. Well, swings west, and Martin gets exactly what he wanted. Ish. Maybe a couple of 100 meters off, but still, I like the prediction because it's pretty close.
Just the way around. Well, school's officially in session now. Twisted Mind's losing 1 back off to school. They now got the defensive line against teams like Ascend and FaZe. Don't have to extend out just yet, but they are going to need to get hold of the apartments. Geekgate in the vehicles. They go for a full send. And drop Benito. Oh, well, they have to go straight into the wars. They're going to die with transition path. And if you transition path, you can be caught, though. Win or die. Picked up 1 for the shots. Sparrow goes down. Maybe the lack of information, the intel didn't help out. Wait. Now they try and dodge, duck, and dive, but nearly going into the arms of Hive.
This is... I don't know. To me, this screams miscommunication. Yeah. It's indecisiveness. They pull up. Yes, you get a player knocked on entry, but that should not dissuade you from committing to the pull-up. You've already come in. You've already lost a player or had a player knocked on the wall, which theoretically could be very resible. Commit to the play. You know they're split 2-2. Or at least have a good idea. Because why would they ever all sit on the southern side and leave the north side open? That was a questionable, in my opinion, decision by Geekay.
Yeah, it was a cool miscommunication. Well, it was that turn away. It was that turn away.
Like either you go or you don't. Yeah, exactly. Either you go or you don't. And here they did it half. Good thing they turn around and actually recommit to it. So they get what they wanted in the end. Had the loss of Divix and maybe the loss of Spiro. Just took them a little 360. You know, had to do a little donut, see test the landscape, and then they come back and play.
Put the miles on the rental. Yeah. Back in, yes, they have lost Divix, but now they have to try and deter because Navi's potentially going to go for that crash on the other side. Twisted Minds on the hold as the school session is out for them, so they've got to be cautious. Yeah, it is actually Navi who have crashed in behind, so Jetrox does get spiraled down. And looks like our FaZe team go down. They were split though. Half of them did play towards that north side, and then 1 remains in as the centers pick up effects.
Yeah, struggle bus for FaZe. Tough rotation for them again, coming off of the mountain proper. Really weren't anywhere they could set up shop without being shot up by half the server and trying to get there. So they fall once more. Erangel not been the start that they would have wanted with 2 0-point games. As we see here, Na'Vi able to hold this position as well. You have PewDD outside in the open. And right now it's Quizzy who's baiting all the attention. So maybe he can catch 1, hopefully 2 players unaware. Ooh, did he see him? He didn't. Quizzy just going to bait the attention here.
Yeah, why
He's
not?
He's going to open up an angle.
You can remember they launched nades over towards him and done damage themselves. So that's really slow. PWD might be able to cause huge amounts of damage. Now, failing that, he's given the information over. Look, Quizzy on the outside edge. Now, that is a good nade. Let's get the connection. PWD store hiding, store lurking. Now sees the elbow. All he needs, though, is Sosadi to make a run for that wall. And now it's to be an opening for him. He does catch him. He's got to potentially move. He's going to launch the molly out. Looking for the confirmation, but extends Poppers out the window and puts him down.
I was just going to say, I think he thought that was going to be the last player that lops the util over and then runs to follow, but not quite to be. Now it's Quizzy in a 1v3 versus Na'Vi. Circle shifts north again into the open, and GK falls in 15th place. Reset should be possible for Na'Vi here, but they have way more fights to come if they want to stay afloat, as the swimming pool is lit on fire. Bushido pulling over. There's still 4 players alive, and once again, like in the previous game, taking the fight to Eternal Fire.
Trying to clear out the other Turkish team. Shido leave. Battles in session now, so be cautious. U2 goes through. Metabay does find Code Marco as well. It's a good connection for him. First kill for Bushido. Lots of teams, though, are here. Twisted Minds down to the final player. The GOAT that is Patoolings. Ascend had to crash over. Now the fight will continue. Circus Crew will hold out the top side. Resto, look for the high ground. U2 dump goes over the top. Doesn't quite get the connection. Jogo Benito has 2. They are currently holding. Nailor gets 1, 2, and 3 as he underpins the whole team.
What an incredible timing from Nailub, looking around the side like that. Able to find the first with the nade, audible cues impossible to react to on the bottom side of that play, and then peeks over, flicks the second and the third. Really heads up play from a player who probably had his worst competitive day of PUBG Esports ever. Yesterday, I think he did somewhere along the lines of 60 total AR damage. This is a great turnaround for Nailub.
I've just had to tuck down and run. They've just gone. A complete hold from Nailor. Jogo Benito now hold the high ground. They're going to hold the line. Slamgy obviously on that top side. But Patoolings gets 2 as well. It's Chris and Oko will forwards, and they bounce off of the backboard into the arms of Ascend. Gilikai, Brex need to make something happen. They have to stack up and try and take out Patoolings.
Not easy to make plays happen here. Patoolings, while being a solo, still doing everything he can to stay alive. The building is just exactly outside Circle 2, and it is closing in already, so he knows that time is against him as Quetpa. Oh, Spots Lookarook's trying to make a run for it, but BP ain't long for this world. Falls down, so does Twisted Minds. Your partner teams being taken out back-to-back.
It's definitely personal. Turn off our hunting me. Send. Dispatching of Patoolings now. Should be able to get the Reses back on. They'll be back to a 4 again. Need a big game. It is possible. Musses will go down. Jogo Benito causing damage. Let's try and get across to get that res. The smoke will help. Let's get away for it as well. Bushido, store in school. So's Ascend. Everyone else, apart from Vorpal Sword, sit on the outside edge.
I was going to say the only team that really I feel like got rewarded off of rotating off of Potato Mountain is actually Vorpal Sword. They opted to go to the dips on that northern side, and now that circle sent up almost impossible for them to not be inside the next circle to some extent. And as you can see here, they will be. And hopefully they're dug in deep, because there's probably going to be at least 2 teams looking to hop up to their current position at some point soon.
Send 4 kills from them. I'm looking towards that north, seeing if there's a way out. Now, when they've got neighbors as well, so this is going to come down to time, and Bushido and Ascend have to move. That's without taking to a fact that we've got Circus Crew. Ascend, we're looking on the way. Eternal Fire will be no more. They fall out in 12th place. Then the other teams on the outside edge is on the staff. Na'Vi applying the pressure towards win or die, eager to keep on top of the table.
Yep, they need to take them out quickly. I'm not sure what Hello My Bad is looking for right now. Looking for rats in the grass, maybe. I'm not sure. Great bounce back on the nade. Unfortunately, doesn't do the amount of damage that he was hoping for. Levante now runs out of ammo right as the rotation comes through, but Ketrux is there, ready and waiting with Dragunov in hand. Finds the first one, able to get the flush on him as well. It's win or die. They need to go aggressive on this. They need to take C4 out Na'Vi. C4 on the car, slowly creeping forward. Beats to follow, and bada bing! Bada boom! 3 players down. Na'Vi out in the next place.
Ouch. Ouch. Will die. Holding the south though. C4 in hand. Brex though. With a Panzer trying to find the Bushido as they're going to now try and make their push. Jogo Benito still hold the high ground as they are back in the kill. 6 so far for them. Top 10 team still not in the placement points as they are now seeing everybody else leaving it to the last minute as the school session ends.
Yep, Brax roaming the fence line with the Panzer in hand. Lops one through the smoke, not able to connect onto anything there as he sees Bushido up to get out of here, but running into trouble right as they do. Circus Crew falls in 10th place, and the fights continue as everyone, as I was saying before, tries to make their way out into the open. Doesn't make it any easier though when you have Jogo Benito sat up on Rossock Hill and doing as much damage as they are sent out. We are only now getting into placement points.
Enter into the placement points and enter into the Chaos Hive. Driving forward though, Bushido got a doozy under and behind enemy lines at the moment. Hive ready to wait in, Panzer in hand. The doozy activates though, but unfortunately doesn't get the connection. Presenti will fall down. Mogul on the other side gets Schengen and doozy trying to get back to his team, but Monodoct is there to save the day.
This feels like a 35-player TDM. I mean, everyone is shooting at each other right now. No one is proning it out except for Toika, who is hiding in Rosok, but he too is being shot at by Yoga Bonito as the rotation's now starting once again. We've got 5 seconds of catching our breath, and here comes BB team trying to make it to safety, running over to the position of win or die, but taking casualties and trying to get their one. One finds the second as well, and that's BB team down and out, and just like that, win or die has to try and reposition because now the push comes through from Warble Swords.
Football sort of committed. I didn't know. They were still holding on. They had to, though. There's the Famis in hand. Sloy Jacket's going to try and take the fight on, though. Leosh has to get into smoke, but he goes down. Sloy will clear that up. Good play, though, from Vorpal Sword, and we enter into a top 3. Now, Vorpal Sword down numbers. The chaos, though, as the score has finished. But it comes back down to Slam G. Yes, they might not get the kills, but now they're looking to close the gap and clutch themselves into a potential win.
I know it's warm in my office, but I am sweating right now. This game has been absolutely insane. One-Eyed King does go down in the end. Some misplaced util takes him down, but Vorpal Sword able to maintain 2 players alive. And again, this has been just a turkey shoot for Yoga Bonito. They have, for the last 10 minutes, not been contested up on the hill proper. So because they were able to make that space for themselves, they have just been sat up there shooting at every single team that tried to make their way into the open. I think Nailop must be closing in on 7 or 8 kills now. Actually, yeah, 7. Almost 800 damage done as well. So good damage to kill ratio on his part.
Such an insane play for Yoga Bonito. Like, they've held this as the duo. Remember, they're on a 2-2 split. They lost J Compound. They had to try and play and do something else. Now they've got to try and play and get the hold. Vorpal Sword on a full send. The Famis, though, as it rains out, the grenade goes over to the top, though. Does damage. It's not just 1, it's 2. Wow. And Noddy goes up to 4. 12 kills for Yoga Bonito. It's a 3 versus 2, and the detention session is underway. Will it be Yoga Bonito able to close the gap? Because Slam G has to go over the hillside.
Slam G made the smart play early on of wrapping the entire northwestern side of the circle and have just been slowly playing it out of Boatyard and are now set here comfortably in top 2 territory, not only in the game, but in the tournament as well. They've got everything they wanted from this one. Maybe only 2 kills, sure, but this is 8 points guaranteed, potentially to be even more. And for Yoga Bonito on the other side, they have been shooting at absolutely everything they possibly could. Again, Nailop had 0 kills through the entire 6 games of yesterday, now with 7 in this match alone.
Like Yoga Bonito, group stages, it was the chaos of the hot drop. The last chance, it was the chaos of victory. Now it's a combination of the 2 for them. They are dialing that up. This is a big game for them. You've got to remember they came in, though, actually in 13th place. So it jumped towards 9th. As Des was saying, a win, a good amount of kills, though, is changing the lay of the land. Now, the lay of the land does go back. Yoga Bonito still arguably have the higher ground. Slam G, unfortunately, with the additional player, have to try and make something happen because they can't all share this space.
That's the thing. They know they're against a duo. I mean, they've just seen both of them actually kill me, so they know it's 2 players up, and they know exactly where they have them. But look at this open stretch. They have to try and push forward if they want to make a play happen. Great headshot, body shot. Come through from Morgor. Once upon a time, that might have been a knock, but not right now. As Morgor is running low on ammo, trying to make something happen. Is that Noddy trying to make use of a repair kit?
Yeah, do it.
I think it might have been quick repair kit utilized with the 5 players left alive. Oh, again!
The repair kit happened. It helped. It helped.
More repair kits. More repair kits.
Noddy is holding the outside edge. They really didn't open and knock, but during this whole time, the pressure coming in from Mogul, he's down to 13 shots. He's sharing, though. It's allowed Arctic to get underneath the nose of Yoga Bonito. Now, can they appear over the top? Potentially not, but Arctic is going to cause an issue no matter what because they have to take the longer fight. Will Mogul click dry before Arctic has to activate?
The thing is, Mogul cannot get knocked now. He needs to keep shooting. He needs to keep Noddy running around. He needs to force him to not be able to hear Artie running up and getting this position. I think they realize now that both of these players are coming down the northern side of this hill, but nope. Again, Artie in a great position here. Solid positioning. Not only that, but also really good strategizing on the side of Slam G, taking full advantage of the numbers.
I'm pretty sure that's why, because Lurix was making them one as well. I think he's had to go back. You say Mogul has to keep shooting. Can he? He hasn't got the ammo. I know
you know, just click, just look at them with a gun in hand. Maybe that's intimidating enough. But look at this, the ring around the rosy. Artie is trying to funnel them down on that northern side and then let the util do the work for them. Great positioning, wrapping over the top side, finds the first one. This one should have Slam G written all over it as he finds himself the double. Great way for SlamG to close out the game. It's only 4 kills, ain't much to write home about, but solid execution here in the end against a Yoga Bonito that were looking unstoppable.
18-point game, Joga Benito, dangerous duo. They've definitely awoken. But yeah, it does go back to SlamG. Doesn't matter if you get the kills or the win. An average point is super high, though, for SlamG, and they're looking like a major contender here.
Surprisingly enough as well, I mean, they have really got something big going here. And this match as a whole was just, I mean, from early game shenanigans between Ascent and I believe Bushido over in Shelter to then the entire Potato Endeavor and then this. We had a 30-minute TDM game happening. It was all gun skill. Fortunately, not too much Panzerfaust action outside of the 1C4 explosion we saw on Na'Vi. We were blessed here, Mark, with a great game.
You're blessed with a great game. We ended at school. The bell rings. School's out, though, for match number 2.
So here's a fun fact for you. Yesterday, our last Orangle of the day, the first day of Grand Finals, was won by SlamG. And today, second day of Grand Finals, last Orangle of the day, won again by SlamG. And Avenger, this is not a team I thought we would even be talking about in the Grand Finals, but here we are. They are now contesting for the top spots in the overalls.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, these guys have been on many people's radar for quite a while, and I will say this though, you know, it's always great to have a prodigy come in and do great at the very top of the scene in the regionals, and here they actually have a legit chance of going to PGS or PGC. That would be amazing to see for SlamG, to be honest.
I mean, the crazy thing about this is obviously we, as Martin says, being on the radar, seeing how well they were playing in PPT, made no surprise they've also done pretty well when it comes to our FPP tournaments as a whole as well. And then what I was able to garner from them when it came to PvPT was their ability to always wiggle through and find an entry point into those later game circles. It doesn't have to be a big win. They're very happy to be able to take these smaller wins, and as long as they're getting towards the late game as 4 strong, and they're able to do it a lot, is SlamG. So if they can continue like this, sky's the limit.
For sure. So there we go. Those are your match results. And a team that I do want to focus on really quickly before we get into overalls is maybe not a team that really featured too much, but one that we need to talk about, which is Ascend, Avenger, because they have this drop-off that is starting to become a pattern in Grand Finals weekends, and I'm worried about them. Should their fans be worried as well?
I hope not. I mean, they are making some good decisions throughout here, but the problem is, like, if you don't end in school, it's a pseudo-urban ending. An unwritten rule is don't go to a city if you don't know it's going to end there, right? Because you're going to get forced out, and especially here, if you have to go out on the western side of school, you're going to have multiple teams on ridges around you, on high ground around you. They're just going to pick you apart. But managed to get 5 kills here, decent decision-making throughout. Might have been able to get, you know, a few more kills, but they got held out. Like, they got absolutely destroyed by Joga Benito. I think Win or Die was on the southwest side, also shot at them quite a lot.
Is there anything that they can do differently in their game, Kylaris, to change their fortunes, do you think? Specifically, I'm talking about Ascend.
A new coach.
It's tough.
I mean, they shouldn't have got rid of the old one, in my opinion, but
it's weird, right? Because we have a scenario where they did look pretty good in that group stage, and I thought that maybe kind of things have been tweaked a little bit to the point where they knew exactly where they were going wrong and how they were going to play out from there. But I don't mind the send that they're able to go for on school here to be able to dislodge Twisted Minds. Not only that's a very difficult move to make, but they did it successfully, and then coming out of a place like that, there's nothing really available to them. But from this game alone, I can't really garner too much other than that. I don't know. I cannot be the one to definitively say what they have to change right now.
Fair points. Okay, we're going to talk about the teams that we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard, but first we're going to look at these overall standings. And damn, SlamG sitting right there in top spot. Kylaris, that's a moment for them. I'm sure they're going to screen grab that. Can they keep that momentum going? The first team to get 2 wins in the Grand Finals.
A decent lead over number 4, right? Which is technically where you would need to be if there's no GPT teams in that top 3 to try and push yourself towards what the PGS is, like Martin was suggesting here. Again, similar to Win or Die, I'd love to see these 2 teams continue to be at the top. I think it's fantastic. I think that there is always the potential for a decent shake-up in this region, because me and Martin were talking about it just now. It's like, have the big teams fallen off a little bit. But our region is just so deep, Martin, that, you know, these teams can make things happen if the circles go their way a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the decision making around getting to it right, and at this point here, it's very circle dependent. Like, you see so many good teams make great decision making, get into good spots, but it's about setting up for that late game, that you have a fighting line, that you kind of get in there, and sometimes it's just impossible for you to do anything. But if you put yourself into those spots where you're like, okay, no matter where this next 2 circle goes, we're gonna do this, this, or this. And if you have that plan, and you have enough mechanical power and kind of fighting prowess to go through it, it's gonna be good. I will say this though, they have a 34-point lead down to high right now, which is quite significant. I mean, one of our old casters, he would probably say, wham bam, thank you Slam for going to PGS and PGC already, because this is looking pretty good, to be honest. Like, this is such a substantial lead already that we're not even halfway just yet. And I would say even for the rest of the day, like, if they just have mediocre games, they're still going to be in that top 4.
Something else that looked really good for me is if we looked at our previous matchup, those 2 teams that were sitting at the top of the match results, Win or Die and Yoga Bonita, they were farming kills, Kylaris, getting them all in, getting those points, and they've both had a consistently good showing for the most part, if you like. What did you think about their performances?
It's about time that we saw Benito pop off truly here in the grand final, right? Kind of getting 8 games deep. It's leaving it a little bit late to the party as a whole, but they look good in Last Chance. We know that Naileup is very capable, and we even saw it here, of course, with at least 7 kills. I can't recall if he got any more than that, but trying to deal with Slam G from where they were was always going to be troublesome, is fair to say. But they're not going for those hot drops. They've navigated around that in order to be able to get themselves some decent position as a whole. They just need a little bit more, and some of these spots to continue that on.
I mean, we spoke about this at length yesterday, but it is so positive to me, Avenger, that they have decided to change up their game plan coming into the grand finals. I know when you spoke to them, the young guns were pretty confident.
Yeah.
They wanted to just go in and, you know, drop and get people to move. They realized that wasn't going to happen, and it's actually worked in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also great for Naileup, as Toby pointed out, to, you know, step up and actually get some kills today. So that's awesome to see. But it just comes down to, once again here, squad size wins games. Like, here it's a 3v2. Like, if they didn't lose 2 players there, Jugo Benito, that was an easy win. And that's the case for them. They lose players here and there. Like, they need to stay together as a full form, and they need to focus on, you know, being close enough that you can refrag your teammates so you're not down to a 2-man.
Avenger, do you know what time it is?
It's time to Tego.
You're the only one that gives me so much passion in that response. I just wish I could introduce Tego with you every time.
I'll record it, and then you can just push a button, and then it's just like, you know what, guys, I asked Avenger what time is it, and then you push the button. It's the same every single time. Although, Sam, this is a northern plane path. It is indeed Tego time.
It is Tego time. What are you thinking is going to happen here, Kylaris?
Well, we've had so many of the circles along the river, which has caused some of these teams a difficult choice to make. Even the kind of like still having that lean on some of these bridges to maybe transition back up to that Northwest Island, or even having to do it totally here for PEC fall. So I think some of these teams are hoping for just a Western Island finish or just a mainland circle. Like, it's either way, they want to have that decision taken away from them and their lives a bit easier.
I tell you what, let's see if those decisions are taken away from them. Toby, Mark, what are you thinking is going to happen?
We're just talking about it amongst ourselves here, Sam. We are both hoping to go west of Songam. It's very specific, and it's probably not going to happen. And no, it didn't.
You've lost all your power, Toby.
I must have. We're doing full-on reverses now. But you know what? The game saw Naileup actually doing something today, and I was like, you know what? He gets a circle. He gets a circle, and there you go. Up towards Yongchon is where we're going, and well, seems that the last takeos have gone towards the river, Mark, and this sure as hell has a lot of water in it too.
It's going to go back towards that east corner, back at that pizza slice. But I will say, let's break this down from a zone point of view in some teams. So with Jogo Benito having a good game, they've now got the zone. Footy Sports Zone not qualifying to the grand finals. They've been taking all of their drop spots. So again, completely free for them. Do they have the rehearsed how to play this one? Are they going to close the bridge? I think Jogo Benito are going to be a really interesting team to sort of watch. The other big team for me, though, Toby, and I want to talk about more, is Ascend. Ascend need to ascend. No pun intended there. So they need some big games. Now they land at military or the army base. They normally play across towards that east. They go as close as they can towards that shipyard and try and take a little bit of a high ground. But they have a big card to play here. They could potentially hold on the road in the north and play late, praying that the zone pushes back towards the northwest corner.
You know what my biggest concern is, and I'm happy that you bring up Ascent on this, is I see where they are right now. And first I get flashbacks to the global game they played in this exact position and fell out early. But then I get flashbacks to PEC Spring, where they played this exact spot and fell out in 16th place. I don't know what it is, but every time they get this circle playing up towards the north-hand side, whether they're coming in from the east, crossing over, running into teams, they find ways to have one of the best starting positions in this particular circle and die before top 12. And I hope it doesn't happen for them, because I do like the guys. They're all good guys. But please make something happen now that you get a third chance at this.
I think that'd be okay. As I said, they've been, when they play really well, they play aggressive. And now they're moving across towards that east. That's telling me they want to try and catch teams on that rotation, because we are going to see teams rotate very much across to the east and try and come across that shipyard. So if they've put themselves in a position, they might be able to get the bridge camp. The question is, does It's Chris have enough panzers to try and deny any cars coming through? Good play from Twisted Minds, though. They went early. They've moved across the bridge as well, because we do know it can be chaotic. And as the guy said, we do expect the water to go, the zone go back towards the water. So Jock Benito, move out of town. Twisted Minds also get a foothold on that North Island.
I think it's pretty... I mean, one thing is Ascent wants to maybe prevent some teams from rotating northeast around. But I think they're also setting up to play edge effectively. It's very similar to what Loom Perfectix are doing right now. Obviously, we don't know for a fact that we're going northwest, even though it's highly likely. Extends, we'll just ignore whatever happened there. But I think importantly, they're trying to set up to be the edge team. They're trying to set up already in phase 1, looking at what's going to happen phase 3, phase 4, if we continue to go up the mountain towards the west. They want to be down at the waterfront, playing with no one behind them, and then kind of backfilling in on the edge, taking third-party opportunities as they come moving forward. So very smart to see them try and set up their strategies here this early on, like thinking many circles ahead.
I like it. Twisted Minds was seeing the foresight. The gods will gift them with a lot of drops as well, as they moved across and got blessed with an arsenal of crates dropping down on top of them. Krafton, on the other hand, though, going to be rotating wide on the west now, as Hive and the teams in this north have sort of played in towards that spot. And there's all the utility Twisted Minds much we don't need to try and win a game, but are getting blessed. And now they also have a very strong compound, again, with teams that might be looking to go, let's take a little bit more of a quiet rotation in. Let's go really, really east and come across in that shipyard.
So if they gave Batulans the FAMAS, what did they give the other guys? I don't know. I like to think that Perfectix and Example get crate prio, but maybe they don't. Maybe it's Batulan's time to shine. I mean, don't get me wrong, he is an incredible mechanical player too, but when you have the likes of... You know what? As I say that, I'm thinking, you know, the last couple of games, or last couple of days, Lou has been really good as well, so maybe they just all deserve it equally. That's what it is.
Wait and see. We'll wait and see. A couple of teams are going very much to that heavy east at the moment. GK, again, we know they can come from the bottom of the table, guys, and launch up towards the top, because they've done that in fashion and won the EC. So I'm really intrigued about at what time does GK like really activate? Like, what time is there enough games left for them to kind of climb the table again? I'm just worried that... Oh, go on.
They won't.
Oh,
the thing is, in PEC Spring, as great as they played in the end of it, they had moments in the beginning where I was like, okay, it's plausible. You know, we've seen enough glimmers of hope that this could end up happening. I don't feel like I've seen that from them in this tournament. Not yet, at least. Maybe it'll happen today, and then we'll be excited coming into tomorrow. But so far, I haven't gotten the same, you know what, they might actually pull it off again vibe from them. Not yet.
So I had that last year. At the beginning part of the year, I thought they were coming so strong. It's such a strong... Have they got experience? And they were at the bottom. I was like, oh, they're not going to do it. And
but that's what I'm saying. Do they have it now? Or do you have it for them now?
I think there's a world that they are going to climb the table. Now, there's an argument, obviously, if you look at the PGC points, that they've got enough and we expect them to go through, right? And but it'd be sad to miss them out on a LAN. Like, and they really need to get that LAN practice, so they should be hungry.
Yeah.
And they've got to change something up, because something is not working at the moment for them.
And you can't really, I mean, if it's one of those Doctor Strange, I've checked 14 million parallel universes, and in one of them did it work out. If that's what you're betting your betting your life on, then I don't call it confidence, you know. So we'll see what Giga can do if they get a western shift, even a south, or you know what, actually anything except for a northern one. They have a really good rotation path getting over quickly because they are close to the border, as are Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and Face, who have opted to cross that northern bridge. But they've been backfilled towards the east by Circus Crew as well. So should we go anywhere except for the northwest, we're going to be in for tough times. But as you can see with where everyone is set up, it's looking to go up in that direction. What are you oh-my-godding about now?
You just like look. I just looked at the map feed, and obviously the point you're alluding to. If everyone hasn't got the map feed up, !map into chat. Obviously, one person do it, get it up there. Everybody has gone to the northwest, give or take. Bushido's still coming in, Slam G and Win or Die. And you're right. What I'm really concerned is we're going to go back towards that pizza slice. We're going to go back towards the southeast. We're going to go, and that means everyone has to rotate. Now, you either go early and go for the bridges. Navi's already camping one of them. Joga Benito got a split on the other. Then we saw FaZe and Twisted Minds in that very dangerous shipyard bridge. Or you do a complete wide rotation. Go back towards Palace and come back in. But for the teams that haven't moved over, the Win or Die, the Slam G, Bushido, and Circus Crew, they have an opportunity to potentially farm a lot of points.
You know what, Mark? I know Martin is giving me a hard time for always saying I want a Millie Island circle. And I never get one because I say it every time there's a chance and it never happens. But I found my new Millie Island circle of Takeo. And it's not the small island towards the southwest. It is ending the game on one of the container ships. Out in the water.
I've seen people emergency pick up to there. So it's not a world that doesn't happen.
I was just looking at the map and I completely forgot they even exist. You know, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, the ships are out there for reasons. And you know what? Let's get them in play. So somehow find them viable. Just hard shift northeast a couple of times, and we'll see if anyone actually opts to try and hide out there.
Dabby, yes. Got a lot of love for you, and I'll give you the respect that you get the Miramar Islands, and you're trying to get it because it's a large landmass. But the fact you're trying to get an ending on 2 ships, really, really far out, is worldly.
You wanted the 1 in 14 million parallel universe GK ending, so I'll take my ship ending too.
The ships need to come a little bit closer, maybe crash into the land before you see that one. Zone's coming in. Win or Die, have an emergency pickup. They're going to get onto this.
Where are we going?
And be airborne.
East.
If it shifts back,
East.
surely not. Surely west. Surely west. Oh my God! Toby, what have you done to the zone?
Oh no! We are in for absolute pandemonium. Chaos will consume the server as these teams try and make it out towards the east. What in the world is going to happen here?
Welcome to the Chaos Show, everyone. We can use it as much as we can now. Arta used the ship to get back to dry land to shipyard as quick as he can, as the teams like FaZe get sending it as quick as they. Also, Twisted Minds not able to get over. FaZe went for a 2-2 split. Whee! Goes by half. Arta climbs up to the top. Good stuff, though. Gets Perfectix. And it now is going to be the mass migration as we see the rest of the teams scrabble their way to other bridges.
Oh, yeah, Vart was halted on the other side, not able to cross now because there is a traffic jam on the bridge. The only bridge that all these teams are currently trying to fight for. There is an extremely free bridge rotation towards that south, down towards Yonchon, but no one is eyeing that direction at all. FaZe down to just 2 players as Twisted Minds trying to make a play happen for themselves, but Yuka Benito is sat here. Ascent is up towards the north, and to make matters even worse, now there is a freaking red zone on top of all of them.
You must leave the island now. Ascend pushing forward though. Unfortunately for FaZe, they've lost 2. 2 remain to try and get the kills, and now they have to try and cause damage and stop as many teams where possible. Kidikai is looking for the hopes, the dreams of your ship ending, as Brexto in the eye in the sky, making sure no one is going to be going for the backfield. But we do have Krafton sneaking away on this north side, so they have to be cautious, but they have to dance the dance and make sure they don't get hit by the red zone.
I am baffled by the fact that literally no single team has managed to make their way over the Yongchon Bridge. Everyone's playing like, you know, we got to go for the wide one because if we take the close one, we're going to be in trouble. Oh, no, I'm hearing the beeps.
Oh, no.
The beeps of destruction are getting ever so much louder, ever so much faster as Twisted Minds in... Oh, it hit the... That's a counter.
No!
We talked about the Panzerfaust counter to BRDMs. You know what? Hit a tree and that might be the same thing. Wow.
Wow.
My oh my.
C4.
We are getting excitement in game number 3 as well.
C4 sings the song, but it only sings a song in the magical forest. It's not going to get the ability to underpin the remainder of Twisted Minds. Brexo taking more of the scenic route as he will now try and, again, let the guys know there is a team still playing their way. But he has to be cautious, as he doesn't have much more fuel left in the tank. And he has to try and get back down in the short. If he's going to glide his way over towards Shipyard, he has to do it now. He hopes to stand the chance for the rest of the team to get there.
So we've quieted down a bit as we now welcome the last couple of teams to this circle. It's Hive and it's Eternal Fire way down south that have yet to make their way in. But you know what? I respect a 3-kilometer detour in a shift like this if that means you get all 4 players alive and into the next circle. Even stop for gas. I mean, that's how wide some of these teams are rotating. BP team are down there as well. The map operators are having to zoom out now as well because they're realizing, wait, half the teams on the server aren't even on our screens. So many teams. They've gone all the way over Palace Bridge. They've crossed half a map the opposite direction of the circle to try and make safe passage.
What's really interesting on top of that as well, teams again didn't go for Yeongchong. They went down towards that Palace Bridge and the other Yeongchong. And there were so many teams, oh my days. And some teams then turned back around and come back to the North Island. And as a reward, VP being one of those teams, get the zone back their way.
I'm so confused. I'm so
Something's broken. Something's broken.
This is probably the most ridiculous, the most ridiculous game in terms of circle shifts I have seen all year. This is wild. And Virtus Pro, I mean, everyone's breaking their necks now, doing 180s all the time.
What is going on?
Everyone return! 180, reverse, go back.
They were going back the other way. Geeko lucky enough that they've now having to go for fuel. BB team got enough fuel in the tank as well. Twisted Minds lucky enough that they thought they might now be on the outside edges of 2, trying to go over towards Shipyard. Ascend unable to make the cross as they had Krafton coming in that northwest corner. And VP getting turned away by Hive, Geeko and BB now, who also get caught up on the bridge. They now need to get back towards the north side. Nade's coming in. A doozy finds Dante though, as the chaos is on the outside in the blue here, phase number 3.
You want to be a gas station owner on Takeo today because everyone is stopping for more. My oh my. And we are a kilometer out of the circle where this fight is taking place. 4 teams, make it almost 5, forced to be part of this fight. Eternal Fire saying, you know what, screw it, let's just try and send it, hope for the best. But look at how many teams are looking their direction now as well. BP team sat on the right island, but they too have a circle to go towards, and right now they can't be a priority of theirs. They have to try and fight this one at a distance as Eternal Fire makes the scent, go along the shoreline, and for now, able to stay afloat. I spoke too soon though, Marco falls.
What team? Sheila needs the med. Mad needs the med. Lucky enough, it's phase number 3. I want a refund on this map. I want a refund. I want another one's cast. This is chaos.
You wanted chaos. You know what? You wanted it, and now I give it to you, Mark. You don't get to back out.
One of us. One of us.
You don't get to back out of this one, that's for sure. Navi, you know, I feel like Sosa is just giving up. He's in the water. Maybe he's found a boat. You know what? Take a boat. Just hide under a bridge somewhere. Hope for the best. Same thing as we're seeing with Silas right now. They're set down here, and I'm looking for... Wait, where is... I can't even make out the last phase player. Is James still east, or is he just...
He went east. They were very, very far.
Way far east. Okay, Spiro, able to find the double. Good connections there on Hive as they try to rotate back. I mean, everyone is so confused. This is the 4th bridge that DK is trying to crossing towards.
It always goes back to the river, Toby. But
is there a way that we can somehow shift east now? Is there a way that we can go east?
We have to have the center on a part of the island, right?
I know we do. Come on, somehow.
But the worry I've got, though, is we're still going to have water in, and then we've got to shift again. So all these teams trying to shift over from the east, and then they're going to go shift again back towards the west. VP have a little bit of a blessing. They was the last team to come over and got caught up in traffic and just turned around. They didn't want anything to do with it. Now they've got to hold the defensive line. Vorpal Sword, it's Diffix. First, though, working from behind. Look at the try provide cover as he has bodies down as Monodocto is about to receive a grenade, and Sloy gets the price. 1 for 2.
This is brutal, if not straight up disastrous. I mean, there's nothing these teams in the southern side can do. They've tanked through all their meds, just trying to get back towards the circle. Now, Geek has probably roamed 8 kilometers outside circle, trying to find an approach, and where they end up is on the same bridge that got them here to begin with Vorpal Salt set inside, and they too aren't even inside circle. You have Presenti swimming to the opposite island to try and stay safe. I mean, this is complete and utter calamity.
What we can do on the desk, we're going to bring up most distance travelled.
Yes, please. Total travel distance. Top 5 travel distance. That would be, if we can get that up, that'd be hilarious.
Oh my gosh, Laesh is down.
It is, it's impossible.
He's got no meds. He's sharing meds out. He might have given one over. Again, you're not going to be able to swim because it's phase number 4, so you need a boat. The boat's already gone. The send have gone to the other side, taking the boat and come back. Obviously, we saw Circus Crew take the other boat. That's gone back as well. So everyone has to run their way through. So teams are going to be tabbing out. Blue will be king for round number 3 here.
Maybe down and out all the teams that, for good reasons, opted to try and go east, go over, and trying to come back proved too difficult for them. I love the patience from Slaw here. Finds the first one, swings around, goes for the second. Oh, almost missed it, but in the end stays alive. From one bridge to another, though, Bushido, the next one's to try and make the crossing happen. You know what? For now, you might be fine at just staying had it not been because you have Win or Die sat behind you, and Slam G coming in as well. It's all the top teams that are fighting for this bridge right now.
This is difficult. This is really, really difficult because, look, as I said, you can't swim across on phase number 4. You're going to go down, so you're limited on med. 39 meds! What is going on? Don't give it over!
Oh, no!
Michael gets one. Now, unfortunately, Bushido looking for the claim. And Win or Die getting flattened on the bridge.
They died. You know what I mean? When your name is either or, this is what they could do with it.
What's Twisted
I'm
Mind
still,
thinking
I'm still baffled with what we're seeing. Celtic just find a Twisted player with a C4, and in the end, it's going to be Twisted down and out. So Bushido, you know what? We talked about how they fare well in chaos. This is as natural of a habitat as you can give these guys. They are feasting in the famine, in the frustration of all these other teams. And to make matters even worse, here's Correxy spicing things up with a mortar.
Woodfire coming in. Oh, gets a bit of damage though. It's Loyal on the move. I wonder if he's seen the move from the car. Might be in the cover though. Joga Benito, obviously, who took that footy sports Young Chung drop. Obviously moving up towards the apartment. Has not really had to move just yet. Na'Vi finding her way in phase number 5 now. Circus Crew underneath the bridge as they remain. As the zone obviously shifts slightly away. And for the rest of the teams, calm before the storm, maybe?
Great timing on this one, too. Yeah, I mean, calm before the storm. A storm that's quickly going to be done and over. Great play by Na'Vi there. You have a player baiting the attention initially, then preps a nade, and that's when Hagatori peeks up from behind, gets a double. Just amazing 1-2 synergy between these Na'Vi players. Really good engagement there.
Oh, 31 minutes to go.
Hits.
And hopefully no one looks his way. So
yeah, fingers crossed. Oh, here we go. Mortars raining on in. They're way short. Or too far. I'm not sure if they're shooting for Ascend or if they're going for the gas station.
I think it's Ascend shooting for the gas station, but doesn't quite get the connection. Aniko does get silenced though. Confirmation for them. Circus Crew just on the outside edge. Nowhere really to play. So Bushido will try and lock down. Oh, there's a glider there. Maybe get into that. As more mortar fire will continue to ensue towards the beaches. Na'Vi though working their way around, trying to take on Circus Crew head to head.
Arta. I was going to say they're going to be met by all kinds of hell once they open up in that direction, and that's exactly what happens. Extend's able to find the Nog. I mean, you know what? Kudos to Na'Vi for being able to make landfall on the western island. They were one of the teams that went over early towards the east, played in the furthest from behind towards that eastern side, and are now on land. Still a top rotation to come, but on land, making stuff happen. Good salvage game for Na'Vi compared to the vast majority of teams who went out with close to nothing.
There is a world. There is a world. A Win or Die might get across this bridge.
Yeah.
Circus Crew trying to make the hold. As they're being troll-like underneath the bridge. First, though, final player for them. Has got 2 teams either side. It can be very apparent that a team is going to be coming in from that north, so makes the move. Now he's trying to reposition, trying to catch the run now as he does see one of the heads over Na'Vi. Extend's going to be there. Shots will come through. He does get the connection. Extend will fall. Looks like we'll try and hold. It's got farewell. Going to try and get the confirmation. Try and make this free, but he gets another one as well. That's a great nade from him.
Godfer lobbing one over. This should be 2 kills confirmed. No way, so said. Gets back up alive. There's Hakatori. He is running, maybe just to get a couple of first aids off his fallen teammate. And then get inside circle. Having said that, they are in just on the southern edge of that bridge. So maybe he can get him up and open up to be forced to blue. Where do we go?
To blue. It's got to again go west, right? Straight out west. Zoop. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be.
Everyone's got to keep moving. It's fair away from all the teams.
Kref, they won the previous game. Are they actually going to go back-to-back off of a game like this? Hakatori falls. Godfer, what he couldn't make happen with a gun in hand. He definitely knows how to with util. Great throws as he gets met by some himself.
Yes, use the rock to his advantage here. Bushido looking back this way. That's not going to be helpful for Jedrox, though, because he might be seen. And though also getting involved. So for the circus crew, the show might be coming to the end of the road. Win or die, sneaking up. I think there's a world where, like, Jedrox, as he exposes himself, as he take the shot, with everyone looking towards circus crew, I think for me, just med out. You've got another 20 to go. Yes, you've got zone to play, but multiple teams looking back towards the bridge now.
The fact that you can heal out phase 6 here is kind of wild, not gonna lie, but 'tis the way it is, as circus crew do get eliminated. I think everyone is hoping that Win or Die and Bushido fall right now, because look at the mid pack of Yoko Benito and Virtus Pro with a good chance of catching up. Right now, that 4th to 5th cutoff of 16 points down to Navi in that 5th place spot. You really want to get that mitigated. We don't want to come into tomorrow with it being practically decided already with many games to go. So for VP and Yoko Benito, they know it now as well. This is a good chance for them to catch back up. So we get to see Nail Cup. And wow. Flake there in the end. Bolt versus Arm. Arm wins.
Should love it. Not more bolts peering back into the ether. Bushido looking to make another charge forward though. 5 kills for them. Keeping above that line at the moment, as we do have Twisted Minds stored in that line. Ascend, as we said, we need a big game here. Only 2 kills so far, but arguably still a lot of people to claim. They're going to try and tighten up, reinforce the line. They need to try and reinforce using guards.
Yeah, Bushido trying to make an impossible ascent possible, and it's not to be. Nail up, finds the knock. Killdekai says, thank you, good sir. Able to get the flush on that one. You can see all of Ascent pretty much with level 3 vests at least as well. So good situation they've got going with the circle, and their backs safe as well.
So now finds himself back on the Northwest Islands for the first time again. Lucky enough, all the teams are on the mass migration towards the west as well, so he still has time to move. I don't know if he's going to be able to get ahead of this one, though. Nixie does find Jogger Benito. As Krafton does find Nixie, so a bit of a round robin here. So his teams have been on this side for a while now. Now starting to engage, and it's Chris. 90 in hand. You can hear the footsteps.
Should be able to make something happen, especially if he catches him with a mini in hand. Chris goes for the shots early. Instantly, you're seeing Nate's in hand of the opposing team. Oh, he almost caught that one with his face. Able to dodge out of the way, though.
I'm not going to lie, Toby. I actually dodged. So he's underneath the eyes of the double nade, though. Repositioned there. He did hit those shots early with that P90. Rexo holding the high ground, waiting for the peak. Zone does go back towards them, so they've got a wonderful line. But there is a solo individual that, if he makes it in towards zone, could turn Ascend's game on its head. But for now, we have to try and hold the line. Ascend does get Jogger Benito. There's 1, 2. Kiddikai will try and get involved again. VP coming over the other Jason's side, though. So it goes backwards and forward, and Ascend back himself now. Up to 5 kills, looking good.
Yeah, able to get some points off of the flushes with the util usage there. Jogger Benito gets completely peppered from multiple sides. Oops, that was a teammate. Oh, watch out, Brax. And he coaches just testing the safety of the gun. Which is actually a little unlucky, because Brax obviously jumped off the angle because he thought he was getting shot at from afar. But he had a pretty decent angle as VP were pushing down to get the flushes on the Jogger Benito players. So a little unlucky in that one. As we see Getrox, who has now burned through... What, 40 first dates to get here?
Yeah, just shy.
So close to the circle.
So it's getting close. With that team shot as well, they spun around. They might have seen him. Like, that could have been, unfortunately. Jedrox has made it in. He's made it into the zone. Now he just needs to lay down. And he's made it into a top 4. Oh my God. Ascend on a worldie. They think they've got his full control at the moment. He's give or take, he's there. One more step and he's in. He's now in. If he can make, he's going to be able to take... Oh
with
my
the
God.
last first aid he gets in, now creeping down behind Ascent. Little do they know that there's a sneaky snake who is, I mean, at half a hospital's capacity of first aids to try and get to where he is.
Well, that extra first aids that were dropped on the other side, the sacrifice that was from Win or Die has allowed him into a top 4. It's a 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 1. The solo outlasting the blue, and I said before, could really put a spanner in the works here for Ascend. They think they've got the line, they think they've got the control. They're all sitting next to each other. Little do they know that there is someone sitting next to them also.
Oh, great plays coming through from Virtus Pro. We know they're so good up close, and here they prove it once more. 4 kills thus far. It looks to be a good cleanup for them, at least on Kref, with Ascent now coming over the top helping, but Kedrox, he's still set right behind Killiakai, and that's the flank player of all as well. A player you cannot afford losing. He's your anchor right now. He's what's allowing you to push up like this as Chris makes that P90 work for him. When are you gonna shoot, Kedrox? When are you gonna shoot?
He's got 21 air bullets, okay? So when he shoots, he has to shoot and he has to score, and then he has to get the ammo quickly. I think he's waiting for the kill feed to light up a little bit more. He needs to get the opening. VP on the hold, though. 7 kills for them. It's starting to be explosive for them. He's got his Chris down, so he could potentially, there is a world where he can win this if they start bleeding other numbers. The U2 don't come through. He knows he's got one of the reads from Ascend, and Beamy, though, dodges the grenade as Ascend have to keep rapping to the west.
The thing is, Ascent has to be so confused because they see that there's 8 players alive and they know they're down to 3 fighting Virtus Pro. They must start to realize, wait, there might be a snake behind us. Gedrox, locked a nade. But now he has Killiakai at a distance, so do you go for a nade? Now he does, he commits to it, throws the nade on over. As soon as it lands on the ground, he starts shooting, but the nade bounces spawn! And now it's been seen! No! For all that effort! You know what? Top 3 still commendable, but Killiakai has got to be so confused.
That's 4 versus 3 at the end.
The shark missed the board.
Oh, yeah. Unlucky for there. Brex does get Nixie 3 versus 3 as VP did get the reses back on. Tried to crawl forward to try and get the information. Brex, though, on the tree, just trying to wait out. He's going to pop the flash around the corner, though. Brex, he has to hold. The flash does get the connections. Allow Brex to move, so he has lost his player. But he has to be careful because he can hear the footsteps of Aniko. He launches forward, though, but Brex activates again. Aniko gets the final, and he goes round Robin one more time. 2 versus 1.
Great trades come through here from Aniko. Maybe using the teammate as bait a little bit, but so hard to get that wrap around in the circle. Great 2-piece, though, for him as now. It's just Lukarux left alive. Has 5 flashes to work with. Throwing some smokes now, try to make anything happen. I like the fact that they're flexing this one out wide. Don't take any chances on this. You have a 2v1, you have to be able to trade for one another.
Have to trade, they have to exchange it. I think they know exactly where the bodies are. There's no sound cues coming from Lukarux, though. He's backed up. There's that confirmation done from them. So they're another point on the board, and Ascend find themselves now with 10 kills. Aggressive stance. You're right. They have to exchange here, Toby.
Yeah. I love the fact that they're repositioning off of that as well. They run up to the top, get the first flush, then they reposition, get the second flush, reposition. Don't allow for Lukarux to know what's about to happen. Now, flashes come the other way. They're going to try and keep him out on the edge with his back against the blue. Circle closing ever so much further in. There's only so many spaces he can sit in, and once again, they're going to peek this one as 2.
Have to peek. Nice move, though, using the smoke. Lukarux now playing ring around the roses. He has a flash in hand. More smokes, though, for Ascend, but nothing heavy on the util side, though, but they are starting to split. This is going to give the opportunity towards Lukarux, though, if you can isolate one of them.
It shouldn't be allowed. Like, there should be no way that Ascend throws this one. We'll see. He has them. He has the car for cover as well. He will be seen underneath it now. Down to low HP. Lukarux, though, able to get the first off the side angle, but luckily for Ascend, Killiakai is there to secure what ended up being, Mark, one of the most obscure games of Takeover we have ever seen.
Well, was it from the zone? Was it from the whisper of the ear from Jedrox? As he got so close to Killiakai, he whispered to the victory. Ascend rise above the rest after a very, very chaotic zone. I still think I want a refund for that one. That there was madness.
I don't know if they rose above anyone. I just think they didn't sink like the rest of them, because that was the case for quite literally every single team on this server had their time where things were looking impossible. And in the end, it's Ascend who comes out victorious.
Ascend takes the victory, and we'll talk about that in a bit, but let's just have an overall conversation. What the hell was that game, Kailaris?
I don't know. I'd gone away to get a coffee, and then I was like, uh-oh, those circles are getting spicy. And then I went to get a biscuit, and I was like, oh, God, it's happened again. What a wild game. It serves me right, Sam. I shouldn't have mentioned anything about the river at the beginning of this game because it's all over.
Eventually, it was just a crazy time, right? And it was an opportunity for us to see a lot of teams have to really use their brains a little bit this time around.
You know what? First circle, I thought, oh my God, this is a rough one. And then second circle, it's like, no, wait, can't go even. And then third circle, I can't. And I couldn't talk for the rest of the game. So it's a good thing I didn't cast because this was one of those circles. It's just like, if you were like a team that had the first priority to go on the eastern side and then it go back west off a something, I would say like 30% chance, 20% chance, you would just be pulling your hairs out.
I love the fact that Ascend was able to win this, especially considering that just before we were talking about what they needed to do and how they needed to improve. It's almost like they were listening to the desk, Carlos.
How to improve? Get a home turf circle where 15 of the other teams are having a real problem time on deciding where they need to go. It should have been Ascend trying to get themselves at least big points from this. Obviously, they were successful with that. Down to the wire, though, against Virtus Pro, who were holding positions against the likes of Krafton and things like that. Obviously, Virtus Pro technically not in those top positions, in those podium locations that they'd love to be in just yet. So they also get some decent points off the back of it. But yeah, look at that. Just at the final moments, Kilikai able to do the business.
For sure. So Ascend takes the victory. Virtus Pro will be up there with some points as well. They're steadily just keeping themselves in the top and in contention for a top place Avenger, which is good for them, especially considering that they had such a slow start dropping into the last chance qualifiers.
I mean, there's multiple cases where they have to, they're of the grace of Gedrox not losing Kilikai, which actually got the last kills here, right? So it's huge. Kilikai also getting 5 here. Massive game for him, obviously. To the 21 points here. Of the 24 they had prior to this one is going to put them in the kind of mid-pack now. So great things to get kind of started here today, I'll say this. But they need a GK level of second days like we saw in spring, like 70, 80 points for them to put themselves into that striking distance of a PGS slot.
For sure. Almost a transformative performance maybe coming in from this game, right? Where they could potentially, use this as a leverage point to then get themselves going a little bit more. Because again, with Aniko on board, I was impressed with what I saw in the group stage. I want to see more of that, more chasing, more going for Ascent. Let's go. Yeah.
Let's take a look at your overall leaderboard now. We are halfway through day number 2, halfway through grand finals weekend. And this is what it currently looks like. What do we think about that, Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing it's a rough game, right? But Winner I getting points here, obviously, good kind of clutch for Gedrox. It could have been one more point. The guys were, speculating. He could win it. He could third party that last fight and then have a chance here, but he didn't have the discipline to hold back. It could have been cool, but once you're getting down to like a set number of players, other teams are gonna be, there's 8 alive, there's 3 on our team, and there's 4 on the other team. Well, where's the last guy? And then you start looking around, right? So he had to strike, but he didn't make it happen. But still clutched a lot of points from using, 25 first aids coming over the bridge from Shipyard all the way over towards Yongchong.
For sure. Let's take a look now. We're going to move on from the overall leaderboard, and we want to take a look at an opportunity for you to win some G coins. All you need to do is make the talent laugh. And the talent that you'll need to make laugh could potentially be Kyle Laris and Avenger. So keep that in mind. All you need to do is send a funny gift.
Maybe harder.
Work hard and send it through there. We want to reward you with G coins for having a sense of humor. I hope that you had a sense of humor watching that particular Battlegrounds, because that was rough. That was rough for a lot of teams. All right, we are going to take a quick break so that you can reset and that you can get comfy, get some snacks, because we got 3 more games coming up. Kyle Laris and Avenger will be on casting duties. We're going to do a quick swap around, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sound Effect Challenge. I'm your host, Toby, and this is episode 2. These sounds are provided by a mystery person who has done their best to try and see if they can imitate the sounds from in-game, and it's then up to the players to figure out if they can guess what those sounds are. I'm joined by Crossberg, T-Bone, and PewDD, and so far, it is 1-1-1 on the scoreboard, so dead even. means that it's up to you guys to see if you can separate yourself from the pack, so to speak. Let's go straight into the first round of episode number 2.
Dun, 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 dun.
I went for the revolver R1895.
Okay, the revolver. Respect. Yeah. Crossberg, what did you guess?
P92.
P92. Okay, the pistol. And what about you, PDD?
I don't know, I just answered, and now I'm thinking it was a bad answer because I answered shotgun.
The correct answer is, in fact, the deagle. So none of you got that one correct. Let's go in and get a listen to round number 2.
Dunk, boo. Dunk, boo.
Okay, anyone dares to go first?
Smoke launcher. I'm sending it.
Smoke launcher. Fair enough. PewDD, what are you saying?
I answered flare gun, but yeah, now I believe
Flare
it's
gun,
smoke launcher.
also a good guess. And Crossberg, what are you saying?
Pen?
The pen? Yeah. Okay, it was neither of your guesses. It was the mortar. I think I would maybe have done like a.
That's not guns. You gotta put it
sound.
down.
Yeah, this one only flew up. This one only flew up. It wasn't. It didn't actually manage to hit the ground on the other end of it. We're still at 1 point across the board. Into round number 3.
Click. Boom.
I believe it's Panzerfaust.
Okay, Panzerfaust and PewDD. What are you saying, T-Bone?
Panzer as well.
Panzer as well. Crossberg, what is your guess?
Panzerfaust.
You know what, guys? From having gotten the very first one correct, then everyone since then wrong, you are now all correct once more. It was, in fact, the Panzerfaust. You guys go hand in hand. Everyone's at 2 points as we go in here to round number 4.
Dun, 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 dun.
Someone's playing the maracas in the background. I like it. Any guesses? Crossberg, we'll start with you. What is your guess?
Okay. Revolver?
Revolver. Okay. What about you, T-Bone?
I didn't guess. I've never heard anything like that in my life.
Well, if you were to guess, go for it.
Let's just go revolver as well.
Revolver as well. PewDD, what do you say?
Revolver, but there is 2 revolvers in this game. So revolvers.
Oh.
Revolver 1895, I guess. This on
You know what, PewDD? It was, in fact, the R1895. Since you were the one that not only got it correct, but also got it specifically right by the full name, I will give you a chance to decide. Do you want to keep the guys in the race with you? Do you want to give them a half point? Or do you want to just keep the 1 point to yourself and give them nothing?
No, I want to keep it to myself. I want to be a leader in this hard game.
You know what? We're competitive people. Not going to give them a chance to catch up. I respect that. So it's 3 to PewDD and 2 to Crossberg and T-Bone as we go in to the last round of episode number 2.
Dun, clink, clap. Dun, clink, clap.
I went sawn off, but I changed it to smoke launcher.
Smoke launcher.
Smoke launcher as well. PewDD, what are you saying?
It's the same as everyone. Smoke launcher.
Everyone's saying smoke launcher. It was, in fact, the Winchester. I guess the clink clack is the reload. But nonetheless, we are now in a position where at the end of episode 2, PewDD has managed to separate himself from the pack. He's in the lead, 3-2. So make sure to tune in again for episode number 3, where we might also figure out who our mystery person is.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
And I'm out in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear. Every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
You're watching the PUBG EMEA Championship for 4. We are halfway through day number 2, halfway through the competition grand finals specifically. And Mark and Toby are now on the desk. We're going to talk about that game and the others that you've already casted. But before we do that, we have some G coins to give away. So over the course of the group stages, last chance qualifiers, we've been asking you to submit your favorite moments from past PECs, and we've actually nailed down some winners. If we're featuring your video, you can win some G coins. Make sure that your DMs are open so we can slide on in them to give you your codes. But let's get into it. The first one that we have was a submission from Furious Mind. Toby, I recognize that voice.
Good times. I remember this game. Such a different. It's so much fun going back in time and seeing these team lineups. We go, oh wait, yeah, they used to be playing with those guys. You see, a lot of these players are in this tournament. We're having here today as well, but the amount of use of them question mark here is just.
Conflict going off of this. A doozy has
Just
fallen.
Yeah, no, it's filthy. It is filthy. Just wait, it only gets better. Look at the amount of cars stacked on top of each other as well.
A hectic fight once again.
Look at the cars. You can't get into the building.
They're running up to the second floor. They're like
The casters are saying it too, you know? I mean, it's, yeah, they're literally using the cars as staircases. It's good times. Good times.
That was a fun one. Let's take a look at our second option. Another fun moment. Walk me through this one, gents. KotiRX has submitted this. I hear an O there. What are we thinking?
It's one of the most legendary EMEA clips probably ever. I think it might go down as one of the most watched EMEA clips ever.
I remember this.
Why am I so squeaky when I'm laughing?
circle from his opponent.
I've just been laughing the whole time.
It was really funny. We saw it in the making too. I'm glad the observers actually caught it because it wasn't that impactful and there was a lot of fighting going on. But the fact that they actually stuck with Chris all the way through and he then gets the double, a little shaky on the second spray, but hip fires him with the mini there. That was.
There's a couple of things from It's Chris there, though, right? He transitioned to the back of the Jeep, and then he was okay. And then as he gets out the car, instead of just sitting there on the outside edge, he gets into the vehicle as well. So, yeah, Chris is always creative. And I remember this. This was insane.
Good times.
What was it like watching that from home, Mark? I mean, at the time, because you mentioned there that you remember watching it.
Well, you sitting there and you just see it happening, and this chat just blows up. Everyone is like, "Oh my God, rise up a send, rise up a send!" And then he gets the first knock, and then he goes for the second, and then he gets the second, and the chat just completely sprung away with it. But it's always him. It's always Chris that does these quite crazy plays.
It was a little bit crazy from Chris. Now we have another clip that was submitted by Mr. Harlek. I hope I've said that correct. What are we looking at here, boys?
We're not looking at anything yet, but we're looking at something in about 3 seconds, if I remember correctly. Sinka pow. The funny thing is, I mean, there are so many things happening in any given game of PUBG, and I really feel like so many of these moments, while they were great to cast from home and, you know, sitting in the comfort of your own place and for the players too, and for the viewers, I wish all of these moments had been in a big arena, you know, because the crowds would have gone absolutely crazy. We still have the clip from FACEIT Global Summit way back in the day when Captain threw an 8 and killed 3. Like, this was arguably more players. Of course, they were downed, but like just the roar of the crowd in the background brings so much more energy into these clips.
Okay, so we've got our next clip. It's from PJ Fry. Mark, how do you think this would be handled in a crowd?
This is insane. Again, at home was insane. Because at your point, you look at this, you think it's a complete write-off, and this is a clear 1 versus 4. This is on Everest as well. So, late game antics, final game. FaZe obviously looking to try and climb that leaderboard, so he puts the 2 down. And I don't think I had any idea, Sam, that he was here. So it just shows the level of IQ, 1, from James and how we can kind of break these down. But 2, again, massive shout for the observer that just stuck with him, didn't go for any wide angles, and just hears the sound cues and underpins. Is a
insane
textbook 1 versus 4, if you can even call one of them textbook, but just great play from him. High IQ.
Can you imagine the crowd reacting to that one?
Not crazy. Everyone would have been flying out of their seats. Having said that, this is what FaZe needs right now. They need that James back. The 1v4 James, because I think they have 1 point today. Can't really fault them. The games have been chaotic, but hey, James from way back when, come on back. We need you.
A final clip for the history books, and another walk down memory lane. Here we go, Toby. What do you think about this one?
Danger zone. I remember this. The glider players, they chase him through the Gatka. Oh, well, not so much the Gatka fields, but the south of Pachinki fields. And this was not right after the glider had been introduced to esports, but not very long after. So this was just so new, so different. Seeing a proper like chase come through like that. Good times.
Good times. Malcolm Sang, congratulations. You got some G coins for reminding us of this damn moment, right?
I think it's one of the first times actually we also saw like the double up where we normally get the single seat swap. They were just chasing him down. Again, I remember this as well. And they did not want to let him go at all. So a good clip, to be fair.
Can I just say good job to our viewers out there for actually finding some really good memory. This was a nice little nostalgic walk back memory lane, you know. Thank you, viewers. Good job finding some good clips.
Right, and fitting because we came off the back of that crazy Tego. Now we get to see all those clips. It's kind of got me super hyped for the rest of the day and what Rondo might deliver for us. I mean, Mark, it's been a day. Let's just say that. It has been a day, right? Do you think it continues as we hit this halfway mark?
Cheeks are hurting.
Just been laughing too much.
Just been laughing the whole time. Can we get a chaos game like that? Rondo can produce some crazy circles, but surely not. Surely match number 9 is cream of the crop for today. There are some teams, though, Sam, that are going to need some big points, right? So, look, Ascend, VP at the end there, that's going to be really good for them because they're jumping up that leaderboard. They need to do the same again. But then you look further down that leaderboard. We look at the GKs. They're now at the bottom. We look at the likes of FaZe Clan, as we mentioned, not getting the points today. So, final 3 maps here, Sam, like, they're big names that need big points.
That was something that surprised me, Toby, because I thought the bigger names would handle some of the early uneasiness better in what they maybe have. And obviously now on the leaderboard, it's showing.
I think the main issue with what I'm still giggly from that previous game, by the way. The main issue that we have with what we witnessed in the first 3 games today is that good teams can handle player chaos. Player forced chaos, bad rotations, weird, pull-ups, whatnot. Circle chaos is its whole own thing. It's completely unpredictable. There's nothing you can do against it, of course, unless if it's in those phase 4, phase 8 situations. So you can't really plan too much accordingly. And with what we were given today, we're just so much of it that it was insane. I will say, a Jadina City ending, I've never seen it. If we get one here, I've never seen 2 teams fly towards Jadina either. So there is that. Maybe it's foreshadowing, maybe not. But nonetheless, we've had a crazy day today, and Jadina has to be the place to go to add it even more.
Avenger and Kylaris are ready. You're watching PEC Full. It is the grand finals weekend. And wow, let's head to Rondo.
That's right. Thank you very much, guys. It is time to get it going. 4th game of the day. And a spicy circle, to be quite frank, for Rondo. Avenger joining me on the mic to bring you the last 3 games of the day. What do you make of this one, Avenger?
I mean, after what we saw from the last one, right? It's going to ping pong on both sides of the rivers and we're going to end up somewhere crazy. But yeah, what a great set of games we've had so far. Very difficult, obviously, for the teams to come in here. And that's, for me, I'm feeling a little bit sad on behalf of the guys, right? Because you're kind of expecting a little bit more, chill, laid back, games that you can figure out and say, all right, guys, this should happen. And if we put ourselves in this position, we should get some kills, or this is a winning compound. Nope. It's just been absolute mayhem today. And you know what? Sometimes you just got to give it to Mark. He loves being an agent of chaos, as he's said 15 times so far this entire tournament here. And this time he got it. I've never seen anything more crazy on Tego like we just saw there.
Yeah, definitely crazy circle. And well, we'll see if we're going to get a repeat, because, yeah, I mean, technically speaking, what Toby said with Jadina City right there in the circle, I know it's probably not happening, but it's as close as you're probably going to get when it comes to our Rondo circles and how things do work on out. Of course, Volpusword would be laughing if it was going down that way, but probably not going to be the case. For everybody else coming to a circle like this, I mean, there are tons of paths to be able to take some wide rotates, some wide wraps on in, but I think for a lot of teams they might be angling towards the west side of a circle like this is kind of where we're normally going to in something like this, but well, we'll see.
Especially considered here, like with the land ratio in circle 4, I mean, once you see Circle 2 and 3, there's going to be so much already decided because there's so much water. But playing close to the bridges, having an opportunity to go both sides, like we just saw in Tego, is definitely the same kind of style we're going to see for the majority of the teams here. But it's going to be cool if we get some ping pong endings more. But for the teams playing, obviously, it's going to be absolute mayhem. It's going to be torture, and they hate that. They hate the unpredictability that we sometimes have. Diffix getting close to maybe sniffing out at the Quell headshot, getting him out of the car. Ooh, he saw him running. Yeah, headshots. Oh, didn't line up perfectly, and he's he got one. Yeah. Oh, the drive-by with the JS9 gets the Quell down. And now GK being last right now with 3 games played so far, we're not going to see that big comeback. I would say almost at this point here, almost, you know, it's 50 points up to third. It's going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, definitely they lost mojo a little bit during all of things going down, especially EWC. But Boostic will take down Noddy to start things off. Nail Up goes down as well. The JS9 having big impact already in our Rondo. It is still a blaster, despite not being as strong as it was when it was first introduced. Still very, very potent.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong gun here, especially with the SMGs. Oh, great shot and peaks here from Sosa, just destroying Simon. Jogo Benito here falling apart. Now Johnny Kristalny left. And I don't think he's even going to have a chance to get the scraps and get the blue chips here to recall the guys back. Difficult for them, especially considering they're actually pretty central in this zone, but all the teams are just 4-man pulling up, clearing out the compounds together as a squad here. Meanwhile, win or die might be... Oh, that's actually a great path, but shots are coming in. Get Rockstar connecting onto Celtic here. Bushido going down here early on.
Well, honestly, man, I have to ask or pose the question or thought of, with win or die where they're at right now, number 1, 90 points, how much more do they need to really secure themselves at least a top 3? Because it's feeling like we're getting very close to that already.
That's looking really good for them already, right? And I will say this though, because considering we have, you know, more points in the tournaments since we played spring, it's going to be slightly higher. In spring for the grand finals, our top 3 was 122, 125, 127, 130, 143. So, and Twisted Minds was 4th and 5th. So let's just add like a flat 10 more points for that. For you to be safe, I would say like 135, 140 should make you pretty safe. But then again, if we have our bottom teams not getting that many points, right, it's going to be even higher. So it's really dependent on the kind of the sponging. Like 100% safe, we can say 145. I would say I would go as far as saying it. But the real actual cutoff for the last spot for that PGS qualification could go lower. Could be 130. Could be 135.
I mean, what a win alone it would be if they're able to get top 3. Never mind challenging for number 1, which they are doing right now. Great stuff by them so far. And for BB team, not challenging for number 1, anywhere near it, in fact, as they are currently quite significantly behind. But Rondo traditionally has been very kind to BB team. They've been able to get some decent wins off the back of it, been able to hold down some strong spots. I'm thinking all the way west on a Rondo and some other compounds that they've been able to utilize. So they definitely have some good mastery when it comes to the fields of Rondo.
Yesterday, both Twisted Minds and BB team obviously doing great with the Rondo, but this is a difficult circle, difficult approach from the majority of the teams obviously getting in here, and it's, you know, Rondo has been, because we have a lot of water, because we have all these pillars, high ground, small mountains that are also considered land ratio, it's very figured out. It's very calculated already. Like, you have these heat maps that people are pulling out and analysts are pulling out for the teams, and they're like, okay, circles can't end in these 15 or 20 spots. All the other spots are just like really hot spots. You have very predictable circles once we get kind of close to the certain areas, especially around the water. That's in play for the rivers that are, you know, have deep water and everything. But we'll see once we get to phase 2 and 3. We'll kind of hark in on that and see what teams are already well informed.
Twisted Minds just taking a few shots here and there, just kind of flexing their muscles a little bit on the north side of the circle at the moment. And they're in a position where they're trying to secure a location so that they can maybe transition across a river if needs be. So just pitch it up in a nice... Wait a minute. Don't fall in the water.
That's close.
He almost tipped. He almost tipped.
That was close. was scary, to be honest. But yeah, Gedrox once again, getting close. And, I think there's a world record in the last game. I think we saw something like 3,997 health recovered in that one game.
That's very specific. You said something like, and then give me a specific number.
Didn't get the point. There was also a point. I think it's 0.7. I'll be so specific.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So it was insane. The amount of health he recovered throughout that game obviously was
that is great.
With the 39 first aids, beating Beamy's record for entirety of PGC last year in just a single game. I don't know how much more he did, but he did a lot of healing then. But recovering and salvaging a game where you're down to one player. That's exactly how you get to PTSs. That's like how you get to PTC. If you're able to make sure you, instead of going out with 1 or 2 points, you go in and you get 7 or 8. That's exactly how you want to look at things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even something as simple as just them getting that one kill when it's coming over the bridge, right? And Gedrox gets one here as well. It's just all of these little things will add up. If you can find them, you will be prospering at the very end of everything. As Hive now is coming in the north side of Jadina City. I wouldn't mind if they moved a little bit more west. Looks like they are going to be doing so, just taking up some of these compounds and spots. But it's not like they're going to be rivaled in that kind of location at the moment at all. That is a lovely tractor. Yeah, a lovely little crane there. Okay, let's see where we're going to go for this second shift, because obviously, our first shift, I should say.
Oh my god.
Dear me, what is that? What is that?
This is rough. I mean, the majority of the circle is obviously on the western side, but we just saw ping pong. So what we just had on Tago, it's very, it's almost replicated here. I will say this though. I see it's gonna be very difficult to even have the second circle not be in water if it goes east. But yeah, we'll continue to kind of follow this on the. Live news here on the Rondo Angerman position here that we are in.
Yeah, thanks for the weather report. Like, this is just... after watching what we just witnessed in Tago, and now this, I can't help but feel there's been some divine intervention somewhere. This is wild. This is one of the more wild second circles we've ever had in Rondo, period.
This is, if we go back to 2019 and this circle appears and all of a sudden PlayerUnknown's in the chat, and we just know, it's it's a classic. Doesn't happen too much anymore, but Code Marco and Ascent now, Eternal Fire having a fight here, and so far for Eternal Fire, I was really hoping for them to come in and really prove to us that these guys have been on multiple lands before, very experienced roster, but right now 26 points, not looking good here for Eternal Fire in the bottom two.
No, especially since they look good in the group stage, but they are kind of running down Ascend quite handedly at the moment. There is a Panzerfaust in hand for Chris. Ooh, jeez Louise. Okay, so some more explosives heading their way. Try to shut them down. Schiller does not Chris, so that takes away some of that explosive potential here from Ascend. And Kiliakai on the opposite side of this. They know exactly where he is. Go for the spray. Straight through the smoke, predicting his movement. Perfect clinical execution by Eternal Fire.
Yeah, and Tooling actually looking really strong right now. If they can hold on to this spot here and not have too many teams kind of backfill this, it could be good. They have a rest station close as well. Sometimes teams obviously go for that for a full crack to maybe get 1 or 2 players back here. Bushido, he's going to go down, isn't he? Hello, my bad finds Medibay. Bushido's going to leave him as well. Bushido losing another player. It's just not optimal here for them.
When a die keeps taking these scraps here and there and performing very, very well indeed. Even little seat swaps in the Pico to try and do a little bit more damage to Bushido. Trying to find a few more kills wherever they can. And the Picos are scary. They're fast. They're silent. They are deadly. And while that is said, I'm interested to see how these teams in the north side are going to approach this. Like, Batulins, if you're watching the map, you can see him on the opposite side of the river to the other 3. So trying to kind of hedge his bets here, trying to figure out the puzzle, figure out where they're going to go. Because it's really not decided just yet at all.
Oh, so many teams are obviously, it's not been decided, they're passive. They're waiting. They don't want to get in there. But the western side is already so congested and close with teams. There's so many teams close to each other now. Win or die, Twisted Minds. Yeah, they have. They're committing here. They are going on that eastern side. Maybe because it's also, you can cross the top side of the river. So that's also why I'm thinking, okay, they're sticking on the north side, because if they have to either swim or try to drive across or something like that, that's definitely possible. Win or die more shots coming in for them. With the 2 kills they've gotten already is obviously great for them. But yeah, Twisted Minds committing to this eastern side. Let's see where this circle goes and how they kind of commit to this deeper side. Okay, west is actually where the majority of teams expected, so more east. And this next circle after that is also going to go away from the water. So we're going to end somewhere close to Tuling. And if you have updated heat maps or looking at it, Tuling is also like a really kind of heated area where you have a lot of end zones that is kind of coming in there from phase 4 and on.
Yeah, Twisted Minds maybe for a mad dash across once again, but they do know that GK is lurking around, so maybe they want to take a bit of a fight with this and try and clean up some of these kills. PWD and DFX, though, do have some angles on this, and they're looking Perfectic's way. He almost gets knocked instantaneously from that. Now he's in the... Oh, they could take some tires here and really slow them down a little bit, scupper some of their plans, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case just yet, as Vorpal Swords, where are they? Down south, as they're looking the way of Circus Crew. Twisted Minds is going to make the mad dash here. Thankfully for them, as I say before, there is this little shallow that you can get across with vehicles.
Yep. That's exactly their plan here. Maybe they're even considering here, maybe, you know, we can set up shop, maybe get some points going. Trying to send it across. Or actually just hold on. Maybe they've heard Bushido trying to get across. Oh, they're swimming. They're diving a little bit too. But there could be points to be had here with teams trying to get across. Twisted Minds is definitely a team that's, you know, very coherent in their decision making in terms of, okay, risk versus value.
I mean, what you were saying about the option to go to the east side to then use this transition method for this small, like, little small little shallow is perfect stuff from them. But again, you're not really that deep in the circle. But there is the potential that you can try and farm something from it. Obviously, they didn't really get much from Bushido, but GK has still got to make their choice. So has Kref as well. So we'll see if they can continue to hold anything out, unless they go all the way around, go for a bridge or something like that. But you've got to imagine that somebody would be holding the bridge, right? If you are going to be one of those teams on the east side. So definitely something to be concerned about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most of the teams that are going to be like, okay, there has to be teams coming across here, so we shouldn't. And the teams that are already bridge camping, they're thinking, yeah, we should be getting points from here. Fex taking shots here, Vard connecting on to get drugs. A strong team to get down here. Losing one player is great. Oh, the rest of Hello My Bad and the boys are trying to get in, get close. Fex down to 24 HP, has to heal, has to first aid. The other guys are filling in. Gustav and James trying to come in and defend and hold on to this.
Proper important reinforcement point, but Na'Vi does see a little bit of this as well, so you've got to be careful whenever you're transitioning between these buildings, between these walls. James takes Levante, the star player really for win or die so far, and now even Panzer has roused in hand. Win or die are getting absolutely demolished.
Yeah, someone has to stop them, obviously. Oh, he saw him. Got shots in. No, didn't connect any. Has to swing around on the backside of it. And then, oh, that's a great peek to already pre-fire here, but the help comes in from Vard. And that space getting win or die down. And it's obviously one of the teams that has to be stopped. Otherwise, they're going to be running away with it.
Definitely so. Circle Crew down in the south side, still kind of embroiled in this fight between Virtus Pro now, who's holding them dead to rights. And at the same time, with Circle like this as well, you've got to think that Na'Vi and that 2-2 split should now be making a move. They need to get together into the middle unless they get crashed or kind of compiled on by some of these teams looking for a central spot. That is some deployable cover, hitting some vehicles, bouncing it around. Here's Krafton trying to deal with GK on the other side of the river, by the way.
Yeah, eastern side here makes it difficult. Chrissy gets good shots in here. The QBC service gets down. Diffix as well finds Toiga. Meanwhile, Joga Benito's found here. 13th place for them. Some good points here for GK. Might be able to get up and catch Eternal Fire. Corexi and both, Vorpal Swords and Quetpe find Circus Crew. That's 3 points for VP that needed. With Bushido down 2 guys, no kills, probably not going to fight too much as well. This could be the game that VP actually catches up to that top 4.
They could. Taking fights here and there. They're not bad when it comes to playing in from the edge. And this side of Tooling, actually, there's a bit of, cover to be able to transition from, maybe even the edge of Tooling, and use that as an entry point and kind of move alongside the east side of Tooling. But we will see, as Quizzy here now in the line of sight of Batulins and the boys, as the rest of them are looking to make landfall. They've already made the swim, so this could surprise them a little bit if they're unaware about that kind of transition and the timing at which they've done it, because they're seeing everybody driving around on the other side. Maybe they're not aware.
that electric car gonna be able to cross here? Schengen finds Nixie. That's good for Hive to take the strong player down. Correxy finds Schengen. More shots coming in. Rox also finds Corexy. VP having lost players here. They have to get this fight done with. Luka Rooks finds Rox and also gets the flushes here. And now
Nice.
Dante on the backside. Oh, Panzer.
He's being
Oh!
shot. No chance. No chance at all. Lurex takes him down. That really aids the team that is currently stuck in this fight with at the moment. Virtus Pro still trying to hold it off. Presenti's coming in from almost the same exact angle. He's got to be careful about this. Not aware, maybe, that Lurex was looking this way and taking some shots here and there. Gets into the building, but he gets taken down.
His own nade.
Oh, his own nade. Oh, a disaster.
He bounced that off the wall and it actually landed in the room. He ended up vaulting, and yeah, obviously when you don't cook your nade, it's gonna explode 4.5 or so seconds later. Unfortunate for him. And I mean, for VP having lost 2 players, they got some kills, but still a decent salvageable game. 5 kills and potentially placement points if they manage to survive on this eastern side here would be great, but yeah, again, you just have to play close enough that you don't get knocked and flushed. Like, you have to be running 1-2 punch, making sure you can refrag your teammates. Now, Geekave has heard Beamy and VP coming in on this side here. They're looking to clean. They're looking to sweep this whole edge here.
Na'Vi grouped up way ago, before that we were talking about. They had the compound north in the 2-2 split, but they understood that this one has way more value. Dead center right now. There was nobody that had an opportunity to try and collapse on that 2-2 split prior, so this is going to work out very nicely for them. As you can see though as well, whilst we're watching them stuck on this fight on the east side, James has already tried to move a little bit before forwards, but he's in the line of sight of BB team, so that anchor point that James was trying to go for, it might not work on out, but PWD just pushing over against Virtus Pro. I mean, Virtus Pro, you were hoping for a big game for them, but it seemed like too much edge, not enough room to work with.
Yeah, I mean, when you see a fight on the kill feed and you see and hear the bullets, you already know that it's this team coming in. Kill feed tracking, it's going to be like, okay, we know it's going to be 2 guys, it's going to be easy kills here, but Twisted Minds had the angles. They had this whole entire ridge here because they had the slight high ground. PWD going down again here. Geeky not getting too much more out of it, unfortunately for them, but 6 kills for them, obviously a decent game. EB team now trying to get deeper, trying to get us a little bit of a spot inside the zone. FaZe Clan and Na'Vi trying to defend and fend them off.
BB team knows that actually James are transitioned away from this location, by the way, so they're crashing into the backside of FaZe here to try and do some damage. 4v3, but Vard already evens up the 3v3 scenario with the doozy down with just 1 nade alone, so that's a good start here by Vard. That said though, Fakes joined James, so it looks like FaZe might want to bail from this position and just completely and totally ignore this backfill. I think it's maybe smart. It really depends on the lines of sight that BB team has, but at the same time, Blue's pushing them, so they can't sit in this compound. They're gonna have to move as well.
Yeah, it's actually a really great play from FaZe. I like that.
Yeah.
And also for BB team, it's more questionable for me. Like, if you're crashing somewhere, you're using your cast to get somewhere, it better be a spot where you're inside that next circle. Otherwise, you have no time to fight. You have no time to clean up. And now BB team found a new little bit of a ridge, a little bit of an angle. Maybe they thought they could just pull up on FaZe and kill them quickly, but nope, didn't happen here. And with 3-1-3 nades on FaZe Clan, it's looking like, hey guys, go nade them. They're in this 1 or 2 spots. And it's happening right now.
I mean, I like the thought process of BB team, right? Identifying where James was and trying to get that going as fast as they could. There was just no speed to it at all, like you're mentioning. So it was cool in theory, but not working out. Quizzy has a Lynx on board and doing even more damage across from there alone. But yeah, this is looking difficult for the BB team, who is in the distance here, getting pushed now by FaZe. They are looking to take away that backstab here from BB team.
Yeah, just trying to get out of here. Maduzi's just left to nothing. Has to get out of here. Everyone just picking them apart. Super unfortunate for them. No kills, but 1 placement point if they go down here. Maybe he's trying to see if he can third party this Slam G and Eternal Firefight. Could be definitely having an opportunity to do so for sure. Good shots coming in. Connecting quite a lot. Did not have any more bullets. Had to go for the reload. Ooh. That's a great nade from Maduzi. 1 on Code Marco. Artix goes down. He could definitely backfill this fight quite easily. That's maybe 1 point off for grabs for him.
Yeah, just anything you can get here as a doozy. With you being a solo now, what else can you really get done? Just any flushes or anything? No, but Schiller will take him out. Eternal Fire lives to fight another day, but for how long? Because Twisted Minds is moving ahead of you, trying to find a spot. Quetpa is going to be your lifeline. Can Quetpa do something amazing? I don't think he can. He is going to be in a very, very precarious position here. He has to salvage this somehow for Eternal Fire, but he gets knocked down, and now the rest of Eternal Fire has been leapfrogged.
Yeah, Twisted Minds really playing well here. I'm surprised no teams are on this northern side yet. There's so much space up there. Gustav finds Quetpa. Example takes down Crossbird. Eternal Fire really falling apart here. Bushido also obviously losing out, but they've gotten placement points. That's what they tried to do, just a two-man. FaZe might have a great backfill onto the Na'Vi fight, which is eventually probably going to happen later here, but we still have 2 more ships. Great shots here from Batulins and Twisted Minds. 9 kills for them so far. They're really looking to close this one out. Vard trying to go for the shots onto Twisted.
Was he on 284?
Would look good.
It's not bad, actually. Yeah, almost close. But the angle's just slightly wrong because Twisted Mind's already on the move, trying to figure out how they're going to deal with the Na'Vi problem. And this is the kind of top 3 that we were expecting for some of these games in the grand final. Suffice to say, though, our challengers to the top spots, to the throne, have been able to step up. And that is the fantastic thing about PEC. We always see the hunger from a lot of these teams really kind of proliferate through the lobby.
I actually really enjoyed this area here north of Tuling. Like, it has a lot of cover, a lot of riches, a lot of teams approach it really well here. Twisted Minds, instead of going to that free northern side, decided to go and try to, pick up kills. Managed to get tons here. 9 of them so far for them. 7 for FaZe. Na'Vi obviously having the center compound. They're not going to have as many, but being that, they're central right now, we're going to have 2 more shifts. It's very likely we're going to see them in the next one, but if we get some back-to-back hardships either north or onto one of the sides of Twisted or FaZe, they might have a better chance here at fighting and living another day. Good knock.
Just waiting for this at the moment, right? I mean, with Na'Vi's compound still in circle, still centered up. The thing about it is that, I mean, there's very few angles Twisted Minds has on these 2 buildings. They have those 2 windows, and that's it. Unless Na'Vi actually leaves the buildings, that's the only 2 windows they have. So there's really not much that Twisted Minds can do to exert themselves on Na'Vi's position. Meanwhile, how does FaZe look at this? They see the opposite buildings, few windows and doors. And if they stretch to play. Yeah, they do have the ridges to play, but beyond all of this, I feel like eventually Twisted Minds and FaZe might start shooting at each other, and Na'Vi just kind of wait it out.
I mean, also because of the high ground and the elevated area that Twisted Minds are right in. They can just fight each other above Na'Vi. And, both of the teams kind of realize that a little bit. It's going to be a little bit more of a stalemate now, for sure. FaZe is going to try to get a bit closer, try to get the riches. They have, I would say, the kind of upper hand advantage for both the circle and everything. The question is really, when does Na'Vi jump out and try to put pressure on him? With a few smokes, with a few here, blue zone nade in hand, you could eliminate some space and push them away from windows and maybe have an opening here. But I don't really see anything else for Twisted to like anything else than a breach followed by util.
Does make you wonder if anybody had a C4 on a cart, but
that would be huge.
I think that's the case.
Yeah, that would be huge. Smoke grenade launcher though sets up a pretty big opportunity for them. There's like 3 or 4 windows. If you get those smokes, you can't do anything. It's gonna be a 4-man pull-up. Yeah, I love this. It's gonna be a 4-man pull-up. The blue zone's on. That's great. I really like that. This is a fantastic pull-up. They're trying to get out and get on the northern side. Actually, the better hill. 3 nades.
Oh, gas can as well. Okay, they're trying to slow them down as much as possible here. Extensive takedown from Pectix on this push on through. He went in the building and instantaneously takes Badulins down. Gustav is exerting himself as well as example goes. And that for Twisted Minds was a nice theoretical push, but it has gone absolutely catastrophically.
Yeah, super well executed here. Lou does find extends here. Na'Vi losing 1 player makes it even the more and better for FaZe Clan here. Great stuns. Lou is just still alive here. He's going to get stunned. He's going to get Molotov. Easy kill here. Surely for Na'Vi to get it out. Yeah, so Na'Vi got a few kills, but losing 1 player, and now we see FaZe Clan flushing in.
This gets to the point where this is the lifeline that FaZe needs. They were doing badly here before this game, but now Gustav moving in, taking down Hakatori. Na'Vi in shambles, need to reinforce. Sausage looking for an angle, doesn't quite find it though. Flashed as well, gonna have to move back to the safety of his other teammate. But at the same time, FaZe should be able to shut this all down. They needed this Avenger. They desperately needed this to keep their hopes alive in this tournament.
Yeah, good amount of kills so far for them also. You know, one more kill available here. It could be a 21-point win for them. 11 kills could come their way. 1 and 4 more points for placement too. That could put them in to 60 points. That is striking distance territory for the top 4. And imagine, I could not imagine a year where we do not see FaZe Clan at any single global LAN. Even, 100%. You know, PGC or Esports World Cup. But this could be their chance to put themselves in there.
Maybe. It's all on Ferris now to try and do something. He hit some good shots, though. Gotta say, he's really playing this roof very well. As James is gone, can he do more with it? This roof is a bit of a problem. FaZe is going to wait it out. I think they feel no onus, no pressure to really kind of weed him out yet. Just as 3, don't give him any more 1v1s. Try and shut this down. Ferris, no pushover.
Sure not. Great Orc 3x spray here for him.
It's a problem angle as well for FaZe.
It is. Bird grip on it too. Muscle break player here for him though. So shots connected quite a lot. Trying to destroy this guy. Plenty of bullets just yet, but no lethals.
Yeah, I mean, those kinds of sprays, he's fishing for a headshot here or there, and sometimes you can get it. Oh, but he is flashed, and he will be taken down. As we say, a lifeline comes out for FaZe here on Rondo, and I love the way they kind of played this out, Avenger, considering the way and disciplined way that they dealt with that BB backfill as they were kind of being pushed. Maybe BB left it just a little bit too late, not enough time to be able to actually make that work, but regardless, FaZe with a very important game on Rondo.
Yeah, and you know what? The way that they kind of executed defending a push, kind of fending it off with just a car fort, a few smokes, it just worked perfectly, right? They saw the terrain ahead of them, analyzed it as they went, and adapted on the go. And what a great opportunity for them when Twisted Minds, they were like, okay, our last resort is actually just a push here. Perfect third-party timing for FaZe. And to clean this up, the minor points that they got, yeah, now they're within striking distance.
Not quite the hellscape of circles that we saw on Tego, but it was close to here for Rondo to start things off. FaZe comes out with the win. Let's head over to the desk to break it all down.
Such an important victory for FaZe. I mean, Avenger and Kylaris mentioned it there, and we'll get into why it is important for them in a little bit. But first, I have to ask, I mean, Toby, what is up with the circles tonight? What is going on?
I mean, I've been having a great time, not gonna lie. It's been a lot of fun. Maybe I am joining your chaos bandwagon in the end of it. But I will say I was a little sad that it didn't go all the way to Dina City. Maybe someday. It's very unlikely, and the few times where we get close. It was the same way we get baited when we get circles that could theoretically go Saki, but then don't. So, interesting one, though. Glad to see something a little different out of the ordinary here on Rondo.
How did that impact the teams, would you say, Mark?
Well, I think after a very chaotic match number 3, I think you've got to second guess to a degree what the zone's going to do. So, with a shift one way, look, for me, obviously, you expect to see it go towards that construction site. It didn't quite went north of it. But to see so many teams holding out that sort of west, I think they were second guessing it, but they were going, do you know what? I reckon it's going to come back this way. It was a good hold. It was just a shame to see some teams caught on the outside. Geek Owls, who were rotating their way through. We saw a great game from Eternal Fire. But then you have to give kudos to other teams like Twisted Minds holding out that north side, stopping teams sort of using that water bridge to get themselves across.
Gotta love the top 4 here, Toby. Just a who's who of EMEA PUBG, right? FaZe, Eternal Fire, Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi all fighting it out in that final battle.
Definitely. I mean, and you can add GK and Virtus Pro to that same conversation right below them in 5th and 6th place. Because I think, I mean, we were talking about it coming into the finals. We talked about it through Last Chance as well. Is that once these teams get a couple of games under their belt against a set lobby, they just come back so much stronger in the very next game. And now that we have hit the halfway point of the grand finals, I think from now on we're gonna see way more of these teams that are in our top 6 here consistently make it into the top, because a lot of the teams that came through opens, they have now for the most part been figured out by these veterans.
Okay, let's see if what Toby's saying comes to fruition. Let's also look at the overall leaderboard now. It's been very up and down, and it's kind of the moment a victory comes into play, Toby, you see a change. But it's starting to solidify itself at the top, right? We're seeing those teams kind of lock themselves in. They
definitely have a buffer, especially third down to fourth. Those 18 points and then another 7-point jump from fourth down to fifth. It's I'm not going to say now or never, because you could still make a miracle run on the final day. But it's going to be tough to try and catch up, because SlamG, Win or Die, but just those two in particular, are playing surprisingly well. I think Win or Die is a team we've always expected that eventually they were going to have their tournament, and this one right now is so far proving to be it. But having said that, what one team can do in one half of a tournament, any other team can do in the other half. So for Win or Die and SlamG, as good as it is to be ahead right now, as I said just before, I would be surprised if they can maintain this lead going through the next 7 games.
Let's focus in on FaZe, Mark, because this victory, and I mean, Kylaris and Avenger touched on it, was so important for them. I was starting to get a little bit worried about FaZe Clan.
I need to get worried about FaZe. Like, they went 12. That was an important victory. That does jump them up. Good amount of kills as well. And they had to fight for it. It wasn't easy. They didn't hold a compound. They had to work their way into the zone. They had to take head-to-head fights. Great nade. Obviously, see them sort of leave from VARD and leaving the compound, trying to get ahead of BB team. So we know they've got the ability to do it. They play aggressive at the moment, which is great. VARD fitting into that sort of dynamic that they're playing. But it does put them on the kind of their doorstep. Yes, there's a little bit of a jump, like that they want to try and get into towards the top. But the guy said it'd be shocking not to see FaZe at actually a LAN this year. So they're in a good position at the moment. That game is so critical because of the final 2 maps coming up today. I think we're going to see them back in the top of the table. And if we can get them into a top 4 back-to-back games, that should really kind of confirm their slot before we move into sort of day number 3.
Toby, not having FaZe at a LAN this year would be catastrophic. But not only would it be catastrophic for I think the fans of PUBG, catastrophic for the organization, which would ultimately mean catastrophic for the lineup, because I cannot imagine your job continues if you don't deliver.
No, I mean, I think many people were surprised to see, I mean, and I speak with absolutely no intel on anything, so this is just my perspective, and like kind of reading the community perspective as well. When FaZe didn't get global partner, again, for this year, I think many people were surprised to see FaZe actually opting to stay for another season. And if we now hit into a situation where they don't make a single global event through the entirety of 25, I don't expect to see big Red Fs represented next year. But again, I speak with literally no intel. I would just be very surprised given the situation. But having said that, I am very happy that they are sticking around, that we're getting Liquid back in the scene as well. Some of these orcs, they've been here literally since the beginning, and the game wouldn't be the same without them.
For sure. So let's now focus on you. Like you said, you're speculating. You're talking from a place of no intel, but you do have intel on the game we just saw. We had an opportunity to watch it. So what did we take away from FaZe? When we look at their victory, what can we say? Okay, FaZe, you need to take this, this, and this, and you need to keep doing that as we move to Miramar.
In very similar fashion to how they came out victorious in their game yesterday, I think it was a understanding of when to aggress and when not to. Most importantly, when do you... Oh, well, no, sorry, they got second place in that Erangel game yesterday. But nonetheless, it's about understanding it. Yes, we could risk it all for maybe 3 kills here and then die as a follow-up, because there's a good chance that could happen too. Or we could play it calculated all the way through to the end. We might not get the 19-kill win, but in their case here, they had a pretty damn decent game off of it anyway, so why risk it all for potential 2 extra points when you have such a big chance of success coming in with a couple of points less? I think they played a very smart game here. That's the reason why they were staying all 4 up all the way to the end.
Mark, anything you want to add to that?
Really, like, I think they're in a good spot. I know they're not top of the table, and people argue me they should be in the high, right? But I think generally as they're playing, they're breaking things down. I think they got caught out in a couple of zones, especially day number 1. They had to kind of rotate through, and I'd argue to say they have the depth of knowledge and experience to get themselves through that. But with chaos, I'm not using that word, right? It's quite difficult for them to get through. So no real changes for them. I just want to see the level of consistency go up, though. They've got to keep getting these points. They've got to keep getting to a top 4. We know they sometimes struggle when it comes down to placement, so they just have to kind of override that and find a way into the final couple of circles.
Quickly before we get into game, don't forget, if you want to win some G coins, you can submit your favorite skins, your best design if you like. And if your submission is chosen, you will win some coins. And also you can submit your questions for the End of the Day podcast with Mark and Toby and myself. And we're going to try and answer all of your questions. If you get those questions submitted, we choose one of yours, you can win some G coins as well. Please, most importantly, remember to keep your DMs open. This is a big one. Because if those DMs aren't open, we can't slide into them and give you your coins. 2 games left remaining. You can see there, Kref, Slam G, Ascend, and FaZe all taking victories. Who will reign victorious on Miramar? We're about to find out, Toby.
Yep, we are. Plains gonna favor teams opting to land further north rather than south, which in this lobby in particular, we actually do have quite a few teams that like going down towards the south. So the likes of Virtus Pro, should they want to go all the way down to Los Leones, it's going to be a bit of a stretch. We'll see if they opt to alternate their drop spot, which to me it looks like they might. Or maybe I speak too soon.
Get the car.
They'll get the cars. They'll get the cars and be safe. Yeah, they will be.
What are you thinking is going to happen here, Mark?
I'm really intrigued to see actually if we see a repeat from yesterday, or are we going to get kind of a Vorpal Sword or kind of a Bushido win here, because they do sometimes like the Dusty Dunes. That is Miramar, but again, anything can happen. Playing both with the northeast down towards the west, we do tempt that with that kind of Death Valleys in the south, Sam, but we're going to have to wait and see how the zone presents it.
Let's see how the zone presents. And you know who else is presenting right now? Kylaris and Avenger. They're our commentators for this one.
Yes, thank you. We will present, as we have the penultimate game, the Dusty Dunes for the PEC Grand Finals, and we have got ourselves a circle to the west. We have El Pozo, a big fixture once again in another circle. We've already had a few here, Avenger, throughout the PEC.
You know what? It's BP time. It's the first time they actually have a somewhat decent circle with a good loot spot to get close here. But it's a difficult circle though, because we have some language errors, we have some unplayables here and there. So hopefully they manage to get set up and actually not have to chase the circle the entire time here. As you see, Nodi and Choco Benito have some interesting fights down here, and well,
a tough drop for both teams as it goes, and this playing path veers very far away from their normal drops, meaning that both of them ended up in a conflict here with Valdemar. Yeah, for sure. Let's see what actually happens. They're going to be kind of locked here for a little while, at least for whichever team may come out of this scenario. They do have a decent little path in towards the south side of this circle. Usually we see a big western road move for a team coming out of here, but I will say I favor Vorpal Swords here currently because of the position that Noddy is locked off on in that northern building alongside Simon. Technically speaking, they can get some off angles and try and work with this, but if Vorpal Swords identifies that it's only the 2 to the east side, they can try and push that, negating some of those angles from Noddy and Simon, and then maybe working with that.
Yeah, for sure. Swords obviously in a spot here where they're looking good yesterday in terms of the total points we saw them with, and now getting caught up in these kind of hot drops and pushing in. Oh, shotguns, Microsi. Good shot, good damage. Oh, X-Racer with a great spot. Has only 4 HP, has to veer off a little bit, has to try and get up here. Naleb finds One-Eyed King. It's very unfortunate for them, but X-Racer might be able to get the heals off. MP5, a very optimal weapon for this situation here. And with the Uzi in hand too. X-Racer
instantly going for the flush. Yeah, trying to shut it all down.
Oh, surprise!
Simon's coming in, but it's a little bit too late as well. Nailup goes down. I feel like eventually, as I was saying before, Vorpal Sword should win this out. Noddy and Simon were just too late to the party. And Vorpal Sword's identified so quickly that they could make this push occur to the east.
What do you do with Simon now? Do you just sit and wait? So you try to get your chips back, maybe try to get the rest. I don't really see Vorpal Swords leaving the chips though. They could be, you know, a little bit dusty about it and just blow it up in a car. And now, ooh, Crossberg actually does a lot of damage onto Kref here. That's a good path to get out of there. If he survives, I doubt it. No chance. Medibay finds him. Severage goes down for Kref.
Yeah, just flying a bit too close to the sun there on that bike. Took so much damage on the scout around. So you've got to be careful. X-Razor already getting his res going. Not a problem at all. This is exactly what you were talking about at the end of yesterday about how the hot drop scenario has changed from just a few months ago in professional play.
Yep, for sure. Slow play here, Simon. Looks like Vorpal has some sort of information that he might be over in this direction, obviously. Oh, there you go. Shots come in, connects quite a lot, gets Sabila down. Probably going to get the rest of the push on him too. As we see the rest actually popping off on the side. Now they have to go for it once again. It's only 2 active right now. If he goes aggro, he could make something happen, but yeah.
Geeke's
no
holding.
helmet.
Geeke has moved into a position where they're trying to target anybody who's eventually going to come out of Valdemar on the map. That's an interesting move from them, considering they're already dropping kind of south side anyway.
Sure.
So they could like just hold whoever wants to push out.
Eternal Fire and Twisted Minds here in a different fight. Scrappy one across 2 ridges here. Might be difficult. Tries to connect with utility here. Only quit pan code Marco on the front. Sheila has the old face compound from when they looted Montenegro in 2000. Look at that. Batulins with the high ground. Who else is up there than Batulins? Sharing information, of course.
Martin, Geeke is not only holding, they've moved into Valdemar.
No way.
Like, they've actually moved so aggressively to clean up this this incursion. That's ridiculous.
It's going to be aggro for sure. Face also sending it in here. Look at that Hive, though, sending up with a fantastic trap. Percenti finds 1. Shinging with a fantastic weapon with an E-mag in it, too. Rox also finds James. Not optimal here for Face, losing 2 players. Should they connect to one more? No, not sure. Winner die, though, turns on Hive.
Yeah, for a win to maybe catastrophe there for FaZe, losing 2 already. Not exactly the best of situations. I mean, even having 2 buses here isn't the aggressive situation. Oh, you've got it. Oh, please. Actually, they must have heard cars come in, right? Like, they drove into this position. So there's definitely got to be some fear in the heart of Vorpal Swords right now. Of course, that was Simon, not Vorpal Swords. But Geeke doesn't know that.
They're thinking that there's going to be... Oh, look at that. Okay, so they're thinking there's going to be a free point coming in. Could potentially also get more kills from that. So obviously it's 2 teams that's hurt. So they're not going to be stacked on it. But look at this One-Eyed King. He's going to land on the top side here. I don't really see it other ways than that. Look at this potential points coming in for Geeke. They need big banger games and, 2, 3, 4 kills to start things off with before first circle closes. Yeah. Could be a great way to go about it.
Such an interesting move from Geeke, not something that you would see them normally do, I think. It's considering that they're so far behind, considering that they know that this fight was going down here and they could potentially clean up anything coming in from the recall, anything coming in from the remnants of the original fight anyway. I love the proactiveness, though. I think that if you need to make something happen in a significant way, you've got to look for these opportunities now.
Yeah, agreed. If you want to have any chance of some sort of catch-up, like, need to make things happen here, especially in the last 2 Miramars of the day, obviously. And then have to have a banger day tomorrow. But then again, you have to consider it's only 71 points for 4th place. 2 fantastic games could put you within striking distance.
Yeah.
Correxy finds a doozy, though. It's VP versus BB currently inside the center of the circle. Makes it difficult for both these teams here. Already Pilfersh coming in, trying to reinforce this compound already. They don't want to lose it. They obviously don't want to lose a doozy early on.
Yeah, still some jostling for position in the middle. Now, do bear in mind, as you see the 3 Geeke members on your screen at the moment, PWD moved further away up to that northwest side to basically hold or look for the one person that was parachuting down that they had eyes on prior. So they're not giving up. Oh, you might even see him there. But this is important because normally you would just kind of give up that kind of position and just hold what was going on in Valdemar. But this is a perfect little fight. Great stuff. A 3 point. They were very aware, cognizant of what was going on in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Well executed here by them. Getting 1 here, and now obviously the information is kind of out. X-Rays is also shooting a little bit with MK in the distance there, as you see. And the question is really, when are we closing out and saying, okay, it's not worth staying anymore? Like, when are we kind of leaving? Because I know why they're doing it now, because until we see Circle 2 and 3, we're not going to know a lot, like where it ends. And they don't feel like they have any high priority to information kind of deeper in. So I get that. I respect the idea and the decision here. But once they get in Circle 2 or 3, they're not going to have the same amount of information as they would have if they left earlier or were there and already. And that's really the big thing for me, is 1 or 2 points worth it to not have a chance to kind of get in one of the good compounds in circle 3 where you know the next circle is kind of going to go based on land ratio.
It's a good question. It's a good point. I think when it comes to them entering now, I think that's exactly what Spiro's looking for, right? He's going to try and act as an anchor. But the thing is that well, the circle's been quite kind to them for this. So they could potentially find somewhere. The only problem is that there's all the chance in the world that if you're a Spiro and suddenly you get a really unfortunate window of timing here, you could get caught by a team rotating in, looking for a 2-2, looking for a full 4-man compound.
Yep, for sure. And with how everything's kind of lining up, especially around Montenegro, where there's still a lot of unplayable, this is already giving you lots of information. Spirit being where he is, if this next circle goes anywhere kind of mid or south, he should be in one of the best compounds already. So I want to see the guys coming in as quickly as possible. I like the pre-pop here for VP to maybe see, okay, if this circle goes far away, we're going to go on another EP here. So I like that. That's great. But they're definitely going to stay where they are right now. Tons of points potential here for them. Hackatory going down. There's a big player out of the lobby already here. Still with 16 teams left, but Navi losing that is not optimal for them.
Yeah, feels like the majority of people from that Valdemar situation are giving up that spot now, realizing that they need to get a position as fast as possible. And we are on board with the replay. See that Example was the one to take down Hackatory, but Perfectix also laying in some shots as well. Okay, so Hive, technically speaking, this is a pretty good spot to try and start farming some damage, farming some numbers. However, eventually, you're more than likely needing to get off this.
Yeah, at one point they will, but they could farm damage, could get kills.
Yep.
EK now getting in deep here. I like this. This is very good information for them to get here. These two compounds are strong. Obviously, if the circle kind of goes a little bit further away from them, they could push up on the rocks and the hills. VP is sitting out with a pretty greedy split. Hard to defend if a lot of teams are kind of sitting in with a full car caravan, but yeah, let's see what happens. Tons of teams still inside Pozo, hoping for that northern shift here, James. And if it happens, we could have an actual full urban ending here rather than those edges we've seen. We saw, with the northern side of El Pozo being in, and with Walpole Swords having one of those great games yesterday.
Oh yeah, and it gets wild if it's a full urban El Pozo ending, because there's so many buildings, so many open areas between those buildings, and so many, I would say, more complicated layouts of buildings. Not necessarily like each floor is complicated. It's just that there are so many high rises that you're constantly having to go up and down, trying to deal with all of these transitions, and then also dealing with all the other teams that are kind of laying in wait.
Yeah. 5-story here, a roof there, a middle opening, like a restaurant somewhere that has a few stairs in there. Like, it's tons of angles that's almost impossible to cover. So that's actually one of the things that I love about the urban innings, is like the teams that are very good at like the layouts, they're already picking some of these really good compounds and buildings inside the urban areas that just based on having one of those strong spots will get you so many kills and potentially wins. But yeah, let's see if we end up going north. Then we definitely will see an El Pozo ending, but could also go south, where we will then have some land ratio in play, because as you see, Hive being up that high ground rock, that is a land ratio rock, where it will eventually go away from. So let's see with the circle pop here.
Slamg is hedging their bets, seeing just in case we get a far west shift, we can move instantly, and that looks like they're probably going to take that emergency pickup. That will be popping in just a little bit. So for Slamg, that's almost a certainty. That said, though, have they popped it a little late? Because they're going to be coming down, and by the time they get there, I feel like a lot of teams are already going to have the spots that they might want.
Yeah, potentially. It could be a little bit late. They should have been flying in the air already, but maybe they were like, okay, if it's El Pozo, we're going to drive in. But with the circle where it popped, it is going to go northwest. We've seen so many endings just on the western side of El Pozo, where it's actually quite open area. Shots coming in here. Bulbasaur's also trying to get in. GK trying to get in. Eternal Fire, all are kind of scrambling to try to get into some of those spots that might get you points. Perfectix gets the Quell out.
And anything can else occur. FaZe still on the north side of El Pozo. Of course, there's only the 2-man, so I think they'll be slow rolling things for the most part. Yoga Benito there is moving in above them here, so they're going to need intel on the people moving in alongside them, because they will be able to get gear in a place like El Pozo. There will be some scraps left available to them. And GK, can they deal with Eternal Fire coming in against this?
Oh.
Slam G, as I said, I think they're maybe arriving a little late. Let's see if they can capitalize on this, though. One-Eyed King, though. No, Boostic with the drop shot. Takes down One-Eyed King. A great battle there for him. Boostic starts things off strong.
Really just flying around, supporting from the skies here. But losing Diffix, unfortunate for them. They're actually holding on one of the greatest spots here, but based on where we see right now, Circus Crew and Bushido are or should have great games here. Spyro finds Sloyd Jacket. Boostic gets the flush onto One-Eyed King here. It's falling a little bit apart here for Warble Swords, though.
Oh, definitely. Quizzy doesn't want to get crashed into by his own glider. That's fine. Still looking the way of Hive on the high ground. But Hive has done something smart. They've moved 2 off of the high ground into the compound below them, which they know which will be technically less affected by land ratio, but still gives them a position where they can actually transition from and cover once the other 2 boys do need to come off of that high ground. So for now, Noddy and the boys from Yoga Benito, they've actually recovered from the whole scenario down there pretty well. With 3 alive in Pozo. So a completely bizarre entry point for a Valdemar team that kind of lost that hot drop scenario. All things lining up.
Yeah, so many teams here on this eastern side here, and if my bets are correct here, this should go northwest. Like, this should be a Circus and Bushido, somewhat circle, but it's so much open space in that middle. That's just open desert as we see extends. Take shots at Yoga Benito here. They're trying to drive out so many teams on this eastern side. Look how many teams in Pozo. Look how many teams on the east. And let's see when this circle pops here. Are we going to go northwest as I'm talking about? We should. Yeah, we are. Look at that. Circus Crew and Bushido setting up great here. Hive actually has the high ground and the compound too. They could get good amount of points. But yeah, this is definitely Circus Crew's game to lose here for sure.
Yeah, an unreal important game for them. Obviously, not having the best of points at the moment. They need something big from this. Can they do it with this Miramar is the question. As a lot of shots being peppered towards the position of BB team. This is all on that east side. Everyone is going for a mad dash here on this east side, trying to find any spot that can possibly do. Virtus Pro is ahead of BB team. You can see them in the top left corner of your screen right now. Looking for an opportunity, looking for a spot. I feel like they're going to have to go for some kind of dip or something like that. But they're going straight to these buildings. The Circus Crew could lose people here if they're not careful.
Yeah, Ata coming out. Great shot for Beamy. Nixie gets taken down, though. Are they going to leave or are they going to backfill here? But this is a great read from Virtus Pro. They're thinking, okay, this should be a split in these 2 compounds. Let's try to go check it out. Let's see if it's a 2-2 split. And Silas taking down Godfrey. That's indeed very unfortunate. Them getting this center spot here, potentially also getting a great rest would be awesome for them. That could set themselves up for a fantastic game with a good amount of kills too. But look at the mayhem in the north. Look at the mayhem in the east. So many teams not inside.
Yeah. Crazy how quickly things can swing, right? Because with Circus Crew, we're just talking about them and how they're kind of playing things out. But Virtus Pro just throws a spanner in the works completely. Anico shuts down service as Krefton is going for, again, their own kind of mad dash. Panzerfaust in hand for it's Chris. Looking to wait and kind of bide his time on that corner. Blue zone nade goes across the way. Now that they're still in this warehouse alongside them. More nades forwards. Anico down.
Finding tons of damage onto Hackatory and Ferris here with good headshots. Oh, look at that. Vard on the distance here finds Chris. FaZe still making moves even though they're just 2 players. Vard is on the front. Try to get points here. GK getting more kills just now. Now we're really falling apart here. Being that late in the circle with not a lot of cover or any riches to play here is just not really making it work for them here. Dante finds Quizzy. Now we're down to 16th.
An uncommon result for them. Currently sat in 6th place. Doing pretty well for themselves, all things considered. With the little bit of sponging going on up at the top at the moment. But Kiliakai is a little bit separated from everything that was going on for the rest of the Ascend boys. As now does hear the movement from Yoga Benito on the outside. They have a lot of gear available and instantly taken down Cristialni. It's a great recovery from Yoga Benito.
Oh, they got the reses. They got the reses.
Oh my
they
God.
actually went into the blue to get the reses here. Fix trying to survive. Trying to get things going for him here. Really well played by them. I actually didn't think they were going to get left behind, but now damage done to Vard, and Blue Zone is ticking too. I'm not sure if they're even going to have an opening here. Where they're going to try to land? Are they just trying to glide around, try to survive for as long as possible? Try to maybe backfill somewhere. You can just see Gustav and James just sneaking, gliding around here. Still 14 teams alive. I don't really see them getting placement points from just gliding and surviving, but what an effort for the two guys to get them back.
I mean, they would ideally hope for FaZe to kind of backstab teams on this east side and maybe kind of take their loot boxes and get something going. But I already saw shots going up into the air against those gliding on in, so it's just scary stuff here. Simon's down to a fraction of health, but Nailup and Kristalny do go down as well. It's really all on Simon alongside him to try and do something here for Yoga Benita. Oh, I don't know if it's going to be doable. Look, actually, James is landing. I think he's looking for some loot.
He's trying to get in there. They heard that though. They're running for him. Look at that.
No.
Victor's not, and Victor and no armor is not going to be enough. Gustav still gliding. Shots connecting. Quite a lot of damage done here from BP. Down to 11 HP. One more shot, and it's Lukarux that finds him face out in 13th.
Nice try, but not good enough. Win or die. Spinning on out here as Levante, as lots of shots go his way. BB team is kind of stuck up on this little location, though. It's only on Phil Foston to do to try and do something about all of this. Win or die has been able to get some good damage done against them. He's been able to crawl away? Nope, not at all. Levante takes him out.
Great nade here. Oh, more pull-ups here. Chris trying to get in here. Great shot from PUBG. Finds the mad. Eternal Fire losing positions here on the southern side. Oh, Phil first tries to get some damage done onto Win or Die here. Oh, so many bullets coming towards his way here. The north has to move. Win or Die has to move. Bushido has to move. Bird nade. Oh, Beamy. Finds Luke.
I think he's giving it up.
Yeah, I think so too. It's not worth giving, especially to Win or Die here, one of the teams in the lead. Even though they're in a pretty good lead right now, you don't want to give unnecessary points where you're not, or you're thinking, okay, we're not going to get any more points from this. Let's not give it to a team that we're directly competing with for a PGS spot.
No, for sure. And BB team's the kind of team that is win or nothing. Like that's their kind of mentality, right? So even if they are like 40 points behind or something like that, they know, as you mentioned before at the beginning of this game, technically 2 wins and bam, you're right back up there. So to be able to challenge those real top spots or go from the bottom to challenging that barrier that you were mentioning before. But for some of these teams, this is very important. Obviously, Bushido still currently in that 4th place spot. They have a decent split across some of the north side of this circle, but they are being suppressed by a lot of teams trying to shut them down along that roadside.
Yeah, for sure. This next circle is also going to have a huge deciding factor. Imagine if it goes just straight onto the road. All the teams are on the edges. Look at that. There's only Orbital Swords and Eternal Fire. If it goes central, oh, it's good for Bushido, but oh, look at that. It's so many teams are going to have to make a move here. Only one team of Circus Crew and Virtus Pro is going to be able to survive on that west side. SlamG could third party that fight. SlamG potentially has to move either on Eternal Fire or on the other southern side. Twisted Minds has to fight with Hive to get control on the eastern side. They're very difficult here for this circle.
Another car to blow up. Only Toigar for Krafton to weather this storm. Look at that. I mean,
no chance.
He's shot into oblivion. He goes on out, and that is an absolute no-no. Twisted Minds takes back #1.
Oh, that's a nade.
Leaderboards. Oh, man, it's Twisted Minds.
We're back, baby. We're back to maybe, you know, if we interviewed them just before this, like, are you still not playing for regionals? And like, yeah, we don't want to give them too many chances, but you know, it's obviously some of the best practice they can get for globals is the regionals, and the finals of the regionals. Still some of the best teams in the world competing here. Obviously, it's good to see Twisted Minds coming in here and just absolutely showing everyone who is the boss. They're probably going to be the first team to also breach that triple digits. Artix finds Lukarux. It's the third party I was talking about here for SlamG, potentially in VP, taking that fight to them. Lurix with a great angle here. The M16 though.
Oh yeah.
Makes you find Godfer. They won this ridge over there.
Yeah, and with the smokes going down, these teams know that they need to make some moves towards this circle now, and I think Circus crew not only very knowledgeable about where Virtus Pro has moved, but also that shack is a very important location where Volpusholz is as well.
Silas again?
Ran over Godfrey again.
It's no way. Corexi finds a nade here. Oh my god, X-rays. And Warbles also coming out. Takes down Corexi here. It's falling apart a little bit for VP.
Well, sometimes in those teams, there's always that guy that gets a little bit too close to the cars as they start moving. Maybe it's that, but just trying to do something about this. Luke Brooks is completely gone. This Virtus Pro still using what are these two ridge lines along this road to really keep them a little bit more safe than they could potentially be if they move into more open areas. But Boostic against Eternal Fire. He is on fire, is Boostic. What plays we've seen from him so far from SlamG of these 2 days of Grand Finals.
Yeah, for sure. BME also finds Masters here. That's also Circus Crew down in 8th place here. Now more fights are coming on the southern side here. SlamG and Hive. Big teams here potentially fighting 4 versus 4. It's very important for this one here. Nixie finds Warpusholz. Absolutely destroyed him.
So trying to hold on against this, but SlamG doing quite a bit of damage across this ridge line. Boostic's one of the only players that I cannot watch the first person perspective of. It's just all over the place. It's
too fast.
Very rapid. Yeah, he's too fast. It's rapid. It causes me a headache almost when I'm watching Boostic sometimes, but he is knocked at the moment, so they were on a game back up and good to go. The thing is that Virtus Pro can see him from the distance, and Hive is still holding across that ridge line, so if they can get him back up and good to go, there's still a potential move that they can make here, but I think a lot of these teams are going to have to try and, once again, solve the Twisted Minds problem.
Oh, Levante again, man. Guaranteeing win or die those points that they so severely need when they're down to just a 2-man. Salvaging points again and again here. Getting top 5, 3 placement points guaranteed, but also with the 5 kills that they have. Yeah, but this next circle here should make them go out. Should eliminate them with Virtus Pro's angles on them.
You know, the crazy thing is that you were saying Twisted Minds should be the one to breach 3 triple digits, but SlamG has done it. SlamG is the first one to do it. Down on this south side, and now still holding on high against Hive. I'm so impressed by them. Win or die, obviously Twisted Minds, because you're always impressed by Twisted Minds, but Presenti finds a cheeky little angle against Lurex.
Yeah, not enough smokes deployed here in the right angle. Are they leaving him? No, there's a rest on him potentially. I think they could grab him. Oh, they actually look. It looks like all of them are leaving. Dante has a great angle here. Potentially also get the flush confirmed. But SlamG are realizing we need to prioritize getting across the road and taking that last ridge that they potentially have to fight Virtus Pro for. This ridge just ahead of them. Beamy, tons of damage done. Has the AK in hand. Broken helmet here for him. Has to try to get in. He's closer though with the AUG and the 3x in hand. Dante finds Artix. This is a backstab that VP needed.
I think it's really important for the rest of the lobby to shut them down here. Don't let them into this circle at all. It looks like it's not going to be the end of the line here for SlamG. Mogo down, Artix down, Boostic down. They're all gone. Very important to try and shut down these top 3 teams. But how do you deal with Twisted Minds firing line? This is an absolute shooting gallery at the moment as Hive has been blasted on this south side. Virtus Pro has very little room to work with. So does Levante. This looks like it's going to be another Twisted Minds victory, Martin.
Looking very dire for all the teams here. Nixie trying to get the last player down. He has the perfect tree, but he gets it. 1 point for placement and 1 point for the kill. That's great for VP. 8 and a second place here guaranteed. But look at that. It's Twisted Minds all over. Example, what a great game for him. They got 14 kills alongside this win here. It's a 24-point game.
It's massive. It's massive. And before Esports World Cup, for me, they really were the uncrowned kings when it came to that true big international. Of course, they won 3 PGSs, but how do you topple a monarchy when they are looking this good, Avenger? Twisted Minds is coming to claim back Europe once again.
It's lovely, isn't it? I love that. It's, you know, after what we saw from the start of the year, it's like, okay, are they just solely focused on Esports World Cup and PTC this year? You know what? I wouldn't mind that, but them being back here dominating the regionals is amazing. I can't wait to see them at another PGS and PGC at the end of the year.
Yeah, truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. All right, well, that does it for our penultimate game so far. We got one more Miramar to go, but first, back over to the desk.
Okay, so at the start of today, When we were doing the pre-show, Kylaris and Avenger were here, and Kylaris posed a question to me, and I kind of feel like this is the question that I have to pose again, Mark, because I threw it to you guys in the cast to check in. Can the Twisted Minds equation be solved?
I still think it can. I still think it can. I'm not shifting this one. You're trying to dislodge me, right? Don't get me wrong. Twisted Minds are remarkable. It's therapeutic to watch them, right? It's like going to a PUBG spa. But you've got the likes of SlamG up here. You've got the likes of Win or Die, all which are store contending, all which are refusing to give away those triple points to the guys. Now, Twisted Minds have good control. Yes, they're playing for the land, so the guys I mentioned before. And there is a difference in their game style. But we can't take it away from some of these other teams that are up here.
How did SlamG suddenly just become a team, Toby, that I'm looking at going, damn, they're contesting in a big way here?
I think individually, we've always, Boostic has been one of those players in the up-and-coming as a really good young mechanical player, and so is some of the other guys on that roster. I think what has changed now is just the fact that they've gotten more experience against better teams. They have learned from the best. They've gotten a chance to go up against some of the best. And for many teams, oftentimes, it takes a lot of punches in the face in order to learn how to parry properly, you know? Like, they need experience. They need to get wrecked on these servers time and time again in order to learn from the best. And now we're reaching a point where that veterancy or that experience has come into fruition. It has paid off for them as they've gotten back here and now are able to go up against some of the good teams.
Okay, so if you're a Twisted Minds fan, I'm going to ask you very nicely not to go anywhere because we're going to deep dive this team in a little bit. I know that you might use the desk as an opportunity to run to the bathroom or get some new snacks. Calm down. There's one game left. You'll be fine. You can hold it in. Here's the match results now, where we stand. Obviously, Twisted Minds taking that victory. SlamG being the first team to hit triple digits on the points, which is mental. Win or Die as well. I know Avenger said consistency, Toby, and you can start to see which teams are consistently finding themselves in the top 4, the top 6, and it's going to show on the overall leaderboard as well.
Definitely. And I think for Twisted Minds, this is yet another case of them getting to... they come into the game with a playstyle in mind and with, knowing what would be the best path for them to go out or go down. And they get to do it with little confrontation. And I think that's also what James is alluding to when he says, deal with the Twisted Minds problem, is that whenever Batulians and the boys come in and say, we want to play like this, we want to wrap around the southern side of El Pozo, sit, get kills from within, get kills on the southern side, and then stay back long enough so that when this city gets shifted out completely, we can flex out and take control. If no one reads that that's their plan early on and just allows them to proceed, they go out and get double-digit kill games like this, literally any chance you give them. What has been, I think, making it not so oftentimes that we've seen it in the past, or, recent, is the fact that we have, to some extent, non-player factors now playing in. We have the E-pickups that came in, that kind of set them back a bit. Now we have the BRDMs and the Panzerfaust, things that can make a lesser team come out victorious against a better team sometimes, because there's sometimes very little counterplay. And I think that's where you can strike hard against Twisted Minds, in those situations that they still aren't completely comfortable going up against. Everything else, they're better.
I'd argue, though, against SlamG, we've not really seen them with the BRDMs. We've not really seen them with the crazy players. Yes, they've done some great rotations. Yes, they've done some passive rotations. But there's only 2 games that they haven't made placement points. Look at the amount of placement points. They're holding up as much as they can.
SlamG's playstyle and strategy in this is they're doing the completely smart thing. When you see Twisted Minds starting playing well, just play on the opposite side of the circle, and then you don't meet them before there's only 4 teams left alive. You know, that's what they were doing this game. They're obviously it wasn't part of the decision making, but I would say you have Twisted Minds out east, and SlamG goes, guys, how far west can we actually play this circle from? You know, and hey, then they meet them in the end of it. So good on them.
So I promised you Twisted Minds discussions, and I suddenly was like, oh, we should probably talk about our PEC Spring Champions and where they're sitting on the overall leaderboard. So we will, but not right now. We are going to talk about Twisted Minds because I think this is a team that you are going to have to be paying attention to tomorrow. This is a team that is contesting to win the whole damn thing, and it is a team that, now that they are in the lead, very difficult to push from that top spot, Mark.
Well, that's 5 games out of 6 as well. So Grand Finals Day 1 versus Grand Finals Day 2 on the right-hand side. So 34 over 38 kills. You know Twisted Minds are pretty much good for another 4 kills, right? So Again, it's just that level that they just compete now. And we go back to what we said before, that they're used to fighting at LANs. They're used to fighting at different regions, and these different regions have different play styles. So they've kind of found this happy medium that they're able to sort of adapt to however people play. Now, I will go back to something we spoke about very early on in the year, and we touched on it early on in the event. Twisted Minds have this sort of game style, and I think the rest of our region, the EMEA, kind of looked at them as the pinnacle point. Like, we need to learn from Twisted Minds. What do they do at LAN? How do they act? What's their body language? How do they deal with bad games? How do they deal with good games? And we've seen this kind of outstanding CIS ether of players just coming now to sort of the cream of the crop. They are the best in our EMEA region. Not taking away anything from our other sections of our thing, but now Twisted Minds is kind of going for this phase 2. They're now developing a little bit higher. They now need to think outside the box because everyone else has caught up with them. And it's good to see, though, yes, they are changing. Yes, they are adapting. And I'd argue to say people are not giving them space. They're having to fight for space. But as a result of it, they're getting great gun skills. They're getting great knocks. You can see here, look at that example with 12 kills, Perfectix with 11, Torlin's driving the seat even with 6. But look at the damage they're all putting on. As a team, they are all delivering. And it's good to see all the gears are firing, basically.
And they're scary when where all those players are firing, when all the gears are working in unison. Twisted Minds does become a global phenomenon that all of our teams are going to have to watch out for. I just want to remind you really quickly before we get into our last game that we do have those G coins up for grabs. And I know a lot of you are loving these fun competitions that you get to take part in. Obviously, the art contest is the one I just cannot wait. I cannot wait to see the submissions that come here. You get to design your own skin and we absolutely love it. And this is actually your last day to submit for this competition. So you don't have much time left. Get those designs in. And of course, we also keep doing those questions at the end of the day where Toby and Mark are here. They're going to answer what you're asking them. You can submit your questions on social media and we will have an opportunity to get to the bottom of what you need to know at the end of the day. So make sure you stick around for that. Damn, I don't know when you're going to the bathroom now. You're going to have to wait until much later on. Don't worry, you got this. It'll be training. We're getting ready to move into our final game of the day. It's been a little bit crazy today, boys. We've put some
Just a little
we
bit.
put some tough tests in front of our players, Toby. We've asked them to showcase why they are here, why they are the best in the region. What are you expecting from the final Miramar today?
I mean, I think just looking at the winners of these games, while of course the outcome could have easily been very different, I think it still tells the tale that is important to factor in on. The fact that, yes, we have some of the surprising teams come up victorious in the beginning, but the more games we get in, it's going to be the same faces coming back in and taking the wins. We have FaZe, we have Twisted, before that Ascent. Even if that Takeover game was a bit of a wild one, then still it's a partner team with years and years of experience that comes out victorious. I think we're going to be seeing more of it, and I would be surprised to not have a regional partner team maybe come out victorious in the last Miramar 2.
Mark, do you think Toby's correct? Is it going to be those big names that are going to kind of push themselves to the top of the leaderboard, or do the Slam Gs and the win or dies, are they able to continue to hold those top spots and contest?
Difficult. Flight path is a very southeast towards the north, pushing a northeast, Sam. So we do favour the chaos side of Miramar, Dusty Dunes. To answer your question, I'd say what, I'll go the other side of the coin. I think we are going to see a non-regional partner team win. I think a Bushido or a Geek or anyone else that's not a regional partner team, maybe a Slam G, they will claim victory here, just so we can duke it out in the green room between me and Toby.
So I want to make sure you're just talking about this particular battleground and game, right? You're not talking about the whole damn thing.
Does he
Slam G is good.
Yes?
I still.
He doesn't commit, Sam. I didn't hear the commitment.
I think we will see a non-regional partner team. I think we'll see win or die with a Slam G in second for the overall thing.
Well, there you go. Mark's put his opinion out there for you. You can let us know what you think in the chat. Avenger, Kylaris, what do you think about Mark's views on who's going to win the whole damn thing?
It's a bold prediction, but his brain is scrambled because he's been very busy recently, Avenger. So, we'll see how that's actually going to happen.
You know what? If you're calling the last place teams win the whole thing, you might have gotten too much or too little caffeine today, as we see Lurix sneaking in on FaZe here. Both Fex and Gustav is in this compound, and yeah, this looks like they don't have too much information on them already, though.
Any little extra points for Slam G would be lovely.
Too much caffeine or too little caffeine? What do you think?
Too little caffeine.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I mean, when you have terrorists that wake you up in the night, if it's cats, dogs, or small humans, children, then sometimes you do need tons of caffeine, but sometimes it might not be enough. Sometimes it's too little. PewDiePie does find masters here for Circus Crew, and you know what? Circus Crew, I was happy to see how well they did, but so far it's not been enough. They are also down here with GK, with Kraf, and if they don't get things going, considering we have 3 teams in triple digits already, it's going to be a little too late. But still, there's money to be fought for. There's a chance to kind of jump up quite high, even with one good game, from 38 up to 64. It's not entirely impossible. One fantastic game, you could drum up tons of prize pool. But I think it's a little bit too late if they don't get things started here in the last game of the second day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For a Circus Crew, right? Like their previous results when it comes to Europe and how on EMEA and how things have gone, right? They just don't line up with we're gonna just suddenly pop off 2 or 3 games in a row and then be able to join that top pack, right? It's just they're just a little bit untested, unproven for PEC and how things are going compared to all the other kind of alumni around them. All right, in that leaderboard, who could potentially do something, but for Hive, who is in 6th place right now, definitely a far foray away from the disaster that was their group stage. They are trying to challenge for those top spots. They'd love to qualify on to PGS.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there's an argument to be made that if we get both Winner Die and Slam G, it might be the CIS heaviest group we're gonna send ever, which would obviously be cool. But it's been that trend for quite a while. They are just so good. Obviously, after BB winning, Twisted Minds being so good here, it's looking extremely strong. We're getting so much good talent out of EMEA in general. But damn, we've had some fantastic plays coming out this year.
Well, the thing is that we were talking about it during this break, when we were listening to the desk. CIS, it just feels like EMEA is a deep region, but CIS is the deepest part of it, and they've always looked, honestly, in these last 2 years, more hungry to improve, to strive for the positions compared to, I would say, Western Europe and how things do actually evolve there. So they're grinders, man, and the up-and-comers from here as well. Fante, another point on the board. It just proves it over and over. They are hungry. They're feisty. Ugh.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, just finding all these kills here and there. It's just Winner Dice classic. Like they're finding these again points early on where fights are fine to be had, and then also doing it on a team that's arguably weaker than themselves. It's just like they're managing these situations so good. Getting in, getting damage done, getting out, scars free. It's just been really Winner Dice. It's been their what can you call it? Not their karma, but what's been kind of revolving around them for this entire final tier. It's really been great for them.
I mean, for the most part, good things come to those who wait. And it's not just been waiting, really, for some of these CIS teams. It's been waiting and grinding for an opportunity to be able to shine on a stage like this. And look at what we're seeing so far. Good stuff. That said, though, I mean, I'm saying, Western Europe, hungry, blah, 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 and stuff like that. You could say that for the whole of Europe. Not as hungry, I would say, as CIS. But the thing is that Versus Pro kind of bucks that trend a little bit when it comes to those leaderboards overall at the moment. And they have ascended to the highest of heights when it comes to even international play, world championship play, but just not been able to round it out in the very last moments, the death throes of those tournaments. So 4th place right now for Virtus Pro. I think it's a good stance for them to be taking going into that last day of the grand finals. There's still a challenge. However, that top 3 all being over triple digit right now, that's a spicy meatball.
It is, and you know what? It's if this continues like this, it's just gonna be one spot up for grabs. You know, it's gonna be
Maybe, yeah.
all the targets on the back on whoever is fourth or whoever is close, right? VP right now obviously being in that spot, but Bushido's close. Hive can do it. Face with a one more game can do it. And Navi obviously it doesn't matter because they're GPT. So if they get in there, the spot would just be given to fifth place. But yeah, it's gonna be a little bit scary. The top teams here that's currently in are gonna have a target on their back, and they could really get in and get damage done early on. Ooh.
All right, I like it. Little M24 shots coming in from Kref. Obviously down in last place at the moment. But you know what? Beepity boppity boop, and they might be able to hit one or two. Who knows? As they go for a few more shots. Was that a no scope? What was? Maybe that was a misclick. I don't know.
We'll see. It's obviously, you know, not optimal to have a 4x on a bolt, but 6 or 8 is definitely my preference. Currently only rocking the 6.6, James. You know why?
Why?
Because you can put the 6.6 on the ARs and the SMGs and everything and zoom out. And then just full spray. And I love the 6.6 zoomed out.
Yeah. The 6X is kind of the go, honestly. I will agree. It's pretty good. Gives you a lot of options, a lot of chances to do things, you know?
For sure.
Refuel.
Always doing that. Always getting the fuel in. Make sure you can go for a long rotation here. Although they are inside the circle, I don't think they need too much of it. EK also, yeah, as we've been talking about, a little bit of fall from the highest of highs for them compared to what we saw them in spring. I was hoping a little bit more to kind of come out for their squad. It was exciting to see a squad that came together. Was it a honeymoon period, though, you think? Or was it more so that the beginning of the year was not as figured out as we see here in fall?
You're on about GK, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and this is wild speculation, right? I'm going to keep the speculation. I'm going to keep it all coming, all right? I think that them not having Diffx at those PGSs really stunted the progression of that team. It could be a pie-in-the-sky idea, a pie-in-the-sky notion.
Sure, yeah.
But, they looked good at... The funny thing is without Diffx, they looked good at PGS 8. And got to the final even without him. Obviously, Hiruzen stepping in, obviously a great player. But, it was... I don't know. That's my theory. What do you think?
I think they were rolling with the punches in spring in such a strong degree where it's like, okay, they just believe so much, like everything is possible kind of belief, and the confidence in the honeymoon period is just so good, you know, and that's what really came through. Sure, there was some circles that kind of come their way, but you do 87 points in one day, you're an absolute maniac, you know, no matter what happens. This circle, though, another hard shift. And also, these hard shifts that we've had so far in the finals, it's just so difficult to play. It's such a difficult approach for the majority of the teams. Well, although on this eastern side here, so many teams already locking up the highest priority compounds.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? Just to finish off what you were talking about with GK, because when they won that, they were saying, or Quizzy was saying, like, they're really enjoying playing with each other, right? Like, it's all coming together, it's all gluing, it's all meshing, and they were able to roll with it. I mean, you know, since then, 4 or 5 months of mixed results, having a stumbling block of the PGS situation and everything like that, maybe internally it's not as enjoyable as it previously was, and maybe that has some effect here and there. It can get to you. It can get to anyone at this level of play.
Yeah, for sure. In this situation here, I mean, Virtus Pro right now defending. See Eternal Fire just trying to. This could be easy points. That's one. Code mark has been found. Try to get more shots. Beamy finds one more. Also more shots coming in here for Nixie. Has the MK in hand. Tons of damage done here. Can swing around. Can get all of Eternal Fire. Beamy getting 3 of them.
Just like that, these two teams have been at loggerheads with one another all day long. And even the little beeps here and there. It was like a stab out of the dark, like a shuriken coming in. VP also, too, wanted to be ninja going up against Eternal Fire there.
So good. Really well executed here. But then again, north side of Los Leones here, they're going to have to fight their way into this next circle here. GK have obviously spotted this. I've seen this in the kill feed. They're going to have some sort of an idea. Bushido coming in, Hive coming in too. VP not aware of the amount of teams that's coming in from the south already. We could see a clash between one of these three teams, though, eventually. Hive looking to be in the best spot so far, already kind of driving outside. Could drive up towards Orbital Swords or even deeper into the circle quite easily. Bushido, that 5th place team right now, I bet you right now, they would have wished they won that game in the containers early on. That could have been the difference maker. It could, when we are done with the finals, be the difference maker for them to potentially not be in there.
Maybe. One thing's for sure, though, they're still playing a phenomenal game so far. Gotta say, 74 points, really not bad at all. PWD, along with the GK boys, 38 points. Not phenomenal, fair to say. As they're still lurking on this south side, watching Bushido cruise on by, getting into some of these fields. The focal point fields between Los Leones and Impala that we're so used to seeing, Martin, are going to become a focus point again. And already you've got teams like Yoga Bonita in the good compounds phase, obviously in a good compound up on that north side, but it's not all sure whether we're even going to those fields. We could still see that south shift come along, and then all hell will break loose.
Yeah, we quite easily could see that. Twisted Minds, 5 games today, 50 points. Flam G, 38 points. Bushido, as you pointed out, 37 points. The 3rd best team on the day so far. VP, 33. Obviously had a little bit more points yesterday. GK here does hear and see Ascendis coming in, driving along the ridge. Not worth to take shots yet. Are they counting cars and players inside it? I don't know, but coming in on this southern side, they're hoping for one of those south shifts. Let's see where we're ending up going here.
Oh, a lot of trigger discipline from GK here, but Quizzy instantaneously takes down Killiaka on the backside of that convoy. Spiro now strikes at the front of the convoy, seeing if we can take out the head of the snake at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Fresco tries to dream. Oh, no, it's a disaster. Oh, reposition Spiro with 2. Oh, just like that, snap of the fingers says goodbye to Aniko. Great shots from Spiro.
Absolutely destroyed them here. We see a western shift, though. That's kind of crazy. VP sitting center. Jogo Benito also, they're getting back from the 2-2 split here. They're getting that center compound. They also got a crate early on. Looking really good. Difficult shifts. Again, east, hard. We're seeing ping pong shifts all over the place here. This patch is just so difficult. And if you have a BRDM that's flipped off to the side, yeah, not much to do about it. It's just unfortunate situation for sure.
A proper scary circle, though, with all this high ground involved, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, with where VP is right now, very difficult for the majority of the teams to kind of get in and get spots locked down. Some of the rocks that are kind of in place also, with it being phase 3, some of the spots in Los Leones that we have just east of Los Leones that's in already, it should go a little bit north from that. So let's see how we kind of continue with that for sure. Full 3 gear here for Beamy.
Uh-oh. And Virtus Pro trying to hold off Bushido here on a mad dash through towards this concrete. I don't know whether or not Bushido can really recover from this. Virtus Pro should be proactive about this, knowing that they've got at least 2 knocks or so, as a 3rd one does get knocked as well by Hive, bear in mind, and they're just coming in to clean this up. No problems at all. It was going to be an attempt at a mullet to try and slow this down, but Nailcup does actually knock Beamy, tries to take him down. He's dancing around everywhere. They do finish off Bushido, and considering we were on about their potential road to a barrier position, that's a disaster for the end of day 2 for Bushido.
Yeah, for sure, and especially giving it up to VP, the team that they are on the chase for. Circus Crew inside Los Leones here does see GK. Damage could be done here to PDD. Does not connect too much, but also losing Beam here should never have happened. They should have played together. Arta finds PDD with a headshot. Insta flush here for Marcis. So very unfortunate indeed to go down to the 3, especially with a player that has such a good gear setup. And a player like Beamy is obviously a fantastic player too.
Ugh. So long, Spiro. You've done enough apparently for this game, as Silas is just popping everything. All right, yeah. You've got to go radio rental if you're Silas at this point as well, though, for Circus Crew, of course. As now at this point, there are only 3 in this game. And they still need huge points to really make something happen. Coming in from the south side of Los Leones for a circle like this, I suppose is going to be a bit difficult to make transitions to buildings and then get out against some of that high ground that is still in play north of them.
Right, next circle closes here. Are we going to see a shift away from Los Leones with Quizzy? 2 players left for GK here. Tries to do damage onto Circus Crew, but they are closing in on both sides. Nades are coming in, connecting. Yeah, it does go a little bit north. I was talking about here. Some of the sides here on Los Leones is unplayable, but still looking good for Joker Bonito. VP definitely hoping that they had 4 alive right now. This could be a fantastic game for them if they're able to come out and strike out. But when you're 3, you just have to play a little bit more cautious.
Yeah. Joker Benito was previously in the Vard Gustav compound, but then they moved here very proactively, very quickly to try and take and secure this corner coming out of that road. As there is another building over the other side for them potentially to work on out with, but we'll see and see how this all goes. Silas still just buying a little bit more time, knowing that there are a few more GK threats ahead of him. Marcis and Arta can't really see the players at the moment, but they were trying to keep track of them. Goes for a spray against Quizzy. A disaster. Doesn't connect with enough. Only 18 damage.
Nades are coming out, connecting a little bit of utility to this. Does not connect on either side of it. Oh, that could be good. That's a great bounce. 33 damage. Morio. Oh, Arta also helping getting that. Silas is down now. Diffix does find him. And now they're committing so much utility just to get 2 potential kills here. Marcis got out of dodge. And now Ascend is sneaking in on the side.
That was almost a zoning nade to just try and get him to where he could potentially res Quizzy. And it did do the job that it needed to. But now the rest of Circus Crew is just looking to move ahead of them. It's been enough to slow down that progression. It's Chris lurking. There's no cars for you to get in and sneakily make your way towards the rest of this circle, but maybe you can try and find a flush or 2. Marcis, he's wary. He does. Oh, right. It's instant. Yeah.
Well played here by It's Chris. Such a stealthy player, but yeah. Now he's going to be able to get in, and that's the heal onto GK. Potentially denying. Yeah, okay, that's not optimal for GK here, but Circus Crew. I mean, this is a bottom of the leaderboard fight for can we get more prize pool? Can we get more damage done onto the other teams? Big jump up still possible. You see, even if you're in 40, 43, with 20 points, you can jump from 13th to 6th place. So, like, our mid pack is extremely tight still.
Defx done. All on Quizzy now for a little bit more salvage for this one. Virtus Pro still holding some high ground, but they know that other teams kind of moved in near them. So they're definitely very cautious about how they approach things. As BB team's trying to deal with Na'Vi up at the top. Hakatori takes down a doozy. Phil First already starts off with 1 for himself. The rest of BB team looking to reinforce his position, but nades throw forwards from Fairist. They were maybe trying to line up nades there to confirm that knock, but it looks like they want to take out the rest of Na'Vi. Molodok already connects with 1. Fairist in shambles at the moment. It's going to be up to Hakatori to hold off this angle.
Krafton coming in from the side as well. Hakatori gets the bleed out on a doozy. Bot in the backfill here. Face is pulling up on this. BB team's trying to clean up as quickly as possible. Extends finds Phil First. Is really falling apart now for BB team. Molotov last player, 17 HP. Can he make something happen here? Can he get more damage done on to potentially Phase or one more point confirmed? Does not get anything done here. Unfortunate for BB team to get eliminated in 14th place. They got sandwiched in between Na'Vi, twisted on the high ground even in Face Clan.
As Martin would say, the patty in the bun.
The burger.
Tough stuff for BB team, the big gamers, but it's not going to work on out at all. Terrifying stuff to have FaZe Clan coming in the backside of you as you have Na'Vi trying to also work their way towards Circle, because they know that FaZe Clan is probably going to have angles on them if they actually move up and try and loot out some of this. But there's so many other angles to be considering here. Win or die can see this way as well. So FaZe Clan, as much as they've kind of come in and trying to clean up some of the kills on this north side, I think they still need to solve their own problems.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for SlamG. They were waiting to get into the car and drive in. They did not expect the Kreft player to come in from that side. But Supiocean does get knocked out, and that delays a lot of the plans that SlamG had. They're a full 4-man. They could get to Mogo. They could potentially afford Virtus Pro off, but now with damage done, this could be some points for Virtus Pro with them driving towards them closely. Shots coming in, connecting quite a lot. This is a... Oh, Nixie finds the Groza headshot. Oh my god.
What?
What a nade. Nade and damage done here. Lou did get 2 knocks with the MK, but look at that. That's great. It's Chris is sending it in. Oh, look at that. That's a steal here. Gets damage done onto Lurix. That's a classic It's Chris moment here where he's just salvaging and scraping by, getting more points done.
He is one of the masters of it. He's got a lot of experience with finding cheeky little points here and there. Geeky actually still, Quizzy's still alive, but he's gone now. But they did get themselves 7 kills during all of this. I do wonder if maybe we could get a replay of the Twisted Minds eliminations of win or die there. But I mean, you know, if we don't have it, we don't have it. But obviously, that was a very explosive moment on the opposite side of this battleground. Still, Schengen, he finds it's Chris, the stealthy ninja himself, looking to find a little bit more points.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, did get placement points. One of them for Ascent as well. Yeah, it's good. It's Chris. He obviously such a experienced player. He's just able to sniff out these situations and just able to get points and kills here and there. Joker Benito center compound with there's so many teams on the edge. Twisted Minds looking good here. Western Shift would be massive for them, but if we go to the fields here, it's mayhem. No, it is not. It's Twisted Minds. It's going to be easy for them, but look at that south side. 3 teams have to fight to get into what I would say is just a sliver of a rich to play.
You've got 7 teams left alive. One of them is already in first place, and they just had a circle shift. Yes, there are only 3 alive. However, it is time for the other 6 teams to sound the alarm bells. You do not want Twisted Minds to get any further ahead than they already are here with our last game on day 2 of the grand finals. And with that kind of shift, Martin, I can't help but feel Twisted Minds is going to grab the bull, the horns, with both hands and run with it.
It's definitely a situation where the comms are like, guys, we are fed. Let's try to see if we can get some kills and close out this win here. And obviously with Joker Benito having the houses here, it makes it difficult for the majority of the teams on the northern side to swing around on that ridge because they're just going to deny that angle. So making it difficult for FaZe. It could be a pull-up, it could be a crash on the compound. Now Virtus Pro are going to try to sneak in between Warble, Swords, and Hive to see if they get any damage done on them. Look at that, Simon finding Stoy Jacket.
Where's FaZe going to go? Just moving up to this ridge. They are still 4 alive. They're one of the teams where there is 4 alive, so they could potentially pose a threat here to Twisted Minds, especially since how close they are. As Nixie here tries to go a bit big, but not going to work out against One-Eyed King. They both knock each other thanks to the nade that was pre-cooked and going for it. But Vorpal Swords is down. This will give a little bit of time for Virtus Pro with 10 kills in this game to recover, but there is movement happening from Hive as well as Joker Benito.
Joker Benito really trying to get in and get involved here. Good smokes here. It's going to divert their attention. If you went fishing with dynamite here, it's not going to be just one hole, but the right hole is poked here for Rocks. The nade coming in. Now Lucarooks. Loose One's pushing him. He has smokes to play, but Joker Benito is looking over his angle here. Shots are coming in from his fellow Balkan players. And yeah, it's Nalop, former teammate of Entropic, PGC 2022 finalist here, takes his former brother down.
They're one of the only teams alongside, prior, some of the only members alongside Twisted Minds that's been able to even win this regional. So, always interesting to see that kind of 1v1 go down, or that fight go down between the teammates. As now, Hive still looking to convert more points. They do not Gustav in the distance. However, maybe there's a recovery from him. Although, that being said, Navi's using this opportunity to push up against FaZe. It's a perfect timing to do so. They're looking for the steal, as Vard has already taken down Hakatori. It's all on Extends now to really do something. He retreats completely away. But Simon,
Joker!
With the Orm.
Simon gets so much damage, and Joker they're just swinging out, getting so much damage onto FaZe here. There's 3 knocks on the side of it. Teams try to go for it. Look at this. He's just going to go out. They're going to come in and swing in and get the points done here. Kristalny gets James down, and that's FaZe out, but they got 4th place and some kills here. Still decent game for them. I think it's 4 kills they're going to end with, so it's an 8-point game for them. But surely, if you have the northern side like this, you have a ridge to play, and you're 4 guys alive with 6 teams left, you're thinking you're going to get more out of it. Very unfortunate here for FaZe on the last game of day 2.
Luke dancing, got to keep himself alive, trying to dance with all of these. How is nobody taking him down? Man, he is moving like Jagger. Crazy. How did Luke manage to survive?
Don't believe it, man. Imagine though, Joker Benito, look at that, already climbing up to 9th place with 7 kills here. More kills definitely, open with Twisted being 3 and Hive being 3. If they clean up the entirety, you know what? They could actually jump into 5th or 6th place quite easily. Not 4th, but that would put them within striking distance for the last day, and that's exactly where you want to be at.
This is tough now. This is very, very tough. Hive, if you can do something with this game, it would be absolutely fantastic for the rest of this lobby with Twisted Minds still alive. That said, Joker Benito, they can move it up throughout the day. With 4 alive, still holding this east side, they're very capable of being able to round this out as well. Especially since they have the man advantage. Example, we're back on the M249 hype. He's been using it more and more.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, Simon, what an angle here. Full 3 gear. Orc and a 3x. Only 1 nade, but could definitely get damage done here. He sees one player. He also gets spotted, percent immediately. Down to 82 here. Does not have any stims available to him, so definitely hurt. He's going to have to consider a lot more damage done as well to Nodi. Caleb finds Patulins.
Good. Very important. Shut down Twisted Minds. Can you do more? As Lou is going for a very sadistic off angle here to try and find Naleb. And taking him out would really stop a very important angle. Tries to go for it. He actually hurt him. Oh, instantaneous headshot. Good stuff by Lou. Just a little bit of a underhand nade over as well. This could be Joker Benito actually falling down here. Being kind of sealed off. But no, they take down Hive. Perfect stuff.
3 versus 2. Rez's potential to come out here. Naleb's going to bleed. It's going to be a 3v3 for sure, but the riches and the cover that they have is Twisted Mind 2 split. That's really the question. Stims are available on Lou. He's going to go for a energy. Giving him another 2 HP on the first pop. Another energy here for Nodi.
That Lou and Cristiani 1v1 could end up being very important, at least with that off angle, right? For the others, it's 2 separations. Simon has an arm in hand. Lou realizes that his eyes are fixated on his position. Does Lou realize that Cristiano's pushed up this far? Goes for the spray. He now knows exactly, and he didn't connect with any of those bullets there. It's a bit of a disaster. The other 2 are knocked. No, this is a terrible news for the rest of the lobby. Twisted Minds is running away with this Avenger.
There were 3 men. They had the circle, and now they're just strategically and clinically removing the rest of the teams in here. Cristiani has a chance. Shots and support is coming in from the distance here. Example spots him. And Lou...
He's not going to do it.
No chance. Cristiani surely just gets taken down here. 6 nades on Lou. And look at that. It's just Example on the distance. Just getting Cristiani down. And it's another Twisted Minds win here. What a great way for them to finish the second day.
The Kings. The Kings Avenger. Twisted Minds. Oh.
They're too good, man. They're just too good. I mean, they had the circle, but there were 3 men alive. But remember, Joker Benito full 4 man. They had an arm. Hive went on the kind of side where Twisted Minds was, so they kind of took them on. Tons of pressure being put both from FaZe and all the teams, but they just, threading the needle, being in such great spots and disengaging from fights. They don't feel like they're winning all the time. It's just like they're so good, so clinical.
We posed the question at the beginning of the day, how do you solve the Twisted Minds problem? How do you defeat the best team in the world? And here in EMEA, it is almost impossible. You're going to need a warped, deviant brain to try and solve this. That does it for the games today. Let's head back over to the desk to wrap up a Twisted Minds back-to-back.
It was a Twisted Minds back-to-back, and Toby, this is very scary for every other team in the lobby. You let them start running, they're like the juggernaut. They're not going to stop.
Yeah, no, it's looking very 2024 of Twisted Minds right now. I mean, the fact that they have... Obviously, we can't crown them victors just yet. There's still 6 games to play tomorrow. But the fact that they are looking to potentially win 3 out of 4 PEC events, that is complete and utter regional domination.
It's insane. I mean, let's walk this through, Mark. What were Twisted Minds doing right? How did they get another victory?
It's just that control. The guys alluded to it, right? They will play and push the teams they need to, and then they got the space. They got fed back a zone. They didn't overextend. They take the right fights at the right time. I know it sounds easy to do, but when you're sitting on the low side of the hill, they just do it to perfection, and it looks good while they do it.
Were you surprised with the way that this Miramar played out in the end, Mark?
Zone-wise, no, not so much. We've seen a couple of these zones here before, and obviously that's why we saw the likes of Twisted Minds, FaZe, and Na'Vi sort of playing to those sort of positions earlier on. Good to see Jogger Benito on that holding the compound, playing at that southeast corner, Sam, and obviously then sort of extending their way around. I actually thought FaZe were in a good position on the east side to maybe get the win, but with that knock coming off the hillside on the south, and then with the likes of Na'Vi reacting to that and actually, I suppose, annihilating FaZe with the help of Jogger Benito, I've got to give them a big shout as well, because reading that kill feed and just instantly pushing, that's insane.
Sure. Okay, Toby, I know that this excites you when things start opening up, when we start seeing teams that maybe we weren't expecting finishing higher up on the leaderboard. You want this for the final day of our grand finals, right?
Yes, for sure. But there's definitely, I mean, we'll see it once we get the overall leaderboard up in a moment, but there's definitely starting to be a gap created right on the cusp of who goes through and who doesn't. And of course, we like it. We always like to say that PUBG is always down to the very last moment of the very last game. We want it to be the case here as well, but with how it looks right now, it could be decided a bit earlier.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard in a bit, because I do think Twisted Minds is going to start running away at the top. This is the big concern, and there you have it already. It starts. But I like the fact, Toby, that win or die, Slam G, I mean, Mark is pushing for them. They're still sitting well there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's theoretically it's fine. Like, we'll have everyone fighting for PGS, and then Twisted on top will be like, guys, you're playing your own game. Like, you know, we've invited a pro into a casual lobby, and he'll do his thing, and then the rest of us, we actually play for the trophy. You know, we knew he was gonna get it anyway. That's obviously not completely the case, but with how it looks right now, 30 points up coming into the last day. It's very rare, if not near never, that Twisted throws a lead like that, especially regionally. So don't expect to see that happen. What concerns me mainly right now is the jump from SlamG down to Virtus Pro being, 12 points, and then another big gap of 14 points down to Bushido. That's what I want to see mitigated. Not that I don't want any specific teams through or whatever. I just want to keep it close. And look at how many people we have in and around that low 70s pack. If we can get all of them bumped up early on tomorrow, it's going to make for more exciting last couple of games.
Mark, do you think we'll see a shift in the leaderboard, or do you think the names we're seeing in the top 8 will kind of stick around and it'll just be about where they finish?
Intriguing. I think it's going to be hard to dislodge Twisted Minds. We can't deny that, and especially if they've got the wins in the sales, they're going to sail away with it, they would hope. I still think we're going to see that Twisted Minds win or die Slam G fight. Can VP hold on to that and try and get themselves into a top 3 scenario? I think we'll see them trying to extend, and then we kind of got that other pack that Toby's talking about, right? Bushido, Hive, FaZe, down to that kind of Na'Vi, potentially even adding that Jogger Benito into the mix. I think we're going to see them really shift up, and then that has a big impact because we're looking to try and work our way up towards the top to try and go to PGS. But then we look at PGC points being a factor, and then you got the likes of FaZe Clan, etc. If they're not going to make a top 4 scenario at the moment, where we've got Twisted Minds in there, then they've got to try and gain as many points as they've got to potentially end an explosive side of this year.
So there you have it, 2 days of our grand finals here at PEC Fall, and Twisted Minds sitting on top. Can they be beaten? Can that problem be solved? That is the question that we're going to be posing again tomorrow. It was a question that was posed at the start of today. So many opportunities now gone. Only 6 remain if you want to get points on the board and claim the title of PEC Fall champion. Now we move on to one of my favorite parts of the show, where we get to answer some of your questions. And I think we got some bangers this evening. So let's start it off with Retro Moo. They had a very fun question. They said it was a cheeky one. I think it's just a good one. If the talents had to hot drop into Pachinki together, which one of you is getting knocked first? It's me. It would be me. Mark says it's him.
I like how you're both now fighting over who gets to be knocked first and not who doesn't.
Is
I was
probably-
actually gonna say Martin, but that's because I think he's the only one that would actually dare to go out and fight people. We would all just hide in buildings, you know. He would actually try and, you know, do the land on the roof and instantly fight everyone, and then maybe in doing so he'd get knocked. But yeah.
I'm very good at hiding. That's kind of been my strategy from day one: is find somewhere, hide, and just see how long you
There
can
you
sit
go.
it out before you actually have to get into a
No.
fight.
I'm not part of this group. Get me out of this box. Get rid of these. I am the land and fight someone. Don't care what I've got. I'm fighting people. That's why I get knocked first.
That's fair.
Yeah, vests, helmets, they might not be a thing, especially when it comes down to a hot drop.
I'll tell you what, you can tell us in the comments who you think will get knocked first. Let's find out who you think it would be. Moving on to Wyung_0. Could you give some advice to new viewers on how to better understand and appreciate PUBG esports matches? Are there any viewing tips or things to keep in mind? What do you think, Mark?
I think there's a part to this question of, do you want to get into esports or are you just looking to understand the game better? I think it's a middle ground between the two. I think one of the major things for me, even if it's a mobile or cell phone, depends on where you live, I would always have the map feed open because there's so much early game that sometimes goes not missed because we're doing all those cinematic fly arounds and we're looking at cars, but actually understanding how these teams are moving and where they're going to and from, I think is a key thing to kind of take away, especially with learning. And then from that, you'll start finding yourself more in mid games and then potentially more into late games as well, because you'll get used to how the zones react.
Toby, you have anything to add to that? I
No,
think that the map feed is so important. That's
I
one
was
thing that
I was
think
literally going to say that is the number one thing. And I would also advise, I mean, I used to do analysis videos. I haven't done them in a long time. They're still up there on YouTube. You can find them if you want to. And I know other pros. Flood has been doing a lot of really educational content on YouTube as well. Very, very good to see them still grinding that game. And I would just say one challenge that I used to set myself that I think is a fun, you know how like we play fantasy and that makes it fun to look at like certain players when you don't necessarily care how they perform. Now you're invested in a different way, right? So what I like to do is actually have the map feed open, but not on Twitch, but on YouTube. Instead, it's on there. You can watch it live right now. Or, well, now the stream is over, but you know what I mean. You can watch it as well, because it's much more easy to rewind. So what I would advise you to do if you're a new viewer, find a team. It doesn't have to be the best team. It can literally, maybe for the challenge, pick a new team every game. And then try and just keep track on them. And then, more importantly, try and predict what are they going to do. Okay, this is where they are. This is where the circle is. This is where they landed. Where would be the smartest place for them to go right now? And maybe if you know the team a bit, you know whether they're usually a center looting team or edge looting team, try and predict it and then see what ends up happening. And then if you're right, it for me at least, when I first got into PUBG as a fan before I became a talent in the scene, it was so much fun to try and understand the thought process of the pros. Because once you start understanding, they're probably going to wrap south of Los Leones instead of north because this and that and this and that. Like, you start being able to filter in all these different factors. For me, it makes it so much enjoyable. And that's also why I, for the most part, like the early game more than the late game sometimes, because that's where the first moves of chess take place. You know, like that's where the big moves are being done. The macro, to me, sometimes, not always, but sometimes outshines the like micro of gunplay and mechanical skill, because that's the strategy. That's just the stratego of PUBG, and I think that's beautiful.
I like that. Thank you for that insight, Toby. Here we go. Final question for today. This one comes from... I'm not even going to try. Sorry, friend.
Go for it.
Here's the question. How do teams decide their landing spots, and how does it affect their gameplay, Toby?
So what they usually do is they will all, when they play on land, they will all meet outside the venue, and then they will all pick a captain, and they get into a boxing ring. No, I'm kidding.
I wondered where you were going with this. I was like,
I thought it was rock, paper, scissors.
They all just throw fists. That's what they do. Whoever comes out victorious gets to pick first, and then they go down the line of injuries. No, I'm kidding. It's luckily, I mean, we had the question, I believe, last week of should there be a draft system. We all said we don't like that, and there isn't one here, so that's not the case. The fact is that for the most part, at least in the prioritized loot spots, teams have for years now fought hard to get to claim them. It is a matter of respect earned through trials of fire, through hot drops, effectively, of having had to say, you saw what happened to the other guys that tried to take our spot away from us. They also lost the tournament. And that's how it's decided. A team says, I want to go there. And then they keep going there regardless of what happens until they claim it.
There we go. Anything you want to add to that question, Mark?
Yes, there is a lot more that obviously happens before LAN events, right? So, and this is more of a gentleman's agreement, so it's not like a hard set rule, especially when these teams are scrimming, but depends on the rank you are. So teams would play PEC, for example, and there's a load of discords, depending on what region you're on, but it depends on where you get to the qualifiers, or if you're in the finals, you get a tier ranking. And based on that tier ranking, you can pick a spot, and if your tier ranking is higher than another team, then you get the spot over them. So when it comes down to scrims, it allows these teams to kind of get you practicing these loot spots, right? Which is really, really good. Then there's that variable which Toby's talking about, that there's an argument to say that some of these teams will fight and duke out, because once you get to a main event, like there's no gentleman's agreement really. If they want to fight for it, they'll fight for it. We've seen it from Jocko Benito, right? But then we've also seen them back away from the Twisted Minds because the respect's been given, because they know how to fight those loot spots. So I think if you're coming into the scene and you're playing esports, get involved in the Discord. You are going to be tied at the bottom of the food channel. You're going to have to work your way up, and then as you work your way up, you're going to get access to more loot spots. And again, it's all designed to let you play out early game, and with that practice you can come take it to events like this, and then obviously practice on the real lands, and then see if you can hold those loot spots against the best of the best.
Amazing. Thanks, gents, for answering those questions. I think we all learned a lot tonight. And of course, now it's time to prepare, because we have 6 games remaining, 1 day left. The end of tomorrow, we will be crowning the PUBG EMEA champion for fall. I cannot wait. Can Twisted Minds just run away with this now? Is that what's going to happen? Will Win or Die or Slam G shake it up like Mark said? It's all what we're going to be answering tomorrow. There is more action a little later. If you still need more PUBG, PAS is going to be happening. You can see day 2 of that. Alternatively, get some rest. Make sure you're back same time tomorrow so we can crown a new champion all together. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you then.